I mean,
What up, y'all? What up? I'm in the middle. Mercedes is already streaming, man. So she's streaming on TikTok. And I was gonna hop in this joint. They can't hear me, of course. I was gonna hop in here, but the room is full right now. But they having a good debate. Of course, it's more leftists trying to chastise the approach of liberals. And yeah, they got full though. I was gonna join this motherfucker. What up though, y'all? If I don't get in soon though, I'm gonna just start reacting. You know.
You're still gonna be like,
What's wrong with just disagreeing with them?
Yeah, I don't agree with them.
The soy
So
part.
wait, so you think it's appropriate to have people like on our side if they're saying 16-year-olds can be with grown men? You think it's appropriate?
I disagree with their position.
But like,
That's not what
y'all
I'm
need to
asking.
hear how extreme these people are.
I disagree with their position, but I'm not like, what am I supposed to be like? Stop trying to get people to vote Democrat, or like, what am I supposed to do?
So you'll let them vote and say it just to get their vote, though.
I mean, my argument is that I'm not going to disagree with, or I'm not going to agree with their position, but I'm not going to spend any energy trying to like deplatform them. I'm just going to continue to direct my energy towards Donald Trump because I see Donald Trump as a
y'all?
I think
threat.
it's important to oppose it, though. Maybe
How y'all
not
feeling this
platform.
evening?
Again, I don't agree with them. I would, if someone asked me where they're like, hey, Mercedes,
Casey,
this liberal
Mark,
content creator said this,
Lofton.
I'd be like, yeah, I don't agree with it.
But are
And
you
that would
gonna
be the
not
extent.
call them out on it?
Just to be clear,
I don't have,
Mercedes
like,
is saying that she doesn't want to push them away from the Democratic Party, but that she would verbally disagree with them. She just doesn't want to push them away from being a Democrat.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend, I will never spend a single ounce of my energy calling out my own party because my only focus is getting the people to vote on this side. Like, I just don't even get
And that's what they don't understand. Her goal is to try to draw people that are like moderate or willing to change their vote. She wants those people. Hey, Casey.
Wait. Do you think that
We're going to have fun tonight.
This is confusing. You're not saying like, because you're literally calling out right now on your panel the props that you have. You are calling out some people in the left. So
but no,
what do you mean by you're not going to call out your own party? What does that mean?
When I say that, I'm talking about like people who are in position to like spread messages, like arguing with like randos who have like zero following and they're like in their mom's basements or something. Not saying that's to you guys. That's not necessarily taking away someone's voice to build electoral power. So like no one in this panel is doing anything. Okay, hold on. No, I want to keep you.
I have another account. I'm gonna come back. It's another account. You'll know it's me. I'll be right back.
Okay, come back.
Well, wait, but those are different things because I debate Destiny all the time, and it's disagreements that I have with him.
Yeah, I almost finished.
Sorry.
Like when I say like, okay, but you disagreeing with Destiny isn't you saying let's dox Destiny and take away his platform. So
correct.
I'm okay. Like I'm okay with disagreeing with people on my side, but I'm never gonna take the energy to make like a TikTok video telling everyone to unfollow them and then being like, here's their address, and then they're the worst person on the planet.
Yeah.
If someone
But you wouldn't do that to conservatives either, though, right? So that's not a distinction for liberals.
I mean, I would definitely. Would I do it to conservatives? I have done it to conservatives. Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't do it to. I don't think I would do that to conservatives either. Yeah.
Like if a conservative when you said I've called out conservatives and been like, hey, this person's like crap. Like I've definitely done that.
Yeah, but like trying to get them fired, like trying to get them deplatformed.
I'm talking about I'm not saying that I would like dox conservatives, but what I'm saying is like I'm not going to take the position of like the only focus that I have is making sure like left wing voices proliferate. I don't mind.
If anybody knows what I need to do, like it's probably because I don't have the best lighting, but excuse me, my ring lights make my whites way too bright. And I'll be like, if y'all see, like, I don't even wear white. I try not to wear white on camera because it's so bright. I like a fucking superhero or something emitting light. And I just be trying to, I don't know what to do to change that because it'd be pissing me off where I can't wear white ever. If anybody knows what I should change. But Casey, basically, Mercedes is a lot of leftist, like far left people are judging Mercedes' approach to being friendly to people that's on the right or moderates because her goal is to try to sway people that's right leaning that could vote to the left or moderates that they could go either way. She wants to make those people feel welcome to a space to where she could talk to them and give them the information that they probably been missing if they lean right. And people that's far left are like, no, you're just nice to the evil people, and they don't like it. So she's trying to combat that type of behavior. All shit Tashika's on here.
Can I say something to Tashika really quickly?
Y'all, it's probably finna get crazy. It's finna get crazy, bro.
It's positive. I just want to say thank you for being like consistent as hell the other night I watched you on that panel. I respect someone who stands on their principles, who stands on their business, and who is consistent across the board. I don't even care if I disagree with you. I just respect the hell out of that. So
Tashika's a based queen, and if everyone in here can spend the next like 5 minutes gifting Tashika, that would make my whole entire night. Donate all of my gifts to Tashika, the based queen.
But yeah, no, I wanted to actually come up here and talk to you about that. I just wanted to ask you what you thought about that night, because I still a lot, and I think. I still hate your guts.
That's fine. I love you.
But
I'm a big Tashika stan.
But it's really that I thought that now was particularly really bad. So I wanted to know what your thoughts. I saw Tom in the comments too. I wanted to know what exactly your thoughts on it was, and how it extends to like your overall worldview and how you are going to continue in this space. Because I know you guys aren't going to shut up, right? Mm-hmm. Despite how many of us would want you to. So I've actually been waiting for you to go live again, just so I can see.
She was just live yesterday.
Well, if I can say real quick, Tashika, I've said for a long time, like since the first time that we met, I actually tuned into some of your conversations with people and some of the panels that you were on. Now, I don't know if you saw me in the comments. People kept thinking I was being ironic, but I wasn't. I was in the chat saying like, Tashika's based as fuck. Like she's the only one who's consistent here. She's actually got principles. Like there were so many times where every time I heard you, you were the only one who was actually like willing to stand up to your own side and disagree with them. Even if I didn't agree with what it was you were saying, you were always, you definitely came off as somebody that actually cared about what you believed in. And so that has been my position. Like since we first met, I've said this very consistently and fought with my own community about the fact that yes, like I do.
Dang, Bunny, why not?
Have, like a lot of respect.
I put it. It should come up in Discord. It should come up in Discord, Bunny, and you got to hit the bell on the channel. I don't know if you got that bell clicked for the notifications. Make sure you do though.
That's a based queen who actually stands on what they believe in.
Glaze, y'all. Anyway,
Tishika's like, I came up here for the glaze party.
Jesus. Well, I was just thinking, like, I don't know, like, I was just really wondering, because I feel like obviously you guys aren't going to like stop. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Exactly, Casey, and that's why like they're all down his back about this damn joke he made, but it's like, fuck that. Y'all are spending all this time caring about this stupid ass joke when the point is the right are making policies that are damn near getting people killed. I'm not blaming the flood on the right, but you could attribute some of the problems that city had on policies or misinformation, and that's what matters.
To just seem as though they are
Dang, Bunny, that's crazy.
Your party, or not in like a political way, but like in just like a group way. Mm-hmm. So do you guys think in the future you're going to talk more about that? Because if you do, I think that would be a little bit more effective.
I mean, that was the thing that I was talking about from the beginning. People. Like the first time that you ever came up and talked to me, that was like the whole fight that I was having with them, is that the arguments that they were making about like racism and the way that they use the terms or the semantics of it, that like they were being very inconsistent on the morals of it. And then I kept saying, like, I don't care what like semantics you use. If you want to say this is racist, that's not racist, I can like totally understand the logic there, but it's the moral philosophy that's totally inconsistent here. And that has been kind of my fight the entire time. It's not like, I know a lot of people, like especially conservatives, get really upset over whether or not you use the word racism and how you use it. I don't care so much about that part. I care about
leftist purity testing people that's on the left for not fully agreeing with them. They're all jumping down Mercedes, the person on screen. They jump down her throat because she's an ex-MAGA, ex-conservative, as you can see, who she's basically a liberal now, and she fights with people leftists because they try to purity test her or people that doesn't agree with them 100%. They try to act like you're not really part of the movement if you don't agree with what they think 100%.
Are referring to actually can say the slur. So I think we need to keep that in mind. I don't think any of you guys are going to like you guys are not going to attack me for saying like the N-word. You know what I mean? Just
am I allowed to half say the word?
What do you mean?
Because I'm half black. I'm done.
I don't know. I personally wouldn't care.
Okay, per.
I mean, one of the people that I got into was Covey because she was calling somebody a sand N-word, but she was making a really big deal about other people using slurs and.
Wait, what happened?
There's a video of Covey like saying, "You filthy sand N-word, you filthy," like over and over and over again.
To an Afghani man.
Yeah.
Yes,
right. That woman said called people a sand N-word, and yet she's trying to tell people don't say retarded and stuff like that.
He apparently called her the N-word first, but I said, well, that still doesn't really justify.
He didn't. He didn't though.
Well,
he didn't.
I don't. Just like I would prefer for a white person not to say the N-word. If a person is not, able to say the R slur, I don't think they should say the R slur. I still hate Tom's, lacking of the follicle ass head. But also,
wait, I apologize as soon as I said the R word and said that I shouldn't say it, and I've argued with my own community about that as well.
I don't know what they want me to do. I can't. What am I gonna do? Take it to God? Anyway, so. So that's if Athena really did call someone a sand N-word, that's still not okay. Like that's I don't know if that actually happened, but that's not okay.
I can pull it up.
Just because it includes the N-word doesn't mean it's not a slur for another group of people. Right. So that's not okay. I wouldn't agree with that.
Tom, do you have it? Are you able to play it?
Damn, I mean, it's on my channel.
This is but I don't. This is exactly what they did.
I just don't. I don't know why. Why would Athena say? Like I don't. That just sounds so out of character in my opinion. I've known Athena for 2 years. I don't. That's just
2 years.
You can go watch it later. We're not going to do the whole accountability thing here, but that happened. You can watch the video.
I'm not expecting you to answer
later.
For her or anything.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't expect you to.
Where is that clip at?
It's on Tom's channel.
It's on my channel.
It's also on a channel called Moist Bread 27.
What?
Why did she know that?
It's just Moist Bread 27. But I mean, you can go if you want. You could listen to it really quick. We'll save your spot.
You said Moist Bread 27?
Moist Bread 27.
Don't whisper into the mic like that.
She's not whispering.
I'm sorry. You're the only person on the left.
How can you say that with a straight face?
I think Tashika's the only person on the left that I'm actually I care about her opinion kind of because she's kind of she earned so much of my respect that night. That night when I saw her her moral consistency just shine through, I was the whole house was screaming. The whole entire house was screaming.
You play it on a second device?
Well, probably not.
Wait. This feels so weird. It feels like what they were doing to Mercedes here.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't feel so. Just real quick, as we said, we don't expect her to answer for Kobe, but she said that she doesn't know.
I mean, I think
she just want to hear it because she can't believe it. Yeah, she can't believe it.
Video is it?
It's so on my channel.
Your channel.
Are you at Moist Bread?
I'm on Tom's channel.
It has 2,642 views. It's it has the thumbnail has a panel with just Kobe up in the right corner.
What is this?
The person, what did they say? It was it was a couple weeks before you posted it.
What? This was weeks ago?
This was a couple weeks before Tom posted
it. It is, especially when it's on things like saying the word retarded. I can't see myself treating you as you don't believe in what I believe because you say retarded. It's so pointless when there's bigger fish to fry out here. And that's the stuff they mad at. You shouldn't say, most of this shit because people say retarded, even though they believe in 99% of the same policies and shit. They're you can't be a part of the left and still be saying retarded. It's just and then the whole thing where the Unfuck America got blown up the first stop of the tour or whatever is because they were trying to say Z was microaggressing against black women, and she fucking wasn't. So it's y'all are blowing up democratic movements to try to push a narrative that's that people aren't hearing because Charlie Kirk has been running the gambit at these schools and they're trying to fight against it, and y'all blowing the tour up because of a microaggression that didn't happen. It's just so fucking stupid. Exactly. It's Casey, right? Unironically, it's so retarded.
Okay, so N-word fine. Like N-word fine, grape no.
I mean, I don't agree with any of those.
What is she
Wait, hold on.
What?
I didn't say that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody
We all have differing like views on how we handle this. Like for example, if like Tom is willing to police some language over other language.
Cannot find this video, bro. I can't find it.
Okay. So have you gone to Moist Bread 27?
I tried to look up that name.
I can just play it on my side, but you guys just have to be.
Well, be careful.
And I'll play it to my speakers. Yeah, it's edited, so yeah, give me just a second. Okay, here we go.
Mercedes, tell me I'm not weird for thinking this feels bad.
I mean, I don't.
It feels like we're doing the exact same thing.
Wait, can I before we do this, can I come back on my burner just in case?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Mojo, my biggest problem is these people like they tried like morally high grounding us for so long, and I do not mind if Tashika's going to be the arbiter of accountability for these people. I don't care.
That's fine. Then let her go watch the video. But to play it here seems weird. I don't know.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't seem weird.
I get what you're saying on that.
Who's the one who has
wait, hold on.
lacking hair follicles?
It's on. Hold on. It's on my channel, and so if it's on my channel, and it didn't get taken down, it was bleeped out. Like there wasn't.
That's hella annoying, man. It's hella annoying.
As far as getting in trouble for it.
I'm not even talking about that, Tom. I'm talking about how we're doing the exact same thing we're complaining about them doing.
We're not, though. As I said, we're not asking her to answer for this. She just said, "I haven't heard this. Where is this?" She's asking for it so that she can hear it. So we're just playing it.
I don't know why you would walk in here and bring it up.
Because I brought it up because we were talking about the fact that me fighting with these people was over the moral consistency in the way that they were doing things.
You know what?
More money.
Hey, you feeling real good today, Wise? Appreciate you, big dog. Let's give a shout out to Wise. W for Watts, man. And we gonna get his special. This is Watts' special sound on my soundboard.
Nigga, you gay.
That's just for Watts. I appreciate you, big dog. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Video. Hey, can you come here real quick? What I'm gonna have you do is I'm just gonna have Dom send it to you over Dom, come here. I'm gonna have you send Sheikah the video so she can listen to her. Come on, I'm gonna send. Hold on one second. I'm gonna send.
That boy said it's payday. Fuck it.
The Moist Bread 27.
I just want to hear if my friend did this bad thing. I just want to know.
No takey backsies. I'm sorry, man. It's fucked up. You just fucked with me, and then I just had to get that joke off. Okay. I got this one because of you.
We don't love Putin. We don't want our kids to die.
I got that one just from you.
And it's still a slur, even if it's a word, even if like one half of the phrase is a word that is typically used for black people, right? Okay, it's still a slur.
Which account do you want it on? Tashika baby with 3 eyes or 1 eye?
You do the one with 3 eyes so I can see.
Okay, I just followed you on that account, and I'll send.
Ow. Wait, is she Middle Eastern?
No.
Kovi, she's Eritrean, I believe.
I'm not gonna lie, I was one of the kids George Bush left behind. What is that?
It's people from Eritrea.
You gotta tell me where that is in the world.
In Africa?
Okay.
Did you just say I'm one of the kids left behind?
I don't know. I'm not good with geography.
Wow. Okay, Bunny, I want to know what you mean behind Black Lives Matter. If you want to come up and talk in real time, we could do that if it's easier, if you don't want to talk through chat. If you're not, though, just tell me in chat. I'm not judging you, but I'm wondering what your reasoning behind not believing in BLM. And I'm not going to kick you out of my community, regardless of your answer for BLM. But what do you mean you don't believe in it? Like, what exactly?
Yeah, there's the one with 2 eyes.
Perfect.
And I could get in the chat if that's easier for you, or you could just tell me in here. voice chat.
Oh, screw off TikTok. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. It's so shitty on my PC. Hold on.
Okay, but I want to reply to what Mojo was saying. Where I was saying that is what I was doing. Not that I was fighting them on me being morally consistent. I was saying that the whole thing was me fighting them on them not being morally consistent. So I'm not being hypocritical. My whole issue was with them never being morally consistent. That's why I attacked her on the fucking sand N-word thing. And that's why I was fighting with them from beginning to end, was because they were all being insanely inconsistent.
So you don't care if they come in and do whatever they want to Z or Mercedes or anybody else. You don't care if they come into a room and just start chastising them about everything.
No, I do. I think if you're doing something wrong,
a hypocrite by doing this.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm saying that if Z is wrong, they should attack her. And that was the first time that I ever met Mercedes, is her and Z were sitting up here talking about things. And I jumped up here to say, you guys are saying that we shouldn't cancel people, when really it should be Z did nothing wrong. Because if she did something wrong, everybody should be attacking her for that. That was my whole
even if
fucking
she
thing.
did something wrong, that's something you deal with behind the scenes. That's not something you put up on a live, because the only reason you put it up on a live is to try and cancel somebody. That's it. So the only reason that this is going up on this live right now is because you're trying to cancel Covey.
Wait,
first off, I don't have an issue with it.
Wait. I don't think it needs to be like. I think we can all agree that she did something wrong and not have it necessarily. I don't know why you guys keep using such an inflammatory word like cancel.
I agree.
But
wait, hold on. You came in here and you said, I'm not going to be able to stop you from saying what you want to say. Those were the first words you said when you got on the panel. So you were trying to stop them from saying what they were saying.
No.
Mojo, I don't know what's going on here with you, Mojo.
I'm so confused.
Wait.
How did those two things make sense?
I'm absolutely against cancel
Was that supposed to be
in
like
any
a
way, shape, or form,
contradiction?
and it seems like it's coming from both sides in this room right now.
Wait. Can I just say something real quick? I can't stop. It is true that I don't want people to say slurs. I also can't stop people from saying slurs. However, those two things are contradiction.
I'm not asking you to.
You just said that those two things were contradictory, Mojo. You just said that those were contradictory, though. You just brought up those two things as though she was...
Wait, why did you?
Okay, I'm
why
so
did you bring up
lost.
those two things as parallels?
What things?
Okay, so guys, Mojo thinks.
Hold on, wait.
Stop, please. Give me 1 second, please. Mojo doesn't believe in any form of any kind of calling out, any kind of cancellation, anything. Which I think, I'm sorry to say, Mojo, is a little bit silly. There's such a thing in society as I think it is fine actually to call out bad behavior. I think it is actually fine to say that somebody did a bad thing. The problem
That's the whole point of debate panels.
The whole point of debate is to disagree and to call out things you think are wrong. But my whole problem with this cancel culture thing, and I don't call just holding people to account or disagreeing or getting up and saying things as necessarily cancel culture. My problem is when people take it to such an extreme and it's disproportionate to the actual thing, or that it's incorrect. Like with Z, I think that was just an incorrect assessment of what happened, or they're just disproportionate. Calling for Mercedes, for example, to be, or rather doxing Mercedes for saying hi on a 2-second video to old millennial. That's a ridiculous response to the actual behavior or the actual situation that happened. We have always been consistent that is our position, but I understand, Mojo, if your position is all of it is bad. I just think it's impractical and it's not very pragmatic.
I think the issue here is exactly what Hella L said in the chat, coming from Mantis is rich, because again, I agree. I believe that Mantis is a middle-aged, old-ass woman with the substance-induced intellectual ability of a 15-year-old child. And so I think that
Mantis is probably younger than Tashika. I don't know that, but she's not middle-aged.
Or are you just going to be a bitch?
Likely. 1 second.
Do you disagree with the substance of what I said, bitch, or are you just gonna be a fucking bitch?
There you go.
Because I can go there. I'm not opposed to saying slurs,
I'm literally about to agree with you. I'm literally about to agree with you. Anyway, like I was saying before, despite the fact that I still think all of these things of Mantis, what she said was still fundamentally correct. I just think the
Good
reason that
job.
you were
You know you
rejecting
can compliment people without being a fucking bitch, right?
Mantis, we stand Tashika. That's our queen.
I'm allowed to tell her she's being a bitch.
It was a part of the point. It was a part of the point. Is that whether I think the main thing is whether or not we like the person. I think what makes a particular argument, whatever makes people listen to a particular argument is depending on who the argument is coming from. So when it's coming from someone like Mantis, I don't think you're inclined to listen to them, right? But if it was something that you liked, then you would.
Is it because I'm white, Tashika? Let's see if you're morally consistent. Is it because I'm white?
Precisely. Anyway.
Now,
so,
see, look, this is crazy. First, we have a racist on the panel. We have someone who has substance abuse disorders, and they're saying that they have substance abuse, whatever. We have a bald man cammed up. Why is a bald man on camera? Someone turn off his camera. What's going on?
All right. All I'm saying is that just because you don't like the person doesn't mean what they're saying isn't correct, which is what I experienced that night with Kylie. Is it Kylie or Kyla?
Kyla, but whatever.
Kyla. Right.
Get it
so
right.
it's not girl.
I'm gonna spit out. Mantis, calm down.
Anyway.
Mantis.
I was just making a point. Shit, calm down.
But yeah, I do believe in calling people out. I do believe in, I understand that that's essentially what cancel culture is, which is why I pretty consistently said I'm not against cancel culture. I think that anybody who says they are always going to be inconsistent on that, because even on debate panels, the whole idea is that you're kind of disagreeing with people on bad ideas. And I think that is what I'm doing whenever I call somebody out, is I'm saying you have bad ideas.
You're talking about ideas, though, not actions. You're not trying to call somebody out and get them canceled. As a matter of fact, you are platforming them and allowing them to say what they have to say and just arguing with them, and you can walk away shaking their hand. A debate is not the same thing as coming on a panel and saying that you're trying to stop somebody from speaking.
This is truly the free market. This is truly the free market of ideas.
Yes, but I actually did invite Covey on to talk about it. She was in my chat the whole time saying I can say it because I'm black and I'm not talking to you. So I did try to talk to her about it.
And that's fine. You can do what you want. You can do what you want on your panel.
Wait. Can I say
another
one
panel
thing?
right now calling her out, which I think is disgusting. Hold on.
Then let me say it as a black person.
I just don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Let me say it as a black person. What she said was racist. It is racist. Just because that particular phrase contained the N-word does not mean that Athena has the right to call a person of another race the modified version of her slur. That is still a slur because it's a different slur now, because now it's a different phrase. That's wrong.
True.
What she said to that person was wrong. That's wrong. It's super wrong.
And on top of that, she's been running around telling people that both me and Mantis called black people the N-word with the hard R, which never happened. And she's been posting it all over the place. And so when she's constantly calling me out for this thing, I think it totally makes sense that I would come out and call her out for the hypocrisy.
She might be honest. She might be telling the truth about that, though.
Hato, if you have nothing interesting to contribute, fuck off.
I'm just saying. Wait, Mantis, why are you saying that to me?
That's what I said. She's probably right, but still, I think she can be right about this.
Wait. Also, I thought you guys were cool with slurs. Why does it matter if you said it?
That's not the point.
I have not said this. I don't know why you keep saying that. I have never said
Our position is actually not. I'm only kidding.
They're just pushing. They're just pushing for more consistency.
Yeah, they're not consistent. That's the problem. Those people are not consistent with their own morals and standards.
Consider some things slurs. That's the only difference. I think majority of the words that you guys think are offensive, I also think are offensive too. We all agree that there are slurs, and that slurs are probably bad, and you shouldn't tell people that it's an okay thing to do, to say them. Like, there's one slur that I think you guys hyper focus on that I think is silly, because I think it is I'm sorry, it's just not as much of a slur as you act. It's the arse slur. But other than that, for the most part, we agree that nobody should be running around saying these things. If we have, the way that you guys portray it is everyone is out there being
Hello?
Yo, what up?
Yo.
What up?
Okay, so in short, in long now, I don't believe in Black Lives Matter because it's more of respect yourself, and it shows that no one can disrespect you. It's more of a if it's like, for example, when black men say respect our women, but then they turn around and disrespect their women. It's to me, it's kind of like that in a sense.
Okay.
It's like, well, you say all lives matter, but then you're showing them that not all lives matter.
Okay. So but I get what you're saying, because there are people that can be what's the word, contradictory in that, like you know the word I'm looking for, hypocrites. But
yes,
I think one, of course, that's going to be on an individual basis, when overall like, you can't really get that across to somebody that doesn't engage in that type of behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
and I would think that when Black Lives Matter became a thing, it was more so like, okay, we know that there's intraracial violence. Everybody has that. So it's not even unique to black folks, right? So intraracial violence isn't unique to us, even though they be like black on black crime. It's like, y'all, everybody's human, and most of the crime and violence that happen is more than likely is going to be somebody that's the same race as you more often than not when violence occurs. So once you take that into consideration, meaning we're not unique in that sense, when Black Lives Matter became a thing, it was like, okay, black people, as being 13% of the population, are disproportionately having violence enacted upon them from people of authority that's not even supposed to be necessarily engaging this level of violence as much as they do. Now, I'm not saying it's never called for at all, but we've seen it to a point where it's happening too much. So I don't think that necessarily negates the idea of it, just because there's some black people that engage in violence against other black people, when everybody does that, but they're not also suffering from having a disproportionate amount of violence happening to them from authorities.
right. When I talk to people about Black Lives Matter, it's not just about getting respect from authority, or not being deleted by officers or law enforcement, things like that. They make it such a broad spectrum, like Black Lives Matter, we just need to have representation and we need to be cared for and all this other stuff. And so when then I ask them, okay, so in that sense, what have you done, or what is it that you're focused on outside of that makes it that you say Black Lives Matter for everything? Or when they're offered help, like I'm such a big mental health advocate for the black community. So when I asked them, okay, if Black Lives Matter, then how does it matter mentally? Does it matter physically to you? Or is it just, do we just stop at law enforcement? Because you're saying it's not just a law enforcement, it's the USA as a whole. But then when we get into those topics of like mental health and taking care of yourself and eating better and doing better for yourself and your community, giving back to your community, putting into your community, stuff like that, that's kind of where we stop. And so then I'm in my mind, if you're saying that Black Lives Matter, why does it not matter enough to us to make that change in our own community? We just expect for them to do it for us, or for it to just kind of happen. Like somebody is just supposed to magically come down and fix everything that's wrong with the community, and then they don't want to actually put in the work. That's kind of is basically trying to get an addict help, but the addict doesn't want to get that help yet.
Okay, so you don't think that, like, I think we definitely are owed the idea that those people are supposed to protect us, not kill us disproportionately. I think that should be fair. And once you start talking about, physically, mentally, spiritually, or every other thing that help black people, again, that's not unique to black folks. I think everybody as a whole are looking for those things. We're all looking for our government to help make sure that we're having clean water and food to eat, and the ability to gain medical attention when we need it, or all those things. Make sure our communities are safe. Those are things everybody, not just black folks, want to get and receive just like everybody else, even though there's reasons some people are deprived of it more than others. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think that's why Black Lives Matter as a mantra was kind of impactful and somewhat has staying power. You know, the organization fucked up the idea of it, but I think that the motto itself meant something. That's why it hasn't completely died away, even though it doesn't mean the same thing anymore. I definitely think that it's different because what it came from was a unique issue for Black people. Even though you can talk about like we should start wanting and doing better for ourselves on our own volition, I don't think it takes away from what Black Lives Matter was actually addressing. It was addressing the fact that people that should be protecting us are disproportionately harming us.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that the movement itself is wrong or we should take away from it because a good majority of Black people don't want to start to do better for themselves. But it's more of it's kind of like also with any movement with me, it's more of a, do you actually stand on business when you're talking about these things?
Mm-hmm.
If Black Lives Matter, when I talk to other Black people, if it only stayed with, we deserve not to be maimed out in the streets, then I could get behind that. But then they say Black Lives Matter, and it matters because of these reasons and all those other things. And I'm saying, okay, if it matters, did we put enough energy and time into that resource? Are we actually fighting for that right now? And if not, then I can't stand behind that. It's the same with the LGBTQ. They say they want one thing, and then when it comes time to put in the work and actually, represent that thing, it just kind of dissipates. It's more like they want it to be a very exclusive club, and they want to sound like they're doing something and being activists, but they're not really standing on it. So to me, it's more, I don't want to be associated with something that is very hypocritical or has a lot of hypocrites in it. Mm-hmm. Because now I feel like I'm a hypocrite. Because when the movement first started, I was very with it. I was like, okay, I can get behind this. But then more people start jump on it and used it for anything and everything. So now it's more of a, let's get into this cool club and sound cool. It's the same way like people started using Hotep and Queen and King.
Yeah,
and all
I definitely think more people are using it for stuff. Like, I personally feel it's fucked up, but I'm embarrassed to say it now. Like, because you're right. I do think that, like, a lot of things, words get bastardized into, like woke did, and you know what I'm saying? Like, stuff was supposed to mean something specific, and then it gets overused and used in the wrong times and settings, and then it's kind of like, I don't even want to use the word no more because it don't mean nothing. But I think in its inception, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm drinking pop, so
it's okay.
Yeah, I'll keep belching. So I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I think that I get that the word doesn't mean what it used to, and I guess maybe that's why you saying at first you was with it, but I think that at the same time, again, like, these things are getting attacked on different fronts. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Black Lives Matter was supposed to be about, disproportionate violence from the police. Now, when you start talking about what we're doing in our own communities, as far as how we take care of our women, how we eat, how we just treat one another on a basic human level, it's an issue that we can address, but it's not something that you attribute to Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I don't know if this is a good analogy, but it's a shot in the dark. If like, you could say, like, okay, I want to get physically fit, right? Like, so I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna start eating more protein. I'm gonna watch my sugars and my calories per day and whatnot. But maybe you have depression and you're not going to see a doctor about it, right? Now, you can't say, like, you're a hypocrite because you're not getting your mental health together, but you're trying to get physically fit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I say. I don't know if this is a good analogy, but I think it's like, these are two issues that can be addressed to meet an overall goal of being healthy, right? I want to be healthy, but I'm addressing my physical fitness while ignoring my mental fitness. But it doesn't mean that the physical fitness part can't be supported because I'm not necessarily addressing my mental health. I think that's kind of what you're saying. So like I said, I think that like this is a problem right here that I'm focused on, even though I have other problems going on and they should definitely be addressed, but it doesn't take away the fact that I actually am, I believe in this other part of my health, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's more of it started off great and then everything got attached to it. And so therefore I don't want to be associated with that everything. So I still believe in the movement.
That's fair because I don't say it. I don't even say it.
Yeah.
I get that. But I don't know if, I guess our reasonings might be different.
Yeah, it's just more of it's the same with the LGBT. I'm as gay as they come. Very gay. But like I'm pansexual, so I'm like very on the spectrum. Okay. But when someone says, "Oh, so you're part of the LGBTQ," no, I'm not.
Okay,
because
I think I
what
get
they
what you're
stand
saying.
for, right? What they stand for does not align with what I'm being told it stands for and where I want to be aligned with. Yeah, so it's not really. I'm not saying that we should not do the movement, but Black Lives Matter has so much negativity attached to it at this moment, especially for me, that I just don't want to be associated with it. So when they ask, I'm like, yeah, I don't support Black Lives Matter. And instead of asking, of course, they get very irate and they're like, well, you're Black. How could you not support us? And I'm like, I shouldn't have to support something so blindly just because I identify with that group. I do have the right to say, to a certain extent, you don't align with me. But I don't like what you're talking about.
So what do you say? You said it's associated with a lot of negativity. Like what part of it do you think is what part of it is associated with negativity? Because like I said, like I even get what you're saying. Like if people be like, oh, you're part of the LGBTQ community, even though you technically are, you're not like, that's not in your bio, and you're not like going to Pride, and you're not necessarily saying that you're a part of it. Which I understand that, because like me, I think people come onto my channel, whenever I talk about Black issues, they be like, oh, you're acting like a victim. I'm like, yes. I don't act like a victim. I don't even be out here. I'm not an activist. You know what I'm saying? Like, my identity isn't framed in my Blackness. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't lean on my Blackness for my identity, nor do I race bait with my content. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. Like, I'm Black, but I'm not like trying to be like a Black Panther. You know what I'm saying? So just like, yeah, you're pansexual, but that doesn't mean you have to be like, yes, I'm out here with the LGBTQ community. I get that. But what about BLM is associated with negativity? Because like I said, if we detach the organization, because I think that's where the most bad shit came from, versus just the motto and what it was supposed to stand for, what negativity came with it?
It's of course, the org, of course, but it's also the people that attach themselves to that movement. So when I talk to other Black people and I'm like, and I ask them, because I want to know, what about Black Lives Matter, or what does Black Lives Matter stand for? What is that? What's the understanding of Black Lives Matter for you? It doesn't, they never give me what you said Black Lives Matter stands for. It's always, we want representation, we want reparations, and we want this, and we should get this, and it stands for this and this and this. But it's things where I'm like, okay, well, this sounds more like a interpersonal thing for the Black community.
Okay,
you want more resources in the Black community, but this sounds something like the Black community can do ourselves, not necessarily has to be a movement or anything like that. But then it's also more of like them playing victim, in a sense. Every time I hear Black Lives Matter,
you saying they expanded the definition, and that's not what you fuck with.
Yeah, so I'm like, your definition of Black Lives Matter is not something I can stand with. So therefore, no, I do not stand for Black Lives Matter.
I think I agree with that. If that's your experience, I personally haven't seen that. I've always, when I hear Black Lives Matter, I just think about disproportionate violence from authorities. That's the only thing I personally associated with. So I guess if your experience is reparations or poverty, blah, blah, well, to be fair, some of that stuff ain't Black folks' fault. But yeah. If I guess if you're saying they use it as kind of like a victim card, I could kind of understand that. But I guess in my personal experience, I've only known of it to be attributed to violence from the police. You know what I'm saying? If you start using it for a catch-all for every black person, every issue that people face, then I'm kind of like, okay, that's not really what it was meant for. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not.
So, just to clarify, it's not white people. I'm having these conversations with black people.
I didn't
I
say that.
rarely. I'm reading the chat.
Oh, I didn't even read. Oh.
So it's more of these. I normally have only black-oriented conversations with black people. I used to do a podcast regularly before I moved to Kentucky, where I would hop on and talk about black issues, and at the time, Black Lives Matter was a really big issue. So every time I asked, it was always associated with outside. It was outside of the scope of what it started with. It was it was mainly used to just be victims. They play the victim. Like Black Lives Should Matter because X, Y, and Z, and they did this and this and this and this. And so then when I rebutted with, okay, so what, as you, a person that associates themselves with Black Lives Matter, what is it that you do to help the community with those issues you're bringing up?
Yeah, because that would annoy me. If you use it for something else other than what it was meant to be for, and you're using it as a crutch to air out your grievances, but you're not doing nothing, that can be annoying.
Yeah, but that's always how it was. The same with like I said, with LGBTQ and even politics. When people ask me what I identify as, I don't give a definite thing because, like we're seeing now, they're checking somebody that's supposed to be on their side. Mm-hmm. It's okay for people to change and to grow and stuff like that. Why does it have to be so? Why does the movement have to go so far
and
into
it's okay
one
to not
area?
change if it's not something that's substantial, you know, as far as your ideologies, you know? If y'all want to meet the same goals, like I said, they're arguing over words. People use.
Yeah, which is why, again, I don't support the LGBTQ. I don't get into politics, stuff like that. I'm more of like we don't have to use labels for everything. I know having the mantra and having the labels helps identify our points of view and stuff like that. But it gets to the point where the movement and the label loses its actual meaning because people get it and then either want to be victims, so they just kind of sugarcoat everything with that, or people use it to harm other people, and so it just kind of it escaped its original meaning. And so I was like, me personally, don't want to be associated with it.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah.
I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So just so we can end it on this, are you saying that you were fine with Black Lives Matter when it was strictly about disproportionate violence from the police?
Yes.
Okay. That's all. That was my thought. That was all. You know, that was brilliant. I get if your experience has been more than that, I get that. Like, that's annoying. It's like, all right, fuck all that. I'm not dealing with that. Because like I said, I don't be like, yeah, BLM. I don't say that shit no more. But I believe in what it was supposed to be about, where it came from. That's what I agree with.
Yeah, and I will, whenever, people bring up that stuff and they're like, this is an issue we need to address, I'm 100% for that. You lose me when you start saying stuff like that and then you use it for everything. Like, even, like, on some videos, YouTube videos and stuff, is black people doing something that they know they have no business doing. And so then they'll throw out BLM and all this other stuff. I'm like, that has nothing to do with BLM. You're actually in the wrong. But because you want people to see your actions as purely a race thing, now you're using it for that. And I'm like, it just lost all of its meaning for me.
I get that. Yeah, if that's your experience, it's like, yeah, whatever. I get that.
I don't have the best experiences when talking to other black people about the black community.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of emotion behind it. They'd be like, well, you don't agree with it, you don't like black people, like I had a friend that she was thinking way too hard, and she was like, well, yeah, what's wrong with all lives matter, because all lives do matter. I said, you're missing the point. You are missing the point. Oh my God.
Very much so. Yeah. Or because, like I said, I had a podcast, and every time I bring up that topic or topics in the black community, they were like, well, you're too well spoken to be black, so therefore you can't talk about it. But I'm like, I'm just asking a question. And they're like, because I'm proper, because I'm a nerd, because I don't want to watch typical black movies and stuff like that, they're like, well, you can't speak on black topics. So then I'm always met with hostility, or they deem it not necessary to actually talk to me about the topics. So they just kind of write me off.
It's funny. It is funny that you say that, because I deal with experiences like that, because that's the thing. Like, they don't, people always fight with me. Like, I have one video up and be like, you're Uncle Tom because I'm defending a black person when something has done wrong to them. And then in the next video, they're saying, oh, you think you Malcolm X or whatever because I'm you know what I'm trying to say. I'll have videos where if you just see that one video, you might think I think one thing, and the next, because I don't hold my blackness as my whole identity, and I don't agree with black people because they black in all instances. You know what I'm saying? And it gets annoying, like when I'm in person, and like I done went to a barbecue a few months ago, and they were like, yeah, black folks, he was basically saying, he's like, why we got Juneteenth? We don't need to celebrate Juneteenth. We ain't did nothing. I said, we ain't did nothing? Like, you really think, like, damn, we ain't got nowhere? Like, you really believe that?
And see, that would be, I just need to walk away from that conversation, because obviously we're not in even the same dimension.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's like when you're trying to be so black that you're missing the wins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, bro, I get it. Like, you want the best for black people, and I agree. But don't sit here and act like you'd rather be black in 1950 or 1932 than now. Don't do that. Let's not do that. And the simple fact that Juneteenth is not just a random holiday like Valentine's Day that don't really mean much. It's a national holiday. Like, more and more places are like closing. And yes, does it mean like, oh, now we're going to be in a better position as a whole? Not necessarily, but it does recognize the importance of where we were to where we are. It's an acknowledgement, just like MLK Day. You know what I'm saying? It's an acknowledgement of things in history that we don't want to ever lose sight of, you know? So it's a step.
And especially with them talking about erasing our history as a whole, why would you not be okay with that being celebrated? Why would you not? And not even that. Why would you not want to stand in solidarity? Just because I don't speak like you, I don't act like you, I'm not into the same things as you. But the moment I open my mouth is, well, you're not black enough, so this doesn't matter. You can't talk about it anyway. And I was like, I just need an opinion about it. I have questions.
Yeah. I'm not always I'm not for the black people are always victims narrative, and I'm not for the whole black people are better than everybody narrative either. I'm not with either one of those. I think there's a reality that we can agree on in between those extremes and me.
Yeah, well, I don't do extremes, so yeah, I can agree with that. It's always black and white for me. I
thought you said you don't live in black and white.
No, I don't. I said that wrong. I'm more of a rainbow person. Everything is a different shade of some type of color. Everything is not just black and white. No, black people are not perpetually victims. We do have some things where it is out of our control, but it doesn't mean you act like everything is out of your control.
Exactly. Yes, that'd be my thing. I'm like, yeah, like we understand redlining, we understand Jim Crow. Like, this shit ain't unbeknownst to us. But don't act like you're not in a better position than your predecessors. Don't act like everything that's happened to you is because of racism. Like, that's just not the reality of the situation. It's just not. You know, I don't even believe every time a white officer kills a black person that the black person was done wrong. That's not always the case. It's not every single time.
I get so chewed out when because the first thing people do is they'll say, oh, did you see that video of that cop killing that black man? And I'm like, well, what was the whole issue?
What happened? Exactly.
What do you mean? And I'm like, well, I don't want to just look at the colors, or like prime example, because I actually lost friends because of this. There is a situation where a white man did not let a black man into an apartment building. And so the black man made a whole ordeal about it. He was like, you're not letting me in here. You don't think I can live here because I'm black, and all this other stuff. And the white guy was like, no, I don't know you, and I don't want to let you in here because I don't know you. I don't know what you're coming in here to do. So that whole thing blew up. White guy lost his job at Google.
Damn.
And yeah, it came out actually that the white guy had previously lived somewhere else. and let someone into the apartment building. Like he just held the door for him.
Oh, he was like trying to enter, and it was like, I can't just let you in the building if you didn't enter yourself in, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Turns out the black guy was actually waiting for his friend. Like he didn't live there. He was waiting for his friend, and he was trying to wait inside at his friend's door.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the white guy explained that he lived somewhere else previously, and he let someone else in behind him. And that person came in, started an argument with his neighbor, and his dad heard the commotion and came out and got shot.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. On top of that, he was like, also in our housing, in our contracts for the apartment, it says we are responsible for whoever we let in the building. So had I let you in the building and you came in and did something, I would be responsible for that. But, and so when I was explaining this to people, like, no, he had a very valid reason. It wasn't because of color. He's reacting from trauma, and in his contract, he can't let anybody in. But they were like, no, that's racist because I've never heard of that. I'm like, go look at your apartment contracts. In all of our contracts, even at the university that I work at, is in the contract. You were responsible for whoever you let in. That is technically now your guest. So had a person came in and decided he wanted to beat up the person that he was going to go see, you would be liable for that. So a lot of people are like, it's basically a race thing for them. They were like, no, he was black and he didn't think that black man could live there and da-da-da. I'm like, okay, well, what's the point of even talking to you about it if all you see is race?
Black and white. Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, I really hate that. I really, even like with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing that happened, everybody, they was even saying like he shot black people, and it's like, bro, look at y'all. He didn't shoot no black person, and y'all just so ready to racialize every fucking thing. And they still, and even once people realized he didn't shoot black people, it was, oh, he still shouldn't have been there. It's like, yeah, he shouldn't have been there, but he still defended himself. Like that was to me, it was a clear self-defense case. You know what I'm saying? Of course, he had to go through the process, but come on now, you can't just be like white person bad. Like that's just you don't want to live in that world because that's actually where you came from. So why do it back? You know what I'm saying? It used to be black person bad. So if you know that's your history, why turn around and try to do the same shit? That shit is crazy.
Right, and I'm not saying that, it couldn't have been about race, but looking at the evidence that's presented in front of us, it's not clear. It's clearly not about a race thing. But y'all were so quick to say it was a race thing. This man that lost his job and probably can't get another one.
Yep.
Because he was doing what was in his contract.
Yeah, that's so fucked up. I would hope he get rehired. Damn, that's fucked up, bro.
Nah, he didn't get rehired. Damn. His name is kind of shot moving forward.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, but it's things like that. Every time I say, okay, well, what's the situation or what happened? They look at me like, does it matter they're black? And I'm like, yes, it matters.
Yes, it matters.
If I was in a jury situation, those facts would matter, and that's just how I operate. Yeah. I need to know everything that's going on before I just make a judgment about what happened because somebody was black or white.
Yeah. I always fight against those narratives. I'm about to try to hop in this TikTok debate though. I see they got a space open now. I'm finna see what they talk about. I appreciate you coming up, man. Don't be huh? What'd you say?
I said I got homework to do and students to yell at.
No, yeah, don't be a stranger coming up.
I won't.
All right. Peace.
Is like,
okay.
You're
Let me see what
extremely intelligent. Holy shit. But anyways,
I'm so confused. I had one argument with Z, and now anyway. So
I'm just because it's just like
well,
you're like
no. Just to be clear, you also had the I want all white people to die thing that was definitely a little bit more.
She could tell me whatever she wanted. Yeah, whatever she wanted. Yeah, she could say at this point she could say whatever the fuck she wants as long as she's just at least she's fucking consistent, and that is like
you can say I'm pretty inflammatory. I think it's funny.
Anyway, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, no,
it's based. It's based.
We had to hear that part later. We didn't when we first hear the first part. We don't know that it's just edgy.
I know it's the first impression.
Sort of shit. Yeah. So
you guys are
but once I
saying
heard you arguing with other people about whether or not they should have voted for Kamala, and you're like, I want black people to be better right now. I was like, holy shit, we finally. She's actually fucking smart. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But you guys are saying this like liberals don't do this too. If you don't adhere to every view. Like that, like progressives. Well, I think there's a difference between progressives and liberals.
I think it's a matter of just first impressions. Like if if I come off as super radical, they're gonna assume I'm radical. It's fine, whatever. Okay, so like,
liberals do what?
No,
Sorry?
I think she's talking about the. Kato's talking about the aesthetics.
No, yeah. Sorry.
Sorry.
I was saying that like sometimes if you don't hold their views, they'll be like, oh well, you're not that. You should vote. Like you're a right. You're MAGA. You're this. You're that. Like I've had like I'm trying to think. I barely go on Twitter, but the little time that I've been on there, I've had more than I think a dozen people be like, yeah, you're MAGA. Go with MAGA. You're MAGA. You're MAGA. Just because. I think a dozen people be like, yeah, you're MAGA. Go with MAGA. You're MAGA. You're MAGA. Just because.
Logic's you're going.
MAGA. Go with MAGA. You're MAGA. Just because.
What in the?
Hold on.
My bad.
Yeah,
that's not my
Logix,
bad.
you were echoing.
Like really bad.
I was just saying that I've had them say like you're MAGA, so that's your people, blah blah blah. All because I said that trans women are men.
Okay.
I never said that I ever. I'm pretty.
Okay. That's why I did it this way.
And see, this is what I mean, Mercedes. This is what I mean.
I feel that.
All right.
I feel that. I understand what you mean by like you can not. I don't agree with that, but
What just happened? Kato,
you mean
Kato,
No, they're talking about what I was saying earlier, where they call people out for things.
Holy shit!
No.
You just proved Wait, Tom.
They're talking
this is
about
such a good
people
learning
calling
moment.
each other out.
Wait a minute, but this is such a good learning moment.
Fucked up.
Why did she feel comfortable saying that?
That they're men.
This is exactly what I was just talking about.
Do you want to have the conversation or we? Yeah, like I'm not gonna overreact to that.
Wait,
I'm not gonna overreact to the thing she said. Like we're not gonna overreact.
Wait a minute. No. I'm not like going crazy.
Lock in. Come on, lock in.
This is exactly.
Wait, hold on. Is Kato? I just want to clarify your position. Are you right or are you left?
I'm left.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Like it would be like a hard day in hell for me to vote right. Like it would be like if the left is like pushing some egregious shit. Like,
are you a feminist?
Yes. Is there a problem with that, Tom?
Okay.
Well, no.
Can y'all hear the stream? I gotta make sure I don't put an echo.
I don't understand
TERF, obviously.
No, I don't understand the label of. I don't understand the label of TERF because trans people are included in feminism. They're still men or women.
They're weird. Anyway, so
like I said.
we can have the conversation. We can have that conversation later, but this is literally what I was just talking about with Tom, in which when you begin to have these conversations, it can very quickly like slide into people like Kato coming in and saying that fuck ass shit. And I think the fact.
Do you want to talk about it, or do you just want to like cry?
Oh my God, Mantis, are you? Please don't cheapen the conversation. Please.
Well, I was saying that like one of the problems is the reaction to it. I think a lot of times is that
that's
like
when
they think they're saying something that is normal, that if we have this like overreaction to it, to where like, oh my gosh, you can't say that. Like that is.
I'm not.
I don't think. I think we're freaking out not because she said it, but because like she came in here with a bunch of leftist ideologies and then dropped that. It's not because of what she said, but it's because like. It's like a conservative.
She said it like 4 times now. So.
I haven't heard it. That was the first time I heard it.
Yeah. Oh, that's I'm here.
Yeah, that was the first time I heard it. But
Lauren said it. Well, that's
not even what I was crashing at. That's not even what I was like. That's not even what I was surprised at. I think everyone like not again. Like, actually, no. That's like pretty much what Mercedes said. No one in this live who hasn't heard this person speak before assumed that they would say that. And the fact that this conversation made them feel comfortable enough and prompt them to say that is why people don't want to repeat or say what I have just said. The fact that opening up this conversation would actually end up inviting people like Kato here is what people don't want. Because again, for some reason,
why? No, but here's my question: is like I understand that is happening.
I'm gonna explain it to you.
Yeah, but I just want to. Yeah, okay. So why? Because I don't have a problem with having more people in the room having like disagreements and having like slightly off views for the like what you might consider the character.
From a most basic perspective, yes, having differing opinions in a room is always a good thing. Right? From the most basic bare bones perspective. But this is what a lot of leftists are afraid of, right? Is because, and I have to critique my own side here, A lot of us are dumb. A lot of us don't know anything beyond our own moral superiority in comparison to MAGA. A lot of us don't do the research. A lot of us don't know. Like, these people will say that like trans women are women and then that's it, as I would agree with. But people like Kato are going to exist, and it's either you're going to need to be able to shame them or disprove them. And I feel like a lot of time you're going to need both, and leftists only have one. And that's a problem. Shame doesn't work on people who don't give a fuck. And I don't think people who have a steadfast idea are going to give a fuck. I think we need to up the education of leftists. I keep constantly saying in my live streams, right? A lot of leftists they come in my live and say, oh my God, these MAGAs, like, they're so dumb, like, they need to go back to school. And it's like, wow, it's like you don't even realize that you were raised under the exact same educational system and that they can't read and you also can't read, right? I guess you just happen to care more about people or listen to others more. That's something that's like intuitive to you. But again, I think both sides have a huge education problem, right? And I feel like a lot of leftists would not be able to hold a well-meaning conversation with Kato outside, like with actual, like using actual data and logic. They would just like scream.
Every time they fail.
Well, Kato, and I have a question because I recognize your username. I'm pretty sure you've been in my live, like calling me like you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you've been in my live like leaving like mean comments in the past during like my. Is that you?
No.
Are you sure? Hell?
You can literally hold on. The only time I've ever watched you was like on YouTube replays when Destiny was on your panel. Let's relax.
Okay, then wrong person. I was about to push. No, wrong person. It's fine.
I would say it if I did. I mean, I have no issue.
Wait, can I respond to what this person said? Ali said, should we try to understand them first? You should want to, in order to have these conversations with people, you need to understand what they're saying and why they're saying it. That's like
part of what Tashika's
saying.
That's part of what Tashika's saying. So she was saying two things. Is one, that like being overly open and saying that you want to appeal to right wingers will make it to where they're open. They feel so open to say things that don't really fit with like what you would expect to be said on a panel full of left-leaning liberal or progressive people. And so but also she was saying we have to be capable of having those conversations as well. And so a lot of people, they would rather have a safe space, because as soon as somebody says that, the immediate response is to just shame them for saying the thing instead of actually having a conversation and educating them about it, because they're not capable of educating them on it. They were shamed into the position as well, and now they just want to virtue signal that they're better than the person than actually being able to educate that person, because they're not capable. They don't understand it well enough themselves.
Yeah, this has been my issue from the beginning. It's just exactly this. This is kind of where I think it's fine to like disagree, and it's fine to like find a viewpoint abhorrent or wrong or morally inferior, because that is what we're all doing. Like, we think our morals are superior. That's why we want people to adopt them. But yeah, like, it's just the way we interact with people just needs to change. So it all comes down to the way. And yeah, I feel like
I think another big thing. Okay,
more examples is set. I just feel like hopefully more examples of like leftists in the space, or people who are progressive or further to the left at least in this space, like adopt that and start actually having those conversations, and don't, because like I've noticed, and I understand that like Tom and I in particular got pretty severely like slandered all around the place and clipped and whatever. But I've noticed, like, say when Tom streams and he jumps on a panel, within literally like 3 minutes, there's somebody who jumps on, makes sure everyone on the panel knows that this person is a Yahtzee, gives them all the screenshots they've managed to like clip out of context and find that make them paint someone in the worst light, and then get them kicked off every single panel they go onto. And I think that I don't understand this behavior. Like, you call me a 16-year-old, like, I just think that's childish as hell. Like, why not just have the conversation about the topics at hand? If you have a problem with what's being said, then you can tackle it then.
Because I'm pro picking my battles, and I don't, so I think I'm not the person to have the conversation with you. So if you came on my live, I would kick you. I don't. You're still not entitled to me speaking. So
you're preaching how we should be better at communicating with people with different ideas, but then in reality, you would do the same thing.
Mantis, it's
I'm
not the
asking a
same.
question. I'm just asking.
I'm answering it. It's not the same thing. I think I can pick my battles. I have a right to still pick my battles. If I don't feel like I'm going to be able to have a substantive conversation with you, I'm not going to speak to you, and it's just that simple.
Quality, but I think it's the only way I'm gonna be able to.
Yeah, Logic's your mic is fucked. Also, Jaden asked what's going on, and I just wanted to let you know Tashika is cooking.
This sounds.
I'm gonna glaze you forever now. You can absolutely hate me. I will forever hate Tashika.
So I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem, Tashika, with like you, for example, saying, yeah, I don't really want that conversation right now, or I'm not willing to have that conversation, or I'm not prepared for that conversation, whatever. And you're like, I'm a liberal. Like you're allowed to not have people on your panel. You're allowed to like say, I don't want to talk to people. That's not the part I have an issue with. It's the shaming and the like, the bullshit around it.
If you're only shaming people, I think that's a problem. I think people need to know why they're being shamed, and if you don't tell them why they're being shamed, or give them time to understand that, and I tell you every single time I see you're a little ugly ass. So, it's like I think that shame just builds resentment.
No, you've never actually said anything. You're not going to be just insulted my appearance, which is really weird and childish.
And obviously, people are not going to like realize all the time what you're explaining, and that's fine too. But again, it's a matter of picking your battles. Maybe somewhere else in the future, they'll meet another person that is willing to have a conversation with them. For you, not me. But again, someone else said that like whether or not it is their responsibility or whatever party's responsibility.
I know it sounds shitty, but can y'all hear?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so like someone commented before about like whether or not it's our responsibility. I am of the belief that it is indeed our responsibility. People do not know what they do not know. And we can say that this is like the most connected part of our history as human beings. Yet again, we see that this is the loneliest people have ever been, right? People are the most isolated that they've ever been. Algorithms isolate us even more, right? We get to choose who we want to be around. We don't have to build certain skills anymore because the internet literally hands it to us on a silver platter. Our brains are literally eroding at the seams because the internet is literally performing basic processes for us, right? I think it is our responsibility. You cannot require betterment from people and then do no work for them to be better, right? I think a lot of time we always say like, oh, like, give a man a fish, he eats for... I keep saying this. You guys hear me say this all the time. You watch my life. Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for life. Yeah, but I need you guys to understand that sometimes the man in which you want to teach to fish for life needs the fucking fish now, right? He is starving right now. You need to feed him that moment, and then maybe when his stomach is full, he'll listen to you. So I think if you want to teach the man to fish, you need to give him the fucking fish. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense?
So you're saying you hear
like,
him talking real
random
very random attitudes.
I think I understand what she's saying.
I mean, I thought it was.
She wants to pick her battles, but I understand. What I don't understand is if you feel as though you understand the topic well enough to have the conversation, and you feel as though there is a responsibility, what are you choosing and picking your battles?
I tried to record it, but for some reason it only got 4 minutes, and I was on stream for like 2.5 hours.
Whether or not I think that person is
probably
receptive,
3,
because even though like even though I would say that I'm like a fairly intelligent person, I still may not have all of the aesthetics or rhetoric or things that would appeal to the correct people, right? I think we all have different skills. I think Mercedes does a good job at attracting people who are moderate to right wing. I think you have the same skill. I don't have that skill. As you guys can see, that like I speak much better to people who are on my side.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think okay, just real quick. I just need that there's like 20 people saying this in chat, guys. I never said that I didn't call Jaden the R word. I said I thought I called Irish that. But if people are saying that I said it to Jaden, then I believe you. But now Jaden's like, there's no if you did. No, it's if they are saying I did. I believe them. That is the
not if. Why are you doing that?
I know I called somebody that, but that has nothing to do with whether or not I said it. I know I said it. It's just a matter of who I said it to. If they say I said it to you, then I believe them. But I never denied it. I never denied saying this. So it's you guys are like TT in chat is just straight up lying.
Don't take the bait so often. These people are just stupid. Like they're just being dumb. They're obviously trying to be bad faith in the chat.
Sure,
They're clearly purposely misunderstanding everything that's happened.
Sure,
just to be like.
Here, I get it. Jaden just got here. They're lying to him to try to get him to get to.
Okay, is this audio? Do y'all just hear me and the video?
Perfect.
Mark, yeah, she's in Tom's community, but she is a Destiny fan. Okay, so it's no echo, but can you hear the TikTok video, DK?
So
not necessarily, just not.
Okay.
But who wants?
Now you should be able to hear me in the TikTok, right?
No one wants that, okay? So what I'm saying is, again, I think how we have the conversation is just as it's like a 50-50. I think how we have the conversation is even more important than the conversation itself. I think we should spend more time figuring out how to appeal to certain
I think there was a really good opportunity just before where somebody said something that was a little.
So the issue is, I just don't want, when I talk to them on TikTok, I don't want them to then hear themselves on my stream, which.
Well, wait, for who? For what?
The transgender conversation?
To talk to Kato about.
I just want to clarify my reaction to that was completely because I never thought I would hear a leftist take that position. It's not that I was just like, oh, let's shame her. It was more like, I get that. That's crazy.
I used to think that trans women were women, and then I looked in like history and the history of gender, and I actually like read feminist theory, and I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
It depends on what feminist theory, but again, I just feel like
I mean, probably not unless he's talking about something I want to hop on there and talk about.
I feel like it's this. I don't think this is the space to have this conversation.
I just
I think there was an overarching theme that we should be focusing on and not derailing.
Damn, if I talk, I think they're gonna hear my stream in the background, and I don't. That's gonna be fucked up, man.
Just talking about how you know, it's like. It just keeps happening.
Right. Here's my thing. Again, I don't think it is necessary yet to shame Kata. I don't think that it's necessary yet. Okay? I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong to shame people for these things either. I think that like a lot of things happen because of social stigmas that like that is something that is important as well. But when you first meet somebody, don't always like jump to the conclusion that there's somebody who's bad-faced or unwilling to have a conversation or unwilling to listen, or that like you don't want to be the bad-faced person either who's jumping straight into shaming somebody and being unwilling to have a conversation or unwilling to listen. And so it's I do think that is like a big part of with TikTok is that is what we see pretty much across the board is even the people who are willing to let right-wingers come on, they'll start with like 6 leftists. And then as they bring on one right-winger, they let them say one thing and then immediately just shout at them, mute them over and over, mute, don't ever let them get a word out. Oh my goodness, it's so hard to watch. I don't know how anybody watches it.
On here, I think something.
Tom, on TikTok, there are very few roaming righties out there. There are not very many. So we get a lot of leftists.
I wouldn't have a career.
Very few righties.
Very few righties. So right-wingers do the same thing. Right-wingers definitely do the same thing, for sure. Right-wing panels are the same exact way. If I go on a right-wing panel, they just mute me the whole time.
I think I'm going to just do some reactions, y'all, because I don't have time to figure this out. I might do like a test TikTok stream tomorrow or something to get all this stuff figured out. Maybe if Mercedes free, I'll pull her up, or Tom or Mantis. I'll get somebody to help me. I'm going to probably figure out this audio situation so I can do TikTok. Well, I can't do guests until I do the 3 days straight shit. The three days in a week. I think I might just do my reactions, y'all, because I don't feel like fucking up this audio and trying to figure all this shit out. I did it though. I believe I did this though last week. I was able to get into TikTok debates and stream. I just don't remember how I had my settings. I don't remember what I did with my settings though.
I start my day by doing 1v1s with any conservative I can get until there are no conservatives left, and then I open up a panel after that.
Yeah, that's great.
You know, I start every day.
You got a flag? Yikes! Damn, they took you out.
Who did?
Kata.
Kata? Oh, Kata.
Is it me?
No, Kata left. Because they got a.
They got flagged on their last account too.
Damn, you gotta stop saying that. You gotta stop talking about trans people. I feel like these are the types of conversations that we should be having, and instead of like constantly like infighting with each other, I think that we should discuss marketing and rhetoric, right? I don't should discuss marketing and rhetoric.
I'm gonna just.
Right? I think you can attract the.
I'm gonna just figure this out another time, y'all. We just gonna figure it out. We gonna do some reactions because I don't. This ain't even a conversation I want to have. Let's just get to the shits, man. Let's get to the shits. All right. So I want to watch this AbaNPreach video where apparently it looks like they're going to call out Andrew Schulz for his Trump. Someone with a brain showed up, start fighting with each other. Okay. Yeah. So, as y'all know, Trump is the president, and Andrew Schulz had him on his show and was a bitch about it. I would expect Andrew Schulz to push him. He didn't. He's a comedian. He should have done it. He tries to say podcasts in the future. He tries to say that everybody's a pussy and they just want to keep their name. And when I watched that interview on Flagrant, I was officially done with Andrew because I felt like he was on bullshit. Therefore, Andrew Schulz is a big reason. Honestly, 90% of the reason why I don't listen to Brilliant Idiots anymore. I used to love Brilliant Idiots with him and Charlamagne. And I stopped listening because Andrew started huffing his own farts. And it was just like, bro, you feeling Andrew's smart, but he started feeling himself way too much. And then I saw him fall into the right. And it's not just that you are becoming more conservative, but you was doing it for the wrong reasons. So I don't listen to Flagrant no more. And it's not because it's like, oh, cancel, but it's just like, bro, you're not even like, I saw Andrew is so much smarter than he's making himself. I've seen Andrew is so smart, and it just seems like I don't know what happened in his personal life or his money or whatever. Maybe Andrew got so much money, he like, yeah, I need Trump in this bitch. So maybe that's what happened, and I just can't listen to him anymore. I love Brilliant Idiots, but I just cannot do it anymore because I'm worried about what Andrew's going to say. So, and Abba is friends with Schulz. He's been on Flagrant, and it looks like he's probably going to call him out. Let's see what he has to say.
So a bit of context, ever since the Epstein...
Sorry. Fucked up my settings. As y'all know. Wait. There we go. Okay.
Stuff, a lot of people who... So a bit of context, ever since the Epstein stuff, a lot of people who, spoke on behalf of Trump, considering the fact that he's basically fighting tooth and nail to make sure the files never get released. A lot of people who are advocating for Trump are now coming back and saying some different things. They feel very strongly about his presidency thus far.
What's up, everybody? Apparently we ruined America. Nice. We were trying to hold the person in power, President Trump, accountable for not fulfilling some of his promises. And that was foolish, man.
Nah, you're an idiot.
That
dude.
was
you're
a
bad
foolish
person.
thing to do. Once you vote for somebody, no matter what they do, even if it's the exact opposite of what they say they're going to do, you just ride that until the wheels fall off.
Yes, double down.
Exactly.
Always double down.
Like, by the way, guys, I'm sure some of you have noticed what's been happening the last few days. I just want to let you all know right now, like, I'm in neither one of your fucking cults, okay? If you want me to be in your cult, you can go fuck off. I'm not in the Dem cult. I'm not a Republican cult. I'm a free American. I'll make my own fucking decisions, and I'll say whatever the fuck I want about whatever president is in power, okay? Simple as that. I don't give a fuck what you guys have to say. No, I mean it. It's like, but if you actually care about what's happening in the country, maybe you would want to talk to some different people, and maybe you would hope to build a coalition and move some votes back over to the Democrats if you think that they have a better idea for America. But obviously that's not what you want. But God forbid we shine a light on the people who...
You know what I'm getting a lot of? You talked to him, you platformed him, as if he was at 0%. And then we talked to him, and then he won the election.
Yeah. No, bro. Look, this is the cope. This is the cope. It's not like, oh, you platformed somebody that nobody knew, and now they won the election. No, y'all motherfuckers. Akash, I'll give him a little bit more than Andrew did in that interview. He pushed back a little bit more, but y'all came up there and glazed him and let him get away with so much bullshit. Didn't ask him any tough questions, which he probably wouldn't have did the interview if y'all did. Excuse me. They probably came in there like, don't talk about January 6th. Don't talk about the 2020 election, or at least don't challenge me. Like, I'm sure Trump said they couldn't bring up shit, and that's the way they got the interview. Because Joe Rogan didn't. He didn't. What's that young boy? The young boy. I don't know. Theo Vaughn. None of them asked him the hard questions. None of them. And then they're like, Kamala should have did Joe Rogan. Bitch, Trump that wasn't a free reign conversation, bro. So I'm not trying to hear none of this shit. It's not that you made him win. Y'all didn't push back. Y'all let him come up there for the access.
As if he had fucking no shot of winning. Hold on. People were like, this guy's a monster. He's not a human being. Then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Yeah, you humanize the fucking weirdo. You humanize this dumbass that's running for president. You humanize the motherfucker that escaped prison through getting a packed Supreme Court. Yes, you humanize this person, which assisted in his exposure and keeping him win. I'm not saying y'all the reason he won. I'm not saying if he didn't come there, he would have lost. But don't act like you weren't a participant in the victory.
I'll let you go first.
Well, it's just that.
Yes, Tron, exactly. I was so done with them. I was so done.
What is wrong?
I really think that's when I stopped watching Flagrant, because I didn't watch it faithfully, but I was like, yeah, I was done.
That statement. Without someone being at 0% or at 15 or at 50 or even at 99, you can contribute to that. You don't have to necessarily make someone go from unknown to 100%.
Right.
If you add a little 5% to a certain mass, a certain population, if you humanize them and you don't say the things that you were saying in front of them, then there's kind of a, where was the energy? Where's that energy? And of course, you can definitely do everything that you want to do. You're your own person, your own man, your own make your own decisions. Absolutely. But when you do those things,
I will say though, Mark, one thing I will say, I think that Abba did Destiny a little wrong. I feel like he did him a little wrong. I feel like these people jumped the gun. The accusation out the door was crazy. Like, it sounds crazy. A 19-year-old, you sending pictures, but as we learning more, it's just kind of like, I think it was, but I think a lot of that was for their just the optics. I think it was for the optics, because I feel like the Abba and Destiny were friends for a reason. I think they're both smart people. I think they're both normal, more or less. Destiny's normal is it's an internet normal, maybe I could say. For somebody that's been on the internet so long, he's maintained a level of normalcy that's most people probably don't like, but I understand him. I watch him enough to understand the type of person he is. But that's something I think Abba should have confronted him as a friend versus dropping him as a friend. I would have expected him to confront him, even though he's done it before. He's done it. I think he should have confronted him more as a friend than dropped him. Yeah, Papa Gut just did way too much for me. I like Papa Gut, and I still watch him. But I think he went way overboard with the Destiny critique after that shit.
You can acknowledge the ramification of what you're doing as well.
Okay.
That's just a fact. I don't see I don't see the big thing with that statement.
No. You're being too diplomatic. He's being a fucking rat. He's being a rat. Okay? If I say you stole, you're like, I didn't steal all the money. Nobody said you stole all the money. You're being a fucking idiot. Okay? You are. At the end of the day, did you participate in his improving image? Yes, that's it. This whole thing of, I didn't see all, what kind of defense is that? It's actually, it's so brain dead, you have to believe that Akash is doing this intentionally. I don't believe that's an accident. And then Schulz being like, well, let's play into this mind. Nobody said you guys are the reasons the motherfucker won. But you yourself know that you contributed to that, and you know it's important. Why? Because you guys keep talking about podcasting is the future. You guys got mad at Kamala for not doing Joe Rogan and doing the right podcast. And then afterwards, you want to act like podcasts aren't hyper influential.
It's hard to fly out for 3 hours to Austin, Texas.
Do you want to be president or not? Like, that's simple as that. Like, if she loses the election, I think a lot of people will point to the strategy and be like, hey, you didn't really reach out to America. I also think, like, horrible strategy at the end of the campaign. Like, she didn't speak to white people or Latinos the last month. She did the Call Her Daddy, That's White Women. After that, she does Breakfast Club,
The View,
The Smoke.
She did all the smoke. She did The View.
View is white women and black women.
She did Fox. She did CNN. She did a lot.
What are the other pods that she's done?
Oh, just Pod?
Yeah.
Pod, she did Club Shay Shay.
Club Shay Shay.
That's it.
Maybe there's more. Felt to me like a specific, first of all, it felt like there was no outreach to young men at all. And the biggest platform for black people in the world, which is the Joe Rogan podcast, and she chose not to do it. And I think that was a very foolish mistake.
Fun fact.
Yes.
So they know they have influence, and they go on these podcasts because it benefits.
Mark, you need to join my Discord, man. You be in tune with a lot of the stuff that we talk about. You need to join the Discord, man.
It's a transaction. They get views, they get name recognition, and then the person who goes on the pod for whatever cause they're going for, whether it's selling a book, whatever it is, they influence people. And then afterwards, you're sitting there being like, why are they acting like we had a big influence? It's like, I don't know.
I see what you're saying. My question was really just like, yo, dude, you're saying those statements like they were not true. They are true. It's not a problem with that. But just, you can at least accept the fact that, yes.
That would have been nice, Casey, but they weren't big enough. They're still probably not big enough to be on the radar. Plus, I think she would. Well, no, she wouldn't have made sense on Bridges. Destiny could have talked to Kamala himself. He's one of the biggest YouTubers on the left. One of, you know what I'm saying? And Hassan didn't talk to Kamala but I think that if Hassan actually supported Kamala, he probably could have interviewed her. I see a world that could have been a thing if fucking Hassan was like, I'm supporting Kamala, like I would love to. He would have been on their radar, bro. He definitely would have.
You did platform him.
But that's my point.
So
that's my point, though. He's not doing that because he's being a rat. You're trying to be diplomatic, but the truth is, this is blatantly dishonest.
Yeah, this is dishonest.
To look at somebody saying, hey, you're like, if you're being accused of theft and your only defense is I didn't steal all the money, why are you acting like I stole all the money? How is that a defense?
This guy's a monster. He's not a human being. Then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Let's game theory this, Akash.
Yeah.
Okay, we are so powerful and influential by simply sitting down with him.
Yeah.
Right? We made him president.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So one would think that if we are disillusioned by some of the things that he is doing as president, and we're upset that same influence might be able to make someone else president. So shouldn't you be embracing this massive influence?
Yeah, come to our side.
Claim we have? Yeah.
What is this craziness, bro? I don't know, man. These people are the reason why I think I hate most comics today. No one is mad because you guys are changing your minds. No one is saying like, oh, we don't hope that you try to do the right thing in the future. They're just saying, do you even realize what you did before?
What's good, Ali?
And your response to that is like, do you see how powerful I am? Well, shouldn't you be nice to me so that I can influence it in the way that you like? What is this response, bro? And look, I have a hard time because when you sit down with people and you listen to them and they convince you of their values and morals, you're like, cool. And then they do this like zero.
Yeah. I'm not saying that like he could, in a world where Hassan is destiny as far as supporting Democrats, Hassan's name could have gotten an interview with Kamala. And if Destiny wasn't as bombastic and edgy as he is, his name could have gotten Kamala, but because of how edgy he is, which is a problem of the left. They need to stop trying to be so scared of people that's a little edgy.
Accountability. I'm gonna just bury my face in the sand and just pretend like nothing happened.
But Casey, AOC and Bernie sat with Hassan, so they don't know about. Everybody don't know about Hassan's downfall. I mean, not downfall. His worst takes, his worst moments. Tron, I'm saying that Hassan could have talked to her if he supported Democrats with his name. Like his name of online politics was big enough to get that interview. I'm not saying he's as big as Andrew Schulz, but Andrew Schulz isn't a politics realm. So Hassan's politics being as big as it is on Twitch, he could have gotten it. Trump got Aiden Ross, and Aiden's bigger into a different demographic, of course. But if y'all so scared to go on edgy places and go on stream in real time, Hassan would have been a good person if Hassan was a good person and if he actually supported the Democrats. But since Destiny is so volatile, then that was tougher for them. But I think his name alone could have gotten an interview because of his support of Democrats.
It is just, it's probably the wildest things coming from comics, because when you think about it, comics are the most sensitive, the least able to accept criticism. But they spend all their day criticizing and insulting other people, and then they go and they tell them, why are you sensitive? It's a joke. You did this thing. You were shameless about it. And after the fact, when it blows up in your face, you want to go, why are you guys looking at me like it matters? I don't know. When I saw this, I'm like, bro, I didn't think I could dislike you more. And I only dislike you this much because I believed the fucking person that you tried to pretend to be before. But it's like you have zero values when I watch you unfold in front of me.
Yeah, I agree.
What is this?
I think that's true, Tron and DK. I agree with what y'all just
Because
said.
when I see someone do something like this, I'm like, why? You can just be accountable. Nobody cares. Like, we make mistakes. You know what I mean? We make the wrong decision. You just reel it back. You're like, you know what? That's my fuck up. I got duped. I played into the con, and I need to just maybe do some self-reflection.
And Andrew will never do that unironically. I don't think Andrew could humble himself to that level publicly over this, especially because the consequences have been so severe. You know what I'm saying? Like, I seen Andrew be funny, like try to apologize for something, but it's always in a comedic way, and it's a form of irony to it. But he can't really sit back. Even with him not accepting the fact that he fucked up, he's being comedic about it, which that's cool, but I don't think even if he apologized, I don't think he would try to make it so unserious. And that's partially what he did. He was like, we fucked up. But then they making these excuses. They acting like we're the reason he won. No, bro, you played a part.
Move on. Nobody cares.
The problem is
FD. I don't think FD is scared of Abba the same way I think FD is scared of Destiny. I think they're both scared of him. I think FD is scared of both of them. FD's go-to is race, and Abba would not go for that shit. And then it'll optically look good for FD if he did it against Destiny, but he knows that on substance he's not a better debater than Destiny. That's why he ran from them.
We knew. It's not like he didn't lie before.
He didn't have a first term?
It's not like he didn't have a first term. It's not like he didn't do some fuck shit things. It's like now he does nothing that he promised. Like he did nothing that he promised that he was about to do. Like, who is actually surprised of that?
And that's what's crazy. Like he said, who's surprised? They're all of them are saying, like, I didn't see this video, but I saw what Andrew said. All of them are saying, like, he's doing everything. He's doing the opposite of everything I thought. First of all, why are you believing the most prolific liar we've ever seen in politics in the first place? Second, what did he ever do the first term to make you feel like he's so great? Everybody talks about how they felt during his term, but they can't attribute why they felt that way in his first term. It wasn't because of shit Trump did. And they all like, 2016 was great. 2018 was great. All this shit. What did Trump do to make you feel so great? Unless you were rich and got a little bit more money, saved a little bit more money. Stop. So y'all are full of shit. He didn't do nothing to make you think that he was so great to pick him again. That's why you didn't pick him in 2020. So let's not do that. But because you felt bad, again, y'all attributing how you feel to the wrong person. Y'all felt good 2016 to 19 because of Obama, and Trump didn't do anything to the economy on a grand scale to make you feel better. Then 2020 comes and you pick Biden because you felt bad because of COVID and you blamed it all on Trump, even though COVID wasn't really his fault. But then you feel bad because of the effects of it come into play during Biden's term, and now you feel bad. And now who's president? This person. So let's blame him again. It's just this. I don't know if anybody that's just these voters that just go off vibes are gonna sit down and sit in their stupidity and realize what they're doing. Think about why you feel how you feel and look it up.
Like, it never happened. Like, we could run it. Do you realize that it's a run back?
I don't know Kamal. I don't know what's going on. I like his videos. I don't know where he at.
Like, we're running it back.
Yeah,
it's not brand new. And the thing that the thing that I'm like, dude, what are you guys doing? What are you guys saying? Is that Schulz is not dumb.
Yes, Bunny. Yes.
You're smart. Your mind goes very fast. You're quick with it. Don't tell me that you are surprised. You can't look at the result of the first term, and then you see this, and you think you don't see the correlation.
Hey, bro.
It's just that I feel like right now he's in a state where, okay, it's my last term. I'm already lucky. I'm going out with a bang. I'm doing whatever the hell I want. I'm going to show them.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with you. I think he is doing a lot of the stuff he promised. If you watch his interviews, he never said he was going to release the Epstein stuff. His people did. He never did. In interviews.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. They're confused. They're like, Trump ran on it. No, Trump didn't run on releasing the Epstein. The one time he had to talk, he didn't run on it. He said that he was like, yeah, when he talked about Clinton, he's like, we're going to get that Epstein stuff. He didn't really talk about it. Then in that Fox interview that they edited, where they was like, you're going to release the Epstein files, he said, yeah. Well, maybe not that one so much because, we don't want to, it's a lot of phony stuff in there we don't want people to know about and ruin lives, because there might be a lot of phony stuff in the Epstein files. And Trump did not run on that. All these podcasters and people looking to get in a position, we're going to get in there and expose the deep state and get those Epstein files out. You get in there, nothing's there, and now you're like, oh boy. There's nothing there, and now y'all ran on everybody thinking it was some Epstein stuff, and now you got the shit face.
He said the opposite. The stuff with the immigration, it's supposed to be just criminals. He never said that. He said he's deporting all them motherfucking illegals. The stuff with the Medicaid, he said he was cutting that.
He said he was cutting that.
No, I'm not going to sit here and say Trump in line. They know what it was. They just want to do an about face right now because they want to look like they're duped because they don't like the result. But he said he was going to do the tariffs. How is this not what he promised? I think that's a good defense for people like this because they can just say, oh, well, he lied to us. It's like, just do the minimum amount of research. That's just not true. It's not. And considering you have these super influential podcasts, you have hundreds of thousands of dollars, generate millions, you can afford to just hire a researcher to look into the facts. And don't ever forget the point. When Trump was in his face and he says, I'm a truthful person, Schulz laughed in his face because he knows the motherfucker's a constant liar.
Roll the clip.
Because I'm basically a truthful person. But frankly,
I hated the interview they did first time because they were cowards with it. They were. Let's just call a spade a spade. I think we could do that. They sat in front of the guy and didn't say anything flagrant, even though that's the name of their podcast. Why? Because they wanted access to him. And the reality is a lot of these comics say they want to be able to say these edgy things, whatever it is, because of free speech, but they get in front of powerful people and they turn into pussies. They turn into cowards and they don't ask tough questions. They say it's all about having a conversation or really understand the person, but if you're not going to ask difficult things, then really it's a fluff piece. And that's what they did. They gave him good PR. Afterwards, they want to pretend like it's not influential, but it is. And you realize this with most of these comics, they sit in front of these powerful people and they never ask tough questions. They don't hire a researcher, they don't hire a fact checker, they don't do none of this stuff. And then afterwards,
and that's what's crazy. It's like, y'all, that was the part I liked when they laughed at him. And it's like, okay, y'all know that he's full of shit. Why aren't you getting deeper into it? You're just gonna laugh at him. I mean, that's fair. It's like, obviously, like, and I don't know if Trump caught on to it, but they're laughing at him in the face, so y'all know he's full of shit. But then he's like, he's doing all the shit that he said he was gonna do. But then everybody likes to pretend like all politicians are liars, when I think that mostly all politicians sell false hope sometimes. They want to be like, yeah, we're gonna all be rich in this year, and it's like, bro, shut up. But Trump is a fucking liar. He lies about things that's already happened in the past. People that's running for president usually just give you hope for something that they probably can't achieve, but at least you know where their heart is. Trump lies about shit that we already can prove and validate, and y'all like, yeah, I want him to be my president. What the fuck? I don't expect politicians to lie about things that's happened in the past. There's even ways to massage the truth so you can be more receptive to it. There's ways you can do that. But you're just flat out telling the exact opposite of what history has already showed us. That's unacceptable.
Like, well, of course we don't.
He did not know
we wouldn't have the interview. They don't have the interview. You guys would not do a comedy show if they neutered your comedy and told you can't do 1,000 different jokes. But you're going to sit in front of the president, one of the most powerful people who influences people, who says foul things all the time, and you won't bite your tongue? That makes you a pussy. That's all it does. For a check, for some access to the White House, you decided to be a coward. Stop talking about all this free speech stuff that's important to you. Stop talking about the fact that you want to be able to tell jokes about trans people and all these minorities and be flagrant. If when you're in front of powerful people, you turn into pussies. If you get in front of billionaires and you hold back the jokes, you're cowards. And that's okay. But don't come out afterwards and be like, why are people calling me a coward? Why are people, I'm not in your cult or whatever. They want to have all this power with zero responsibility. Bro, we're just comics, bro. We're just here telling jokes like, I'm the dumb guy. I'm the dumb guy and Joe's the dumb guy. And we just talk to people and we influence billions of people, and we help people get things. We help them sell millions of books. How many times has people gone on these podcasts and the sales for their products have skyrocketed? Sure. How many times have these people been no fucking bodies and all of a sudden they get millions of dollars in research? These guys are influential. They change lives. That's why all these researchers and scientists want to speak to them. It's not because they find it riveting to talk to fucking Schulz. They go there because their books sell and they can pay their fucking bills. And then afterwards, these same comics go, oh, these young guys even plug their comedy shows. They go on these other podcasts to plug their shows to sell tickets. And then, why are you acting?
Who was a conservative, Mark?
Like we move the needle. Nigga, you move bank accounts by the thousands. I don't know.
You do.
But to be honest, I know that. That's why I say he's smart. I don't expect Andrew to necessarily be all the way a liberal, all the way a conservative, because you're right. I think he has a lot of liberal ideals, but I don't know what made him vote for Trump. I don't know. Like I said, is it because he's had a good run the past few years? It came into money, and that's why? I don't know.
Just kidding.
But I think there's a difference between a comedian and a jester, and you want to be a jester. You know, a jester could laugh at the king and not get his head cut off. I think that's the head cut off thing is really the accountability, and we don't want that. I want to laugh about everything and anything, and I'm just a jester. It's just a joke. It's just entertainment. I'm here to entertain the court. But yeah, I think we have to have like a accountability. We have to be conscious of the ramification that we have. You can't have 1 million, 2 million followers on different platform or on just one and not think that you have some kind of influence.
It was Adam Sosnick. He talked to Adam.
It's beyond me. You have people tuning in to you like you're the TV that was there decades ago. People are watching you in the views that TV shows with big budget wish they had. You can't tell me that you do not have influence. It's like if The View told me that they don't have influence. Sometimes we call them out on the stupid thing that they say. If they would tell me that it's not that bad, it's just, for entertainment. No, you can't tell me that these women that are watching you don't have influence on them. Any platform, as little as it is, you have an influence. You have a community. Yeah. So, anyways.
I don't know. I'll say this. I actually feel stronger about this stuff than I do the Fresh and Fit stuff.
No, we can disagree on that.
Like the whole comedy thing, I really bought into it.
In a way.
And the whole idea of comics, bastions of free speech, you push the envelope, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, word. And then I came to just peer behind the curtain. It's like, these guys are just mean when it's convenient.
I still believe in that. I still believe in that free speech. The free speech is just that I also believe in there's consequences to whatever you say. So yeah, you have the right to say it. But yeah, some people are going to be mad, and they have the right to be mad. And if there's something that has to happen, it has to be equal to what you said.
Sure, but this is like, this privilege is almost like the privilege that's given to cops. You stand a little bit above the rest. Yes. Which is okay. But when a cop does something, isn't it exponentially worse than when a regular person does it?
Exactly, it's 100%.
So that's why.
Oh, that's so funny, Bunny. That's what we was just talking about. When the police do something, it's extra egregious when somebody that has a position takes advantage of it.
I hate what they do way more than the Fresh and Fit stuff.
Sure.
Because
not saying you disagree.
Comics fought for this, right? They did this whole spiel where they were, and you see it on the news all the time. Why are we criticizing Andrew Schulz or Joe Rogan? They're just comics. They say it all the time. Yeah. But then you come to realize they wield their influence well outside of comedy all the time. So when they get criticized, they run behind the comic thing. But at the end of the day, a lot of what they do has nothing to do with that. So that's what I mean when I say I really hate this shit. Come on, that is the most.
You're smart. It's because you're smarter than that. You know. Like I've seen you. I see. Yeah, it's pretty much that. Like, because I know you're smart. You're not dumb. You know this shit. Nah, bro. You can't sell that shit.
I haven't had a chance to rock this one.
He changed?
We should rock the stuff that we got from Ethiopia one day, a specific event. Gotta do it.
No, you've been wearing this from the beginning.
Why?
I'm married. That should be looking fly, nigga.
Maybe this was at the front and he put it in the back.
But we appreciate
Ethan Klein has managed to make enemies with the most incompetent.
Switched. Yeah, man. I think I like that Abba called him out. I do like that because Andrew's full of shit, and that's
so. Bit of
why
context. Ever since the Epstein stuff, a lot of people.
That's why I stopped watching Flagrant and The Brilliant Idiots, and it sucks because I love Charlemagne, and I wanted to support Charlemagne, but I just could not. I couldn't take Andrew no more. It was to a point where it was just like, bro, you're insufferable, bro. And I was like, I'm over it because I just want to see as time goes on, we got the Epstein shit going on. We got tariffs probably finna kick in unless he bitches out per usual. You know what I'm saying? People's Medicare getting taken away, Link getting took away, all that shit. And it's like, all right, when we start seeing these real world effects, what news to? Oh, Tron, I didn't see Lauren Southern, but Casey sent me some Lauren De Laguna stuff. Taco, yeah, Ali. De Laguna stuff where she has it was a leaked message about the Destiny situation. Did something new transpire with Lauren Southern after Andrew Tate? Did something, if it's something not an hour, send it in the Discord. If it's something new, put it in the Discord, bro. But I'm finna go give me something to drink. Tim Pool, oh shit. Okay, what is it? Because I would love to shit on Tim Pool. Hey, Chris, what's good, bro? Yes, Flagrant's full of shit. They're full of shit, bro. He's full of shit. But I'm finna go get something to drink real quick, y'all. And I'll be right back. I don't know what to play. Professor Dave, no, I don't want to get y'all invested on something and then I gotta no, it's a lot of stuff tonight. Lauren Southern, Casey, you know, she said Andrew Tate raped her. That's what Lauren Southern said. She put it in her book. Yeah. So I don't want to play nothing that y'all get super invested in and turn it off. Y'all gonna watch yeah, oh, Casey, you missed that one? Oh, yeah, bro. She put it in her book that Andrew Tate did that to her some years ago. A few years ago. Trump not like us? Okay, yeah, I'll play that. Yeah, Ali, I'll play that. I just want to get something to drink. Yeah, bro. I think she was out with him somewhere. I forgot. We gonna get into it. But all right, y'all. We gonna play this. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'm thirsty.
Psst. I see mad people.
Wait, it's still fast.
Hey, catch up on the wall, yo. Hey, catch up on the wall, yo. Bonnie says they're on the desk. Where did they go? Pam down in the shredder room. That's what we know. Your story has more holes than your course in Mar-a-Lago. What's up with these lame excuses blaming Obama? Your whole party hates you, your hat, and your mama. How many names you got? What cat got your tongue? You forget your BFF Jeff who likes him young. Cover your ass and hide the files that you took. Come on, Donnie boy, let's take a look. Can we take a peek in that little black book? Can't cover up a cover up. It really makes you think. Redact all you want, boy, you running out of ink. Say Trump, I hear you like I'm young. So did what? Cat got your tongue? You thought the story ended, now that old Jeff's dead. Better pray a prison cell, hesitant in bed. You know the best words, the best people, everything the best. So spill the tea on your besties from the lowly to express. Not the only politics with freak off miles. Certified cover up, certified Epstein files. Wop, 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 wop. Trump really sucks. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. You know Epstein was the plan's designer. Bet your Trump's in the files in bed with A minor. Trump not like us, Trump not like us, Trump not like us. Trump not like us, Trump not like us, Trump not like us. Trump not like us, Trump not like us, Trump not like us. Trump not like us, Trump not like us, Trump not like us.
Hey, Ali, do you know, was that like AI? was that AI or was that like it had to be. There's no, this Trump is definitely AI. But these really look like puppets. These look like real puppets. And I just wonder how this got made. Using the Muppets is def AI. Ali, Chris, Ali Cat sent that to me. It's on the Lincoln Project page. That shit funny, man. That shit is funny. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're gonna watch this Lauren Southern, Tim Pool segment. Let's see.
From retirement with a new... Lauren Southern has returned from retirement with a new book called This Is Not Real Life, for which she has released a few select chapters to give you a sneak preview of what the book may be about. And of course, that sneak preview is the accusation that Andrew Tate had raped her at a hotel in Romania. The Rolling Stone's running the story. Alt-right YouTuber Lauren Southern alleges in memoir that Andrew Tate sexually assaulted her. Now, let me start by saying this. Full disclosure. I consider myself friends with Lauren Southern. In fact, I consider her to be like a decently good friend. Though
he can't say too much because they both got caught up in that Russia, in that Russia joint. He like, we're friends, we're friends.
I haven't seen her in years. She retired from the scene. We do have. She has been on the show several times. She has famously drunken whiskey, pappy as it were, from a paper cup, not realizing that is inappropriate. You can't do that. And so
I'm not gonna say nothing because I don't know the context of that. But that sounded like a discrediting comment. But I don't know what the context behind that is, so I won't hold strong to that.
I've got my opinions on this, and it's tough. This one really is. I've got knowing her personally. Being friends with, having many of the same friends, having been at many of the same news locations as her, and even covered similar stories on trips with her in the past, though just a couple. I have my opinions on this accusation, as well as many of the individuals I still work with and know, and the general sentiment is, ain't no way this story is true.
Damn. I don't know if she was in Romania necessarily. Do it say that? It says hotel. Yeah, I don't think they were in Romania. This was 2018. Yeah, so it wasn't, Tate wasn't being accused with everything. He wasn't, he could move around and stuff. But was it Romania? I thought it was another country, but not Romania. I don't know. But that was he said ain't no way. How is it ain't no way is true? How is it ain't no way when Andrew Tate has been accused of this so much and there's strong evidence? Very strong.
No way. Now, I'm not sitting here to try and defend Andrew Tate over anything he may have done. I can certainly give the man credit for his strong rhetoric, which inspires young men. The left can deny it all they want. They can tell me, they can insult me because they don't like that.
Bro, can you talk about the story? This ain't about the left. Talk about the story, you fucking hack.
But it's true. Clearly, the dude has 10 million followers on X and is extremely wealthy. Something he's saying is resonating, whether you like it or not.
Oh, my God.
Now, as to the claim that he had sexually assaulted Lauren Southern, even I'm skeptical of this story. I am. And it is tough, again, because I want to believe that my friend is going to write something that is honest and truthfully depicts what happened, but it's hard to believe, even with someone like Andrew Tate. So let's read this story and break down what's going on. Now, I will add that Lauren Southern is saying she won't do press on this. Other individuals that she's communicating with also are saying they're not going to talk about it. So she put out these chapters, made the accusation, and then that's the end of it. Buy the book if you'd like. But the general sentiments right now, not among the immediate close circle, like I know a lot of people who are friends with Lauren. I consider myself a friend of Lauren. The outside of that sphere, the attitude is she's just selling a book. Now, I don't mean to impugn the honor of Lauren, but I'm just going to read through the story, let you know that this is a subjective case. I know this person, and I'll give you my thoughts on the matter. Rolling Stone says alt-right YouTuber Lauren Southern alleges in memoir that Andrew Tate sexually assaulted her. I want to stress, Lauren is not alt-right. That's just so cringe. Lauren has never been alt-right. She's always actually been fairly moderate right. And alt-right is defined by the AP style guide as white nationalist. So certainly, Lauren, they're like, I don't know how you even describe it. Probably a similar space to most of us. We recognize that there is a tie between certain races and cultures due to the historical growth trends of those periods in those countries. But Lauren is not someone who's ever advocated for the United States to get rid of brown people and become a white nation or anything like that.
I can't argue this. I don't know a lot. My only knowing of Lauren is when she was like debating Destiny. I've never consumed Lauren's content on her own, so I don't know a lot of her positions. So I don't know if she's moderate, alt-right, or anything. Yeah, Ali, I don't know how serious Tim is when he say he's liberal. I don't know how serious he be, but I think he mostly says he's moderate, right? Or I think there's no way you're a liberal and vote for Trump though.
Or to have a white nationalist homeland or anything like that. Certainly, there's an argument about Europe and indigenous that certain white identitarian groups have made. But I digress.
Oh, she's a race realist, then she's all right. If she's a race realist, she's all right.
Lauren Southern, the Canadian YouTuber, was once a rising star on the far right thanks to her hardline anti-immigrant and anti-feminist views, but later retreated from the scene, has alleged in her new self-published memoir, This Is Not Real Life, that she was sexually assaulted by embattled misogynist influencer Andrew Tate in 2018 when she was 22. I don't understand the timeline. I was hanging out with Lauren around the same time. Anyway.
Wait, because you hung out with her, that didn't happen? What the fuck is that? First of all, that woman is young. Shit. She was 22 in 2018. I thought Lauren was older than me, bro. That's fucked up. I thought that woman was older than me. She's young as hell.
The accusation detailed in excerpts Southern shared on her Substack page Tuesday.
She's not even 30 yet.
To an already lengthy list of allegations, etc. In the chapters published on her Substack, Southern describes traveling from the UK with British Islamophobic activist Tommy Robinson to Romania around February 2018. What was I doing in February 2018? To meet with the Tates and their team about a supposed opportunity to launch a new right-wing media venture with the siblings' investment. Nervous of the lack of preparation for a pitch and because she alleges Robinson was heavily impaired by cocaine that he managed to smuggle aboard the plane. I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. Look, man, I've not talked to Lauren about this. I'm just going to say outright, in her writing, where she mentions that he was doing cocaine over and over again, the only actual thing I can discern from what she wrote is that Tommy went to the bathroom a couple of times. Now, by all means, maybe she's not, I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying I personally don't find the sufficient evidence to claim that Tommy Robinson was coked out of his mind. I've met the guy. Not that I think I met Tommy one time. I've covered a bit of his story. Again, I have mutual friends and people that I work with who know Tommy, and they're like, the general sentiment is like BS. Like, to write a story and say, Tommy went to the bathroom many times because he was doing coke. It's like, well, he went to the bathroom many times, but maybe he just ate too much Taco Bell. Okay, I don't know.
Why are you trying to run so much defense? Like, I'm not saying you have to just believe her on his face, but you are. He said he's not trying to defend Tate. To be fair, they're talking about Robinson right now, Tommy, but you're running defense. Why aren't you just digesting the information in whole and then saying something? Because you're running you're like, he could have just been eating too much. It's just like, bro, read the story. And then on top, imagine defending an alleged rapist of rape, like defending that he didn't do it. It's like, bro, when the Diddy accusers was coming out, it was like, I'm just waiting and see. I'm not running defense. Now, if there's 70 people, it's like, yeah, okay. But Lauren actually gave details. It wasn't like she didn't hop out with this as a lawsuit. She apparently went to the police when it happened. She did what everybody say. Why don't they go to the police? She did it. She actually went to the police when it happened. She didn't wait. She just now put it in a book, but she didn't wait to go to the police. She didn't come out with a lawsuit just trying to get money. You know, that is a little bit more questionable when it be like, I'm coming out with a lawsuit because this man did something to me. You know what I'm saying? That's when you raise the eyebrow, you know? So this ain't what happened in this situation. So why are you defending Tate so hard?
I wasn't there. I just find that hard to believe. He smuggled coke on a commercial aircraft? Like, I don't believe. Like, come on, that's crazy.
Why?
Southern recalls being surprised by the
Why is wait, people do coke. Why is he saying it like these celebrities? No, so I don't know if Tommy Robinson is considered a celebrity, but these people do cocaine. Why is he acting like that's so? Oh, what? This is like people do coke.
Tate, whom she did not know at the time, when they turned up at the airport in Bucharest, two sharply dressed men leaned against polished sports cars, she writes, saying they stood out like sore thumbs against a washed-out Balkan backdrop. Andrew drove something to
Tron, that makes sense. You said, Tron said it's probably because the whole tenant scandal and Lauren walked away, so he's bitter about that. So instead of being neutral, he's going to emphasize being her friend, but being skeptical of the story even. Yeah, because it gives the facade of being unbiased, because this is my friend, but I'm going to challenge these accusations. But like you said, Lauren didn't get a lot of the backlash for the Russia scandal. She didn't. It was Tim. It was Benny. Of course, Lauren Chen and her husband is out of there. But yeah. Tim. You're right, Tron. He probably planned this a certain way on purpose.
To a dinner for just the two of them in a steakhouse, she claims, and was excessively complimentary of her work, flirtatious, and somewhat charming. She notes that they really did get along during these conversations, though eventually, she adds, things started to feel off later. feel off. Later, she, Robinson, and their video team were taken to the Tate's compound, which Southern describes as a building that looked like it had been designed by edgy Reddit mods and anime nerds turned Mary Kondo minimalist fanatics, with an imposing samurai statue for decoration and a small army of crypto bros studying market fluctuations on their computer screens. It almost seemed like the brothers were the muscle and drivers, while the crypto guys were the ones doing the actual work, she writes. She basically goes on to say that instead of talking about a strong investment, they made propositions on a crypto token, the Freedom Coin or something like this, that Freedom Token, that they could promote through the media venture, which would generate lots of money and things like that. And she was concerned that it wasn't actually a real business meeting. She says, basically...
Wait, Allie, are you saying that in the book it's unbelievable that it happened, or what happened is so crazy it's unbelievable? Like, do you believe Lauren or no, Allie? If you read a book, you would know more. I didn't read it anyway. I read the excerpt she put out for free. I didn't read the book. I read the section about Tate. That's it.
Where the group returned to their hotel, convinced they'd blown it. The Tate's message they want to talk more with Southern. She returned to the compound, where she claims Andrew demanded a photo with her and posed with his hand wrapped around her waist like we'd been dating for years. She said, come on. Like, Andrew Tate said, come here, let me get a photo and put his arm around you. This is why Keanu Reeves did the hand floating thing. Do you guys remember the story where Keanu Reeves wouldn't touch women? It's because you get stories like this, but I digress. I digress again. She says that she told them she didn't want to go out unless Tommy and her other producers were there, but Andrew assured them they would be. She says they went to a nightclub. She had a cocktail and a shot of liquor before feeling nauseatingly drunk and having someone carry her to her bathroom.
I'm so stupid, Allie. I thought you said unbelievable. You said believable. I'm sorry.
Which I feel like the obvious insinuation is that she was drugged. She vomited at some point after, she claims. Andrew carried her to a car, drove her back to a hotel, and then carried her up to her room. There, Southern alleges Tate asked to sleep beside her on the bed, to which she agreed while incredibly intoxicated. Once again, here's the challenge. Claiming that, I agreed while I was so drunk is a very feminist thing to do. Yes.
Bro, he just keeps trying to discredit her. And I said this to N3on. Everybody don't know this. I said, Lauren's behavior gives me, I'm actually a liberal woman at heart, but she's been indoctrinated to believe she's supposed to be conservative because it's right and correct and what you're supposed to be and the way you're supposed to live in order to be happy and successful. Lauren probably at the core is a liberal. Why do I believe this? One, she was attracted to Destiny. And to my understanding and what I've known of his public experiences, liberal women is who's attracted to Destiny the most. This is the only person that's a conservative that like Destiny. Two, you're getting drunk with random men in another country. Pretty fucking liberal. Three, you got divorced after all of these escapades with your husband. She's probably a liberal woman trying to make herself be conservative, but at heart, that's not what she really wants in her soul. So, and then Tim Pool, instead of being just a little bit more critical, his form of being critical is just fucking thinking she's lying, I guess, because he's not taking it at face value. But you're just saying, you're discrediting her for everything that she's saying. And it's not so unbelievable when A, we're talking about Andrew Tate, and B, she's not giving every detail. Like, I was wearing a red skirt and a white halter top, and we were in room 27B, and we were that's when you be like, all right, bro, all these details you're lying. She's just generally stating what had happened, which isn't unbelievable, and it sounds like the other stories other women had. Typically, these type of people do engage in the same type of behavior that's why serial killers, they usually do the same shit every time. So, and of course, I'm not saying he's a serial killer, but he's a serial you-know-what. So, yeah.
I was so inebriated that I invited him to sleep in my bed. He kissed me. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't looking for it, but I kissed him back briefly and told him I wanted to sleep. I was extraordinarily tired. He wanted to go further. I said no, very clearly multiple times, and tried to pull his hands off me. He put his arm around my neck and began strangling me unconscious. I tried to fight back. He repeatedly strangled me every time I regained enough consciousness to pull at his arms. I prefer not to share the rest. It's pretty obvious. It's not, actually. It's not obvious. Is the art, was it that they had a rough makeout? Look.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate these people. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh. Yo, and I'm not even a believe all women guy, but damn it, when you tell me when it's Andrew Tate, a rough makeout, dog. Let's not forget Andrew likes him young. Andrew likes him young. This isn't new for his behavior. Like, rough makeout. And you know what's crazy? She's not even making herself the perfect victim. She said she was drunk as fuck. So that right there gives other people like him the room to be like, well, she was drunk. She probably wanted it then, and now she's turning around and saying she didn't want it. You know what I'm saying? But no, she's laying out what happened. If she wanted to make it seem like this is just, I was literally, this man took advantage of me violently, blah, blah, blah. She's like, I was drunk as hell. So therefore, it's more believable that she got in a compromising position, that she was drunk and then this happened. You know what I'm saying? That honestly makes it more believable versus like, he beat me and slapped me around the room and I was trying to get away, but he locked the door and pulled me and threw me on the bed. She's not even laying it out in that sense. She's laying it out in a way that more often than not, this shit probably happens. This sounds like the standard instances of women being taken advantage of. Being overly drunk, and then you got somebody that sees an opportunity and clearly has this pattern of behavior and takes advantage.
With all due respect,
it's not
when I read
even
this,
that
it's like, it's not pretty
fantastical.
obvious. I understand the insinuation, sure, but we don't actually have any accusation. We know what the insinuation is, but Lauren has not.
Yeah, right, Mark. She even said she kissed him back. She didn't even play it like she didn't play a small role. You know what I'm saying? But she makes it clear she didn't want it, but she's not making herself a perfect victim.
That explicitly, that's what happened. This wasn't a case of mixed signals or intoxicated blurred lines. I fought back. I was pleading. I just didn't realize there was a point of no return, a moment where my voice would no longer have any power. By leaving all of that out of it, she's effectively indemnifying herself from defamation. If Andrew Tate says she insinuated, well, to be fair, that's not necessarily correct. But if he says she accused me of rape, she can say, I absolutely did not. I said he was being rough with me in bed as we kissed. And that's kind of the argument. Though it probably wouldn't fly because everybody understands the insinuation is. Years later, she would read a Vice News report about how Tate had been arrested on suspicion of rape in the UK in 2015, with one alleged victim telling the outlet that Tate had strangled her on multiple occasions. In the aftermath of the assault, Southern explained she tried to minimize the incident in part because she felt that her anti-feminist brand precluded her from coming forward as a victim. I wouldn't have believed another woman who made these exact set of claims. I gotta be honest, most people still don't.
Wait, what?
Tommy Robinson has come out.
Wait, what?
He posted a video, I gotta be honest, precluded her from coming forward as a victim. I wouldn't have believed another woman who made these exact set of claims. I gotta be honest, most people still don't.
He thinks most people don't believe what happened to Tate is true, or does he just believe the people that support Tate don't believe it? I think the average person that would be informed on Tate would believe it. He is on camera admitting to this behavior. Can we not act like that? Like, let's grant that Andrew Tate has been lying about all of his escapades on camera. Let's say he's lying and then none of that shit is true. Why the fuck are we even defending a person that would make up these type of lies and not say it like I'm just joking or say it ironically or whatever? Or you know what I'm saying? He either did it or this is a liar on the levels of Trump, but worse because he's admitting to crimes on camera. Why are we entertaining somebody like that? Why are you looking at him as somebody that men should look up to? What is there to gain by defending a man that either A, is admitting on camera to doing heinous crimes, or B, being the most prolific liar after Trump, before Trump, and lying about committing crimes that nobody would accept you for committing? There's no world where Andrew Tate is an acceptable person to look up to or defend. So tell me, Tim, which one do you prefer? Which world do you prefer? Do you prefer the world where Andrew Tate is lying and every woman that said he's done something to them is a piece of shit because they lied on him, or the world where he actually did the shit that he said he does on camera? And I don't know. Even the footage from Big Brother, what he did, where he said they were role playing. I don't know. I can't say, because part of me feels like if you're knowing you're being recorded and you're doing that, is it consensual for real, or were they just, that's how they get down? I don't know. But just like Diddy, what I seen him do to Cassie, I believe he's done a lot of fucked up shit. I don't think that at this point he's been proven to not do what he was being accused of. I think the feds just overshot the case. But, you know, when people tell you who they are, believe them. That's all it comes down to.
Tommy Robinson has come out. He posted a video refuting this outright. Andrew Tate has issued a statement saying it's absolutely not true, saying that this is what women do. They'll take.
Andrew Tate has said everything is not true. He said everything he's being accused of is not true, even though some of the things he's being accused of, he admitted to on camera. Like, come on, bro. You believe in Andrew Tate? Why?
Consensual acts and then claim retroactively that it was assault. Tommy Robinson said the very next morning, because he was in the hotel right beside her, she was kissing him as they were leaving, not something you'd think would be happening with someone who was just sexually assaulted or raped.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't, again, the perfect victim. They want everybody to behave correctly, and it's just not realistic. Everybody don't behave correctly. And if you even have this wait, did he say Tommy said that or Lauren? Who? Because if Lauren said it, I don't like the idea of wanting her to be a perfect victim. And if Tommy said it, why are we believing him when he's not an assailant, but I don't want to say an accessory to the crime, but he was there and he's not innocent. He ain't like help her. So who are we believing and why?
Saying that this is what women do. They'll take consensual acts and then claim retroactively that it was assault. Tommy Robinson said the very next morning, because he was in the hotel right beside her, she was kissing him as they were leaving, not something you'd think would be happening with someone who was just sexually assaulted or raped.
Okay. So he's just listening. He believes Tommy, but fuck Lauren. Tommy's telling the truth. Fuck Lauren. Again, I don't know for a fact, but I would not be running defense for Andrew Tate. That's not what's going to happen. Her story is believable. He has a pattern of behavior. And even if I was doubtful, I'm not defending Andrew Tate. I would just be like, we'll just sit back and watch what happens. I will read the article. If you truly don't believe Lauren, read the damn article and say, Tommy Robinson is I think he's a white nationalist too, if I'm not, Mark. He's a white nationalist, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's been to jail for like something. I could be wrong. I might be mixing him up with somebody. I forgot exactly. He did somebody that just he ain't shit.
Take it for what it is. The following year, Southern announced her retirement from activism, indicating she wanted to return her attention to academia and in-person relationships.
Ali, I think he
Then
is.
far-right troll Miley Yiannopoulos published a piece smearing her, asserting that Southern had been a secret leftist all along and sexually manipulated unnamed men in order to advance her career as a political commentator.
Wait,
Southern
DK, Tim Miller or Stephen Miller?
Claims she soon got word that Tate was telling his private online networks.
Yes, Bunny, and that's why I didn't find the words, but yes, I believe that too. I think some people don't realize what's happened to them until like they fully like the next morning. You might be in denial, or you ain't really processed how shit played out, especially if she was so drunk. She might not know how everything played out right off top. She admitted to being super drunk. So that doesn't mean she woke up. And to be fair, there's a world where she might have wanted to be with Andrew that night. There's a world that she maybe wanted to, and that part didn't happen. He blew past it and ruined it. She might have wanted it, but he went about it completely wrong. That's possible. She might have woke up like, oh, maybe I had sex with Andrew Tate. Well, that's what I wanted to do tonight, and kissed him in the morning. And upon further reevaluation, she's like, I'm bruised. He choked me. I don't like being choked. How did it start? Did we make sure we agreed to this? And she might have realized this didn't happen in the way I wanted it to. I don't even remember the shit or something like that. Or, you know, it's just a myriad of things that could play out. There's a world she could have wanted to be with Andrew, but he took it to another level. So, and that doesn't take, you can want to be with somebody and they can take it from you. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, or she could have felt like she was drugged or something. It's just a lot of things that could have played out in this. That beanie stank. What?
he was one of the sources for Yiannopoulos' piece, and joking that he'd never had any intention of funding the media project she and Robinson had tried to pitch in Bucharest. Writing a group chat message, do pimps give girls money? Yes, they do. What, Tate? They do. Like, what are you talking about? Well, I don't get it. Like, yes, they buy them fancy clothes and they give them stuff. They take a lot of the money. Southern claims she later realized that Tate had messaged her on social media a year before they had been introduced, and she had casually corresponded with him like any other fan. But she hadn't connected the dots when they came face to face. She was left wondering if Robinson was in on a setup to make her available to Tate. Was I trafficked? WTF? Oh, please. Dude, come on. This is brutal. And,
Mark.
Oh, man. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I was like great friends with Lauren Southern and we hung out all the time. But we did hang out. I did consider us to be friends. You know, I don't know. This just like seems.
Bunny, you're not the only one that said that. Somebody, I don't know who it was, but somebody said the same thing. Bunny said she might have also wanted to protect Andrew because of her beliefs and political alignment. That is very much true and should be taken into consideration. Very much so. In 2018, she was still on this right wing ideology shit, like pushing that narrative and defending men at all costs and anti-feminism and women play victims and all that shit. It is very much so that she did not want to speak out because of what could happen. And now she's a new person. But she did go to the police, and Andrew wouldn't be the one to put this out in Front Street. So that shit would have all happened behind closed doors, and she would have been willing to keep it behind closed doors to keep up the narrative.
It's kind of nuts, to be honest.
Allie, I wish I was I wish I had the type of patience Destiny and Tom have to do that shit on stream. I feel like that's when I tune out to them. I do my information off stream. Like, I gain most of my information off stream. I just cannot sit on stream. I feel like I want to entertain y'all, and I can't read and listen to books on stream. But I am going to inform myself more about what she said, though, Allie, for sure.
Now, don't get me wrong. There are some dirty, deceivious people behind the scenes. So there's probably some truth to these stories. But come on, the idea that Tommy trafficked Lauren to Tate, you know what, man? She concludes, I don't...
Wait. Is that the claim that Tommy trafficked her? Is that the claim? Because... Is that the claim?
Deceivious people behind the scenes. So there's probably some truth to these stories. But come on, the idea that Tommy trafficked Lauren to Tate, you know what, man? She concludes, I don't hate Andrew. She expressed the belief that she might yet change as a person. I hope he becomes...
Bunny, if I get to doing this shit full time, then absolutely. It'll be no reason not to. But I can't do this full time yet. So when that day comes, I will definitely research shit on stream.
Becomes the soul he could have been instead of the one consumed by his vices. Whether behind bars or free, but I don't think he even realizes he's been consumed. Like somebody in his position, he's likely never let himself dig that deep because there's too much pain waiting there. Well, I'll let you guys in the secret.
And I'm going to do that with y'all help if y'all like the stream and sub, man. If you in here and you ain't sub to the channel, make sure you sub to the channel and like the stream to help get it out to more people. Make sure you like the stream.
Andrew Tate had reached out to me, I think in like 2016 or so. He's prominent on X. Not very many followers, to be honest, but like tens of thousands. And he had hit me up about some kind of media venture. Unrelated to anything. It was just like, let's go on the ground. I can't remember exactly what it was. Fairly innocuous. That's why I'm like, this timeline's crazy. Within like a year or 2 years of him having like 40K followers, he's got hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, and he was super wealthy and successful. Now, Southern accused him of crypto pump and dump schemes, which like...
Fuck the quartering.
Listen... You know, here's the post she made. I'm going to say this. A lot of this is written with the context of hindsight.
I want them to like and sub, not run.
It's easy to line up stories and say, Tommy Robinson was doing coke. No, hold on. She wrote that he was going to the bathroom a lot. Like, did she witness him doing cocaine in the bathroom? No, she wasn't in the bathroom. So what can I say about...
I'm going to get this shout out to Watts, though. He told me, he's like, man, you need to start streaming in the evening, man. You need to try it. I was like, bro, it's tough. My schedule don't allow it. But luckily today, my schedule allowed it. And it's working. I'm having a blast with y'all. Y'all been in this bitch talking. I usually have about 7 people in my streams. I got 13. We is having fun. Like, y'all in this bitch.
About that accusation. Based on who I know and the people that know Tommy, it flies in the face of who he is, that he's some coked out dude smuggling drugs on commercial airplanes. I mean, that's movie-esque. Who tries to smuggle cocaine on a commercial airplane? You get locked up forever for that. And then the stuff about Andrew Tate. I'd flip a coin on it, to be honest. Certainly he's got a lot of accusations, but a lot of them we do know.
I just don't understand why Tim is acting like cocaine is like fucking meth or something. Like, why is he? Isn't like the after weed, it's like the most common drug, especially amongst rich folk. Like, why is he just pretending like cocaine is meth or some shit? This is weird.
They were not true. I'm not going to pretend he's a good guy. He was doing the weird, creepy OnlyFans
Yeah, you're
stuff.
running defense
but it's
for it
easy
like fuck.
after the news is already broken to write something like this that aligns with the current traditional view. I will add the inverse. It aligns with the view, possibly because that's who these people always have been. I don't know. But I'm going to let you in on how I feel ultimately. Lauren's publishing a book right now. Okay, it's available on Amazon. This is not real life. I'm sorry. To put out a book releasing a free chapter where you claim a high-profile guy with 10 million followers raped you doesn't sound honest. Look at this E. Jean Carroll thing. E. Jean Carroll accuses Trump of sexual assault in her memoir, her forthcoming book. So these women are like, I'm going to publish a book and I'm going to market my rape. Okay, you're sure? Listen, man, I don't know.
Man,
I didn't reach out to Lauren about this.
I bet you didn't. Wait.
The only profile
I kind of missed. I'm sorry. I was reading the chat, y'all. I'm sorry.
10 million. Okay, it's available on Amazon. This is not real life.
No, Bunny. Yes, please start making content. You got good convo. You know what I'm saying. You smart. You know what I'm saying. You're engaged. You get out. Start doing your shit, man. So we can collab. So you can grow your community and all that shit.
I'm sorry. To put out a book releasing a free chapter where you claim a high-profile guy with 10 million followers raped you doesn't sound honest. Look at this E. Jean Carroll thing. E. Jean Carroll accuses Trump of sexual assault in her memoir, her forthcoming book. So these women are like, I'm going to publish a book and I'm going to market my rape. Okay, you're sure? Listen, man, I don't know. I didn't reach out to Lauren about this. I'm sure she'll.
The thing is, I get your apprehension when somebody is trying to make money off of something that happened to them. So I can get questioning it, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're trying to capitalize on it, therefore you're lying. You're being disingenuous at that point. Because for one, I can't blame you. If a person that has a lot of status and a lot of money who could potentially get this if they just went about it correctly, potentially, you could have this opportunity if you wanted it and went about it correctly. You do this to somebody and harm them, and they actually truly feel harmed, not because you got money solely, but because it's like you actually harm me, and it's not unreasonable to believe that, especially if you look like Trump. Like, you literally could just be like, I got money so I could do what I want. We know that can happen. You could do what you want. And then you do it, that happens to you. You're like, I want to feel whole again. And one, making them pay for it, and two, potentially suffering for it will make them feel better. And exposing you so the world knows, because a lot of people like you. So, especially if you're liked, you're out. Andrew Tate is praised by men like crazy. It's not unreasonable to think that these people are like, you should be brought down some notches. You're not a good person. That's not unreasonable. That's not unreasonable whatsoever.
They'll tell me this is all completely true. We've in the past, obviously, she's been in Timcast Hour. We've reached out to her about being on the show and being involved.
Yeah, Chris, why is this always something? Why is it always something of this sort?
But she's very much saying she's completely retired. My honest assessment of Lauren is that she got into all of this stuff because she called out feminism, and then I think someone splashed urine or milk at her on or something. She got a lot of attention. She was a young, attractive female, so she was able to build a quick following. And then she pursued this political line as it generated attention and revenue. But she got to the point where she was at odds with international governments, which she writes in her summary of her book, to the point where she was being threatened by our government, her government. Even the UK had banned her. I think Australia had banned her. And it's got to be scary to be going up against global powers who are saying you've crossed the line and you've become persona non grata, to which she decides to basically retire. Maybe she realized she never really cared all that much, and this life was damaging to her. I certainly have questions. In the pursuit of my passions in the cultural, news, and political spaces, there are threats to my life and my family. And I've said this before, and I'll say it now. Maybe it's different. Maybe I'm a guy, so it's different, right? When I was living in Jersey and only had this channel and the Timcast channel, I was making millions of dollars with zero staff. Millions. It was like the first couple of years, I remember it was like 2018, maybe in the first year that I actually made my first $1 million or something. I'm not trying to brag, okay, guys? Some people.
Oh, okay, you finna start talking about some bullshit. Mark, I don't dislike Shoe on Head, but I don't think she's like I think she plays way too hard to her right-leaning audience and doesn't care about the left. I didn't watch her latest video with the all blaming men. Maybe she'll prove me wrong, but I feel like Shoe on Head. I watch her videos and I'm not like, oh fuck Shoe on Head, but I think it's another thing where you know that leaning into the right is way more financially beneficial to you. That's how I feel. I feel like it's way more beneficial to lean into the right, and she leans harder to the right because it's more financially beneficial than leaning to the left. I swear, y'all, like, whenever I do a Piers Morgan, if I covered Piers and agree with Piers, I feel like I would have like 10,000 subs. But when I cover Piers, I disagree with him almost all the time, and I get ratioed. So it's just like whenever I cover politics, and if I'm not glazing the right, it gets ratioed more often than not. So it's just and if I was on here being an Officer Tatum, I would have 10,000 subs easily, bro. Then what? Like, y'all know me, I don't do the race shit, but white people would be flocking. Yes, another black person excited to side with Trump. Look at them, they're coming in the dozens. It's just like I know it would play out like that. So you feel me? So, but hey. The liberal woes, man. So, okay. All right. What I'm gonna let y'all pick on this. Pick. The 14 of y'all in here, I'm put up a poll. We're either gonna do if y'all know Poetic Flacco, the stupid fuck that think he's a hip-hop head. He said fans exposed the Breakfast Club host after terrible interview with N3on. And I know I'm gonna disagree with Flacco because Flacco is stupid, and it sounds like he's finna defend N3on. And I saw this entire Breakfast Club interview. Or do y'all want to do the Piers Morgan debate where he had Joy Reid on, which I would love to see. He had Joy Reid on for the first time ever. And, okay, Ali, yeah. This may not be, we're going to do a poll. We're going to do a poll. Because if y'all just type it in chat, I don't really have a good idea. We're going to do a poll. So make sure y'all vote. Yeah, Flacco is a mini act. Flacco is T-Mood and DJ Act. Flacco is T-Mood and DJ Act, and that's crazy because Act is already T-Mood. I'm dead. Bunny, you talking about Joy? I don't watch Joy enough. I just know how she leans. I don't watch her enough to judge her. So I just know her where, her politics is very left. Oddly, Tim is the type of man Tate would consider him a beta, but yeah, he's still defending him. Funny as hell. Live stream is on our stream for about 4. Chris said, like, let's say I play devil's advocate for Tate real quick. I will ask him, how are you getting consent? Fake flack from the police. Like, are you moving good or are you moving recklessly? True. Shit, okay. Timu DJ Ack is 2 times crazy. Oh, Denver? Okay. I still never been. I wanted to go to Colorado for Freddie Gibbs. I think it's in October. Freddie Gibbs is gonna be out there with, I think, Earl Sweatshirt. They have a concert, but that's the only place that I saw it was they was going to Colorado for just that one place. I'm like, damn, bro. Y'all ain't gonna move around with this? Because I love Freddie Gibbs, my favorite rapper. Okay. Let me look real quick. Let me look where it was. I hope that's still up. It was on his Instagram. He posted a lot since then. Yeah, Denzel Curry, Morrison, Colorado. Denzel Curry, Freddie Gibbs, and Earl Sweatshirt. I forgot Denzel was on there. He was part of the reason I wanted to go. Yeah. You fuck with Freddie, Chris? No, I've been telling Bunny, man, she needs to get on it, man. She's so engaged. She needs to get on it. Okay, so I got 7 votes. Anybody, y'all vote. I don't want to hold up too long. Right now, Flacco defending N3on is yeah, it's at the Red Rocks Amphitheater in Morrison. Red Rocks Amphitheater is my favorite venue of all time. Oh, okay. That's funny. That's crazy. Yeah, the Red Rocks Amphitheater. I wanted to go to that shit, but I wish they was moving around with that, but it just looks like a one-stop deal. I already got a trip planned for September, though. Y'all keep an eye out for that. There will be a lot of great content being made. Every show there is amazing. If y'all gonna pull my arm, yeah, that's how you get motivated, buddy. That's how you get motivated. We gonna pull your arm. If you want to do it, do it. I was the same way. I'm like, man, I want to do this shit, but I'm scared and I don't feel like buying the shit. And you already done bought the shit, so it's just sitting there. So he's like, man, I don't know if people gonna like my shit. I ain't gonna never get no money. I'm gonna have 2 subs for like 5 months. All that shit, man, just do that shit. It doesn't even matter. You just have to do it. You have to do it. You just have to do it. That's the only way. You just have to just sit up there and do it. And you, first of all, you got less excuse though, buddy, because you already did it. You already have content. So this ain't completely new to you. Just do it. Right. I never been to Alley. I never been there, so I'm not as informed. I don't know. All right. Here we go. We're gonna do Flacco covering N3on going on the Breakfast Club. So, for those that are unaware, Flacco is a Gen Z hip hop guy. He's worked with, I don't know if he's still on, I don't watch No Jumper no more. He worked with No Jumper through Adam 22, and that's where he got his name. He's like a younger guy that just commentates on hip hop, drama, music, you know what I'm saying, gives his takes on the hip hop culture in general. And he has his own channel where he just covers topics from hip hop to the lower end of politics and just media, drama, all that shit. And N3on, who is a streamer, a very young streamer, who has been known to be a troll, racist, ignorant, stupid, somebody that's faked his own death on the internet and has still managed to be popular. He's very popular amongst the younger demographic in America. And he went on a Breakfast Club. If you on my page, you should know what the Breakfast Club is. I don't want to explain this far. So, but he went on there and they grilled him. They grilled him for all his antics. They want him to atone for his shit publicly and on a platform where a lot of people wouldn't know him. The Breakfast Club isn't necessarily where Gen Z is going to be at. So people that aren't aware of the streaming culture or what Gen Z does, they don't know who N3on is. And as somebody that's getting as popular as he is in front of a black audience, which the Breakfast Club caters to a black audience, they wanted to highlight the bullshit he's engaged in so people can understand who he is and where he came from to where he might be going in the future. Flacco has a video where he says, fans expose the Breakfast Club host after terrible interview with N3on. Sounds like he's going to defend N3on and side with Gen Z, because he's Gen Z, for the way the interview went. And I think that's how media should be. When people come to your platform that's controversial, you make them answer for their controversy. And I think their interview went the way it was supposed to go. I think that's what happened. Sorry y'all had to see that face.
The Breakfast Club is currently getting a lot of backlash and hate for how they conducted themselves during the N3on interview. So in this video, we'll be reviewing everything, exactly what the Breakfast Club asked N3on that's getting backlash, and if they crossed the line with this N3on interview. My biggest takeaway from this interview, and what I would say represents them the worst, is how unprepared they were. It felt like
it wasn't unprepared. See what it wasn't unprepared. They weren't unprepared. They literally, the fact that Flacco is full of shit. Like, I think he knows that the people he's talking to aren't gonna go back and watch this shit. I think that's where he's operating from. They were not unprepared. They came in there with the shit that they wanted to address N3on for. They don't have the time to address every single thing, but they addressed some bigger moments in his career. Not all of them, but some highlights of his behavior in the past. So they weren't prepared.
They were strictly bringing on N3on for clout. Like, it didn't even feel like they were really interested in him. They were really interested in his work. They had any type of general, basic, minimum interest in this kid. It felt like they had zero. It felt like this kid was somebody they were purely bringing in because this kid gets attention. It's media, and everybody do that to a point, but it looks horrible on you when the fan could tell. Like, when I could watch the interview and tell, yeah, they didn't do any research for this interview. When N3on could tell y'all didn't do any research on him.
Fucking Flacco, you stupid fuck. Oh my God. Yeah, like, random. I think the reason I want to cover this random is because Flacco's so full of shit. For those that don't know, one of my favorite, hey, yo, I know a lot of y'all knew. My favorite video on my channel is exposing Flacco for being a liar. I have a video where he covered Aaliyah's death, where he was just so full of shit and lied and didn't do research for anything. I don't want to say exposed because it got like 15 views. But if y'all haven't watched that, watch that video, please. It's one of my favorite videos on my channel. And just tell her how full of shit Flacco is. He's so, and it just bothers me that people like this get an opportunity and they're full of shit and just don't do anything with being who they are. He has a big following, and I'm saying this is why I covered that video where he just lied about Aaliyah's death, and he's lying now. To say that they didn't do no research on N3on is just an outright lie.
It felt like they watched a couple of TikTok clips earlier that day, and that was their entire research for this interview. And that was pretty apparent from the questions they asked him. Like, if you knew floor-level information about this dude lore, you wouldn't have asked him certain things. Like, they asked N3on, did he ever apologize to Kai Cenat's mom?
Have you publicly apologized to Kai?
He's not understanding that Charlemagne is a master at this, and Flacco should know that. Charlemagne is a master at media and radio. He didn't want to say that, I know you apologize. He wanted N3on to come out and say he apologized because the Breakfast Club audience has no idea who this man is. The Breakfast Club do not know N3on. Charlemagne knows he apologized. And even if I granted he didn't, he wanted him to do it on his platform. Charlemagne's not gonna give him an easy out and just be like, "Yeah, I know you got into it with Kai Cenat and you made fun of him and his mom and you apologized for it. So now what? That wouldn't even trigger a good conversation." Charlemagne brought that up so N3on could address it. First, he wanted to see if he would be honest, and second, he would be able to press him even after he said, "Yeah, I apologize," because Charlemagne wanted him to apologize to Kai in person and make more of a formal statement, especially on the Breakfast Club, because this is a new audience for N3on. This is a new audience. He knows Charlemagne 9 times out of 10 knows that he apologized for it. And even if he did not know it, Charlamagne's job isn't to come up there and be like, yeah, you made fun of Kai's mom and you apologized for it. Like, yeah, like Ali said, you don't want to lead it. You want to give him the room to hang himself. That's you're not there to be their friends. You're there to address some fucked up shit you done did before. They're not there to coddle him. He's fucked up. N3on is not a good person from what we've seen on the internet. Oh my God. Dal, I don't know if he's a N3on stan, but he's Gen Z, so he understands him more probably.
Yeah, like probably like 4 times. And I also DM'd him too.
Have you publicly apologized to Kai's mother?
Yes.
The reason why that question is so telling of the floor level research they did for this interview was because in the same breath, Charlamagne asked N3on about a clip he saw on TikTok with him and Ray, where Ray is pressing N3on for saying certain things about Kai and his mom.
Is that why Kai's man Ray wanted to fuck you up?
Well, I think he wants to box me. And
I saw. What was it? Was that Screamer University when y'all ran into each other?
No, I didn't get invited to Screamer University.
Screamer Prom.
Prom, yeah.
If he would have just simply watched the full clip that he's referencing through, he would have seen in that clip, N3on tells Ray, I've apologized 4 to 5 times to Kai already. This happened 3 to 4 years ago. If Kai was in front of me right now, I would have.
And you know what? And Flacco full of shit, because you know what would have happened in his Aaliyah video? If he would have just let that whole Mary J. Blige clip play fully through, he wouldn't have led his audience to believe that Mary J. was hinting that it was a conspiracy to kill Aaliyah versus clipping it just at the perfect part to where she expanded on her point of view. When I put this video up, I'm going to clip that section into this video. But he clipped Mary J. Blige and cut her off at a point to further his narrative that it was a conspiracy to kill Aaliyah. When Mary J. kept talking, she basically was saying that material reasons is why Aaliyah died versus it was a hit put out on her. Fuck this nigga, bro.
Apologize again.
Yeah, you understand playing clips fully through on this and this time, huh? You get that, huh?
Sorry about that, man. Like, I would never have done that right now.
We got a 1v1, bro. Nah.
And again, Charlamagne wanted to give him room to hang himself.
Well, I think he wants to box me. And
I saw. What was it? Was that Screamer University when y'all ran into each other?
No, I didn't get invited to Screamer University.
Screamer Prom.
Prom, yeah.
He asked for a hug.
If he would have just simply watched the
where my hug at? They be like, where my hug at?
full clip that he's referencing through, he would have seen in that clip, N3on tells Ray, I've apologized 4 to 5 times to Kai already. This happened 3 to 4 years ago. If Kai was in front of me right now, I would apologize again. I'm sorry about that, man. Like, I would never have done
Chris,
that right
I don't
now.
know. I saw a mixed bag, Chris. I haven't looked lately. I watched it the day it dropped, so I don't know.
What? You gotta say sorry to KC. That's that. Alright, bro, I'm gonna say so up. You gotta pay your knees. Like, brother, I've apologized to him 5 times. I DM'd him. I said it was street 5. You know why he did that? What? Cause that shit's so bad. You don't even want to.
To be fair, he said I DM'd him. I don't know. I don't know if he made that public, because saying I DM'd him could be a lie. I don't know though, but maybe because maybe the other party would have came out and said he didn't do it. So maybe.
I understand. It was like 3-4 years ago, and I'm a lot different now. And obviously, every time, bro, if he was in front of me, if you were mine, I would apologize right away. Because back then, like, that's not the guy I am now, bro. It's all good, bro. I'm changing, bro. Okay, you're the one that's running.
When DJ Envy asked N3on, has anyone ever put hands on him? It was as if these people showed up.
I agree. Envy probably don't know as much, but Charlamagne gonna know more. Charlamagne's gonna know more than Envy. Envy probably does not know, to be fair. But regardless, none of this matters that much. It just sounds like you're running defense for N3on, because whether or not Envy, Charlamagne, Lauren did their homework, they know that N3on is a very inflammatory individual, and he is in front of a new audience. They can't just let him come up there and not address any of the shit he's done in front of an audience that 70% of the people don't know who N3on is that watch and listen to The Breakfast Club.
With zero knowledge of who they were interviewing.
Elbert, he's speaking on it in retrospect. I don't want to shame him for that, because as a millennial, we can go back and talk about shit. Now, to be fair, like, I don't be speaking on like OJ. People be like, OJ Simpson. I don't know that case, but I never took the time to go back. But I think we could give people room to go back and figure shit out. But he just ran with the conspiracy theory thing. Like I said, y'all watch that video one day, you know, save it and you watch later on my channel. I really like that video. I put a lot of work into that video. You'll see.
You even did the floor line research. I'm not even talking about you.
This is so funny, too, that I covered him doing that. He's talking about research, and it's just like, bitch, you don't do research.
You do a deep dive to Wikipedia. No, I'm talking about you do floor line research. You type N3on into YouTube or TikTok and see what pops up. You would have gotten the answer to that question before you even asked it.
Like, I tried to have that shock factor, and I was being an idiot at home, but it wasn't.
Nobody ever put hands on you, pull up to your crib, or nothing like that?
I got jumped on stream.
N3on getting slapped by Fousey was probably one of the biggest moments, if not the biggest moment in N3on's career. So
yeah, Envy's probably not gonna know. Envy's not gonna know a lot of shit. I know that. I know that. Charlemagne does a little bit. Charlemagne researches people. He be the one when people come up there with a new album that ain't even dropped yet. He be like, yeah, so I listened to blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I feel like you was talking about the trauma you went through. Like, Charlemagne does his homework before he interviews people. Envy, not so much, but don't do that to Charlemagne.
So far, like, that clip, I believe, had over 100 million impressions. Yo, you type in N3on's name or
Envy's
N3on
the DJ. He's not the journalist guy.
Or N3on whatever, into whatever search engine you have, this particular clip is supposed to pop up. Or we can even go beyond this. When N3on and Jack Doherty got into it, and Jack Doherty and his homeboys ran up on N3on.
And Flacco is talking like everybody in the world is supposed to know this shit, forgetting that the Breakfast Club is a different audience than YouTube, Twitch, and shit, and Kick and shit. This is a different audience.
And they literally swung on N3on. Like,
Chris, imagine someone saying you getting slapped is the biggest moment in your career. No, that's a fact, bro. That's crazy.
Bro, those are things that are floor line research. It's supposed to come up. Those are not things that you're supposed to go digging for. If you wanted to BS this interview and you search his name into search engines, those incidences will pop up. But it feels as if they came into this with whatever TikTok knowledge they think they had and just asked.
The fact that he's saying they don't know nothing but saying that they got their information from TikTok is fucking hilarious. Like, that's so weird. You think they don't know nothing, but you think the little bit that they do know is from TikTok? If they're so old and unprepared, why would their source be TikTok? That's so stupid.
Yo, this is like going to like an Andrew Schulz interview. And this is why Andrew Schulz got really mad at Steiny. Steiny asked Andrew Schulz, have you ever been heckled before? If you knew anything, 1% about Andrew Schulz, you would know that's his whole shtick. He gets heckled.
But again, these are two different generations talking to each other. Like, this is so weird. This is why people made a big deal out of Wale and Kai. Like, bro, two generations coming into one space to talk. You cannot have this expectation that they know everything. Andrew is 2 generations removed from fucking Steiny. Like, why are you saying that Steiny's supposed to know that Andrew Schulz has been heckled before? This is stupid. Why do you think DJ Envy knows everything about N3on's career? Charlemagne probably did some research and knows some things. And the biggest things probably, but that's mostly his job. Steiny's job isn't to search Andrew Schulz before he goes up on his show. He knows he's a comedian. He said, has you been heckled before? That just starts a conversation. It doesn't mean you have to act like he's stupid because he wouldn't know that shit. Like,
and does amazing crowd work. People watching recognize that, and they called it out, that they were unprepared and didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, and I bet you're ignoring everybody that was agreeing with the Breakfast Club. Like I said, I saw it the day it came out. I really saw a mixture of comments. I saw people saying they did N3on wrong, and I saw a lot of people saying the Breakfast Club did a good job trying to hold him accountable in front of a new audience.
And that's what made the other things much worse. You see, I didn't have a real issue with the questions they asked N3on because I understand when you come to do interviews, you have to discuss your life or the things you...
Flacco, you is too close to this camera, bro. You really got to back up.
Dude, and, you know, majority of the time, the interview is going to be about things that are unfavorable to you. So I don't really have a problem with the questions they asked N3on. However, the questions came across as badgering because they were so unprepared, right?
Albert.
Like, you can't pair up, I'm unprepared, I don't know nothing about you or what's going on, but then I'm going to proceed to ask you nothing but unfavorable questions about you and drama that makes you look terrible.
No. That's not how none of this worked. First of all, you're lying because Charlemagne and Lauren was well informed on him. Then you got Jess and Envy that's probably not as informed. Despite that, if they do know the bullshit you've been a part of, first of all, the reason N3on is popular is because of his bullshit. So even if they don't know that he's maybe apologized for shit or he's on a change train, motherfucker, they can still ask. This is the first time he's ever... Now, if this is like 15, 20 years removed from this activity. He's been there about 4 times. To ask about his shit from day one is ridiculous. This is the first time he's ever been on The Breakfast Club in front of an audience that has no idea who he is. If they only know what's bad about him, it is completely fair that they inquire about that shit so he can address it to this new audience that they may want to fuck with him. So, Flacco, for you, you've been in media longer than me, you young motherfucker. So, you should understand this better than I should.
It's kind of like, okay, so if you didn't really care about my life, then why am I here? Just for you to ask me about drama?
Further with this conversation, somebody brought this to my attention a little while ago, like about a couple hours ago. What's the beef with you and my guy Kai Sinat? Because I'm Team Kai. I'm Team
Kai too.
I'm
Shout
part
out
of
to
the
Kai.
mafia.
You're part of the mafia.
I'm sorry, yo, bro. That's why I just said, like, I don't know why this motherfucker's so close to the camera, bro. This is weird. He ain't all his videos wasn't like that in the past.
You and my guy Kai Sinat. Because I'm Team Kai.
I'm Team Kai too.
I'm
Shout out
part
to
of the
Kai.
mafia.
You're part of the mafia.
Yes.
You're a sub on Twitch.
I don't know what that
He don't
is.
even know what that means.
Oh,
No.
If he had Twitch, he would be.
I feel it.
Shout out to
That's what we mean.
Kai
Shout out
just
to
said I'm
Kai.
part of the mafia.
I can't. Y'all, I got it. Okay, I'll just make it small when he come up.
Okay, so a few years ago, me and Kai had a little back and forth. So he said like something little, and I think it, like at the time it pissed me off. And then
What do you say?
Well, I don't really remember the exact details. This is years ago. I got short-term memory loss. But and then I said something back.
What'd you say?
I'm not gonna repeat it. I don't want to repeat it because it was messed up, and I would never say anything like that again.
We know what he said.
He said about his mom.
What?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say what he said, Joe.
He said that you would his mom and that she's a fat Harriet Tubman.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Not only did you disrespect Kai's mother, you disrespected Harriet Tubman?
Yeah, because like I said at the time, it wasn't really a thing where I just did whatever, what came to mind. Like I was just like the shock factor. Like I wasn't thinking. Obviously, now that I'm in the real world, now I'm going out and experiencing stuff. That's not something okay to say at all.
How old were you at the time?
I don't know. This was. Does anyone have that? How old was I?
You're 20 now.
You're 20. So
this was
before COVID, during COVID.
I have no problem with them asking that question. I feel like that was a.
I'm glad he didn't. This is the best I could do, y'all, with the zoom out. This is the best I could do.
Fair question. Now, would I have stopped at the first time I asked? Yes. Would I have kept going? Probably not, because they re-asked the same question about like 5 or 6 times. Right now, what I did have a problem with though,
they didn't. N3on didn't. I get what he's saying, but that's not really how it played out. The thing is, when he said it, you didn't feel like he was remorseful for what he said. And I think it truly bothered Charlamagne, so he kept pressing it. Charlamagne wanted N3on to actually feel remorseful for what he said because of how foul it was. He said he would F Kai's mom and she was a Harriet Tubman B. So it's just like, that is egregious, and Charlamagne was pressing him about it because Charlamagne knows where this led him in his life. And I don't know if Flacco's going to address this. He might. I'm not going to just say he won't. He might address that Charlamagne was a troll that said and did shit for Charlamagne probably really understands this shit, and he's like, I want you to address this shit because I learned the hard way that this behavior doesn't benefit your career. It may in the short term, but in the long term now, Charlamagne to this day is still getting people hanging shit over his head about getting punched in the head, cheating on his wife. He has accusations of harming women, which he beat. And so I as personally, I don't believe those accusations just due to the evidence. So Charlamagne has a lot that hangs over him because of his behavior in the past. And he's trying to save N3on from that shit. So I think that's why Charlamagne went hard in this shit. She said I could breathe now. Y'all are so funny. It's because his face not up. Yeah, I don't know why he's doing this. Is way too awkward. Like, bro, when you edited this shit, you ain't look like, damn, my face close as fuck, bro. I'll be blue.
Is Charlamagne the guy telling N3on that
I'm not this ugly and I don't want my face this close to the camera?
There was still like a possibility that they wouldn't have interviewed him, or that he did something so terrible that they wouldn't have talked to him, or they would have kicked him out if they really wanted to be jerks, because what he did was that bad. As if the Breakfast Club don't interview rappers who literally diss and smoke on dead 14-year-olds. As if you didn't interview Gucci Mane. Yo, whatever N3on has ever said about Kai Sinat mom, I promise you have peeled to things that Gucci Mane have said about his ops.
I know. I really, correct me if I'm wrong. I think saying like, I hate that nigga, and if I see him, I don't know what I'll do to him, or I would kill him because of what he's done to me. I think that is completely different than being 17 years old, arguing with somebody on the internet and saying, I will F your mom because she's a Harriet Tubman B. I just don't see those two things as comparable. I'm not saying Gucci Mane's right, but I'm saying that if somebody did something to you in real life, Kai and N3on, I don't even think they met when he said that shit. If somebody knows more than me, correct me. I don't think they met when N3on said that about. I think it was some internet bullshit. And that too random. Like, why are you talking about Gucci Mane and N3on? First of all, I wouldn't even believe Flacco if Gucci Mane did some crazy shit and he came on there and they didn't bring it up not once. Charlotte wanted him to get on his knees. Yeah, I do think that Charlotte kind of pushed it a little too far, but I think, like I said, the reason is because Charlotte knows where that led him in his career. I do think he kind of pressed the issue a little bit too much. You guys watch the whole interview and make part 2. Oh, random way you covered it? I didn't know.
You interviewed Chief Keef. Cut it out, man.
Wait, what did Chief Keef do? Chief Keef is a rap. Wait, I'm sorry. What did Chief Keef? What did Chief Keef do? Why are you saying that? Like, okay,
all right. Like
and you're also talking about real life consequences for I don't think Chief Keef has done anything that you're acting like he. Chief Keef ain't got no bodies that anybody know of. Like, I don't know why he said that. He should have even said Dirk. Dirk ain't admitted to no bodies, but he did get caught up in that murder for hire. Well, they didn't interview him after that. So, yes, Chief Keef ain't got no bodies nobody know of. So why'd you say that? That was
the
weird.
virtue signaling
Is it because his raps? Like, stop it. Stop.
What he did is terrible. It's horrible. But to say that this will somehow disqualify him from being interviewed by you guys, cut it out, man.
We were really assholes.
Please.
We wouldn't have had you up here. And as soon as I heard about the Kai Cenat thing, we'd have told you to get on. I mean, you know, disrespecting somebody's mom and then saying about Harriet Tubman. If we were really being assholes and really trying to belittle you, we'd have told you.
I understand that, man. I just feel like at the end of the day, you can't hold something against someone if they're changing and becoming a better person. And
But how
understanding.
do we know you're changing? And how
Well,
do you expect people
don't
to really believe you when you build your whole
I understand
platform
it.
on being a liar?
Of course, and no one has to believe me. And at the end of the day, if you don't want to believe me, you don't have to believe me. But if you actually sit down and watch my streams and understand the growth, then you see it. And if you don't, it's like at the end of the day, I'm not here to prove anything to people. I can do it the best I can. People can judge me. I don't care.
I respect growth. People always evolve.
But and if no one wants to,
who I was at 21 is not who I am right now, and that's the same with you. I respect.
I respect growth. I already told you that. I respect growth.
But there's no reason for coming for someone for something that they apologized for 5 times, and it was not the person who I am now, and it was years ago. Like, just coming for the same thing just doesn't.
People gonna ask you about it.
No, 100%. But like bring it up like 6 times. Like, come on. Like,
Kai question got asked 43 seconds into the interview. We're now about 16 minutes into the interview, and they still haven't asked N3on anything positive. Now, they continue to ask N3on about a story. I believe he told him Bradley Martin or somebody. And this story...
He did, Albert. He did. He skirted. I'm not going to lie. He was apologetic for a lot of his behavior. He was apologetic. I don't watch N3on, so I don't know if his content's changed and if this was sincere. All I know of N3on is the bullshit. When I was watching this, I was like, is his streams different or is he still the same N3on that I've seen? I from clips. I don't watch him. I wouldn't talk about him because I don't know enough. But so when I watched it, I'm like, it felt not trolly, but it felt insincere. It felt like, I feel like he probably do the same shit, but just on this platform trying to look good for a new audience. I don't know. But come to find, I don't know if Flacco going to address this, which he probably won't. Omar, that y'all see on the right, he addressed it. He left that bitch, and he was on bullshit. So we gonna see.
He pretty much told a story about how his dad had like a cell phone business or a cell phone shop or a phone company, and he hired a lot of black people, and some of the black employees pretty much effed the dad over and robbed him.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, what is your least favorite race?
I don't have one.
Be honest.
I don't have one.
Okay, so why was that a question that you decided to ask somebody?
You talked about somebody, an assistant or something? What was it, assistant that worked for his dad?
Yeah,
And then she was
that
lazy?
he fired. He said his dad fired one of his black
woman?
employees because she was lazy, and then she came back after she was fired and had her boyfriend
I remember
rob
that.
the store.
I remember that.
Is that a true story?
Yeah, I swear it is. So my dad's deep into like the phone business. He was back then, and then we got robbed so many times, and then we just he just fully stopped the business. But yeah, that was the actual real situation.
You were only robbed by black people?
No. No.
Okay.
No.
So you don't have a least favorite race?
No.
Okay.
You know why they asking you that like that? Because the video gave that black people
He
were your
knows
least
why
favorite
I'm
race.
at. He knows why.
I know what the video say.
Oh, I can play it. I got it.
It's so funny how he's playing clips of them knowing what he's done, but he was like, they don't know anything about him. They interviewed him so unprepared, and they're bringing up all of these instances that he's done. So they clearly weren't unprepared just because they didn't know every single thing about him. If that was the case, they would have been glazing him, right? If they didn't know shit, wouldn't they just brought him on here and just glazed him like, you've changed? Like, I would think that's how the interview would go if they didn't know shit.
Hey.
He had asked it with somebody that he was streaming with, and he was like, what's your least favorite race? And the guy was like, I don't have one.
What's your worst experience with a race? Wait, who's that streaming with?
This is a clip. I don't know who.
I think I Was Young is viable when there's showed change behavior, and I don't know if he's shown it yet. I think there has to be, and it can't be like 6 months. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be some years. It's got to be at least 5 years between the I Was Young, you know what I'm saying, situation. I think I Was Young isn't viable less than 5 years. You can't say I was young. And there has to be some change we could point to.
Really bad story, but what's your story? Some black guy tased my dad and robbed him $50,000.
That was the first one.
I swear to God. And then another black, like I don't mean to be racist. And another black guy, my dad fired her. She's
Hey, shout out to Chris. What pisses me off is when Aiden joins in and N3on says, you can't control the internet. Listen, when you log in your account, you can't control you control your mods, rules, and ban function. Miss me with that. Facts. No, definitely facts, Chris. That's the thing. That was some bullshit. When I don't know if seeing the way this is going with Flacco, he's not gonna address that. But this motherfucker was like, you know, it's the internet. People gonna say what they want. People gonna say what they want. You know, I can't control nothing. Nigga, if you don't do something about it, they're gonna continue to do it. If I'm in somebody's chat and I'm a troll, I want to stir up bullshit. And I'm like, oh, these monkeys, look. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, and he just like, hey, chat, chill out, bro. Chill out. That's all N3on did. They were calling the Breakfast Club monkeys, black monkeys. N3on says, hey, chat, chill out. No, he didn't tell nobody to ban, because he can't sit there banning them. He didn't tell nobody to ban anybody that's saying that. He didn't say, hey, if I catch you saying crazy shit like this in my community, you're getting banned on all platforms if I ever see that shit. He didn't do nothing. He said, hey, chat, chill out. What the fuck is not going to keep them from doing something like that? There's absolutely nothing that's going to stop them from continuing to say shit like that, because you're like, hey, chat, chill out. Especially when you got a chat that's moving so fast that you can't see anything. Cause I've seen them niggas when they show their chat, it's just moving. They can't see anything, and other people can catch shit. You know, cause I think a viewer's eye is different than when you're behind it on his end. It's totally different, I think. So it's to pretend like you don't have any say-so over your community is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You have to make an example out of the people that you don't want to continuing. If there's a behavior you don't like, you got to make an example of the people that engage in that behavior.
fucking lazy and just stupid.
Second.
So
Oh my God, that's brutal.
Late from work, fired her, and then she came with her boyfriend and robbed the entire place. His cell phone store.
Okay.
I don't mean to be racist. And another I tased my dad and robbed him $50,000.
This is a clip. I don't know who.
Like, I don't have one.
Wait, was this shit just what the fuck?
I got it.
Damn.
He had asked it with somebody that he was streaming with, and he was like, "What's your least favorite race?" And the guy was like, "I don't have one."
What's your worst experience with a race?
Wait, who's that streaming with?
This is a clip. I don't know who you're streaming with.
You know, I have a really bad story, but what's your story? Some black guy tased my dad and robbed him $50,000.
That was the first one.
I swear to God. And then another black, like, I don't mean to be racist. And another black guy, my dad fired her. She's, fucking lazy and just stupid.
Second.
Oh my God, that's brutal.
Late from work, fired her, and then she came with her boyfriend and robbed the entire place. His cell phone store. I swear to God. You're not capping. Wallahi. So you just now you just make assumptions that. Yeah. Then every time my mom sees a black guy, she locks the door. No, it's just bad.
Bad trolls.
So you said a black guy fired. You said a black guy, but you said my dad fired her.
He was a black
woman. Yeah, misgendered. He was
I'm just trying to figure out how many people did he insult in that one thing.
It was two different people, or three, because you said it was the black person. There was the first one, then it was the second one. The person that worked for your dad, that was a woman. She was lazy, and then her boyfriend came and robbed the jewelry store.
Yeah,
or something. Your dad owns a jewelry store.
So black people are your least favorite race?
No, cell phone store.
Cell phone store.
Yeah.
Okay.
So black people are your least favorite race?
No.
Were they ever?
No.
Okay.
I love everyone. I'm all about the people.
How old were you in that video?
Like 18?
18 probably.
Damn, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think it's
2 years ago. See, like it's just like he said. Charlamagne is willing to give him the out if it was like 7 years ago, and it's like this shit was 2 years ago where he's like saying black people has just caused him so much harm and him and his family. And Charlamagne, like, how long ago was that? He was willing to accept it was a long time ago, because I is knowing the shit I've done in my past. I would hate for people to hold me to the 20-year-old version of me. You know, I would hate that. That would piss me off. But he just said 2 years. It's just like, me 2 years from now, I'm not gonna say is that different. It's nothing dramatic. Like, you won't catch me doing anything dramatically different in 2 years. 2 years ago.
I don't understand. Like, this last 2 years, it's been like
and that's the thing. Neon's gonna pretend like 2 years. I went from atheist to fucking what's the most extreme religion? Whatever it is.
It feels like so much longer. Like before then, I didn't like go deal with anything. I didn't go through anything at all. But this last 2 years, like
I look back at the type of person I was when I was 20. Like, oh man, even 7 years ago, I'm very different. I'm very different than 7 years ago. Like, it's just, yeah, like 2 years though, I'm not different from 2 years. Not dramatically.
It just like feels like
your life was nice for you not to have to go through.
I'm blessed, you know.
I don't know if it matters in the grand scheme of things, but I did check the date. He was 17 at the time of that particular interview with Bradley Martin. I don't know if it matters.
Oh, he's running good defense. He had to check the time. He had to check the exact birth date. He's like, he was 17. He was not 18. He was 17. Charlamagne, the God.
I just checked. But what I would say is the line of questioning itself, if you put it in an isolated vacuum, is not really that terrible. But it's the badgering. They asked the Kai question at the 43-second mark. We're 20 minutes in, and they're still asking him about like racist, I guess, like history or his racist past or things he said that could be perceived as racist. It's as if they came in with an agenda. Okay, the kid.
So
just tell you, hey, listen, man. I said a lot of terrible things on the internet when I was a literal child. I've changed.
Again, the audience doesn't know. They don't know this shit. They don't. First of all, I ain't got I got a NSFW X account, so I can't just pull that shit up. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. But first of all, N3on is fuck. I didn't save it. Fuck. Wait, maybe I do somewhere else. Damn it. I saw a montage of all of the crazy shit that N3on, has said in the past. And it was crazier than I even thought. Now, I didn't get in my feelings about it, but he is crazy. He was on some like, you black B, you know, you monkey, go back to Africa. Like, he said stuff like that. And the Breakfast Club didn't even mention it specifically. And I thought I saved this, but I didn't. I don't think I saved it. Because I wanted to see if Flacco was going to let him off the hook for the racist stuff. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, the Breakfast Club might have saw a lot of this, but didn't have time to address every single thing, of course. And I didn't save it. God damn it. Damn. But yeah, N3on is a trip. He said some crazy stuff, bro.
I moved on. The last 2 years have been about my growth and evolution. Ask me about my growth. Are there questions just terrible or out of line? No. If you said it, if you put it out there, you should be able to stand in the fire and take questions for it. But to make a 50-minute interview entirely about whether or not this kid is racist.
Yeah, random no. Like, random no. Look at his content too, y'all. Random covers people like this all the time on the internet. Yeah. Random, like, if he covered it, and that's a year ago. He's, mind you, he did this. You covered him over a year ago, so it's probably within a 3-year time frame that this behavior has gone on. So the Breakfast Club is fully within their rights with him being on here for the first time ever in front of a new audience to address this shit. It's not like you covered him 5 years ago.
It's kind of like what are we doing here, bruh? Yo, they even try to hold this kid responsible for what his chat was commenting. First off, boomers.
Yes, see, he called them boomers. He called them boomers when they're not boomers, but I know I even say I'm a boomer. It's funny that boomers always get the smoke. Why do boomers always get the smoke and they're not? We always call everybody boomers. It's just funny, but I guess.
You guys conducted an interview while reading his Twitch chat because they allowed like the Twitch streamers to also like.
That's his shit. They was going into his world. Why can't they read it? Why can't they read his chat? That's his world. I know Drew. I don't think Drewski is a live streamer, right? Drewski don't live stream. That's not his shit. So like, this is N3on's world. Lauren was like, and this is why Lauren is good at her job because crazy pause. All right,
stream it as well.
All right, yeah. That was a crazy pause, but this is why Lauren is good. Lauren was like, we're interviewing a streamer, right? I'm gonna pull up his stream while we're in it. And they first of all, the Breakfast Club let him live stream his interview before they released that shit because they did not interview him live on radio because they allowed them to talk freely. And they was going to edit it later. Therefore, there was a bunch of people that watched the live stream on N3on stream before the interview was released, which is a step towards playing in his favor. One, they let him gain for that. They let him stream his interview before they released it. It gets released, and he's trying to knock them for Lauren bringing up his chat in the interview when that's his world. Now you're trying to criticize them because his chat was a fool. You're mad at the Breakfast Club for bringing up his chat during his interview for them acting a fool. Bro, stop.
You guys conducted an interview while reading his Twitch chat because they allowed like the Twitch streamers to also like stream it as well. Y'all conducted an interview while reading the Twitch chat.
Bro, shut the fuck up. No, stop. Like, this is some bullshit. Now you're mad because they're stepping into his world in real time. That was smart. That was so smart. I think if Lauren wasn't there, that wouldn't have happened. If I'm not mistaken, like, she's the youngest one there and might understand the streaming shit. I know I'm close to Jess Hilarious age. We're really close in age. And Lauren's probably, I think Lauren's younger than us. So she probably has a better understanding, and she was the one that brought it up, and she knew that would work. And what happened? It was the most clipped segment of the entire interview. That was the most, that's what went around the most, was Lauren bringing up the chat. She knew what the fuck she was doing, Flacco, you fucking idiot.
And then try to press him for what thousands of fans are saying. How?
Yes, you cultivate your audience. If I was on a platform and y'all was in the chat wilding, I would be like, bro, y'all embarrassing me. This not even how we get down. You feel me? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, bro?
Oh, is it his fault what they're typing?
What you're telling your
It's about why is it his fault what they type? Bro, this is some bullshit. This is why I don't like people like him, people like Critical Drinker. Y'all allow anybody to do whatever on your platform. Critical Drinker would probably tell you he's not racist, yet his 70% of his comment section is racist, and he lets it fly. He does not delete it. He don't chastise them. He just goes and makes videos like, well, I don't hate black people, but, you know, why do we keep having DEI actors? Like, it's just like, bro, stop acting like you're not festering this type of activity in your community. You can disavow this behavior. You can shy away from it. I don't let racist comments off in my comment section. People be in, y'all don't see it, but people be in my comments be like, oh, another monkey running defense. Like, I delete shit like that. It's not because it hurts my feelings. It's because I don't want nobody feeling comfortable saying shit like that. Like, if you're going to critique me, critique what the fuck I'm saying. And when people do that without the hostility, I always engage with them in the comments. I know everybody's not a YouTuber You know what I'm saying? Or so when people are critiquing my videos in an honest way, I'll talk to them respectfully. But when people disrespect me, it's in my bio, I disrespect you too. These people on the internet, you on the internet putting you don't mind putting yourself out to the broader internet. So I'm going to talk to you how you're acting. And then if they want to talk to me, I'm willing to talk. Anybody I criticize on my channel, I'm willing to talk to in real life. If y'all see me going hard on somebody on my channel, I'm not scared to talk to them in real life. You know what I'm saying? I would have real-time conversations with people I critique harshly on my channel. But the people in the comments that feel like they can say whatever they want because they're anonymous, fuck you. No. 9 times out of 10 when I challenge people in my comment section, I'll be like, let's come on my Discord, we can talk about this. No, I have a real job. Like all that goofy shit. Like, bro, y'all full of shit.
Okay,
you're not tough. We're not right, and you're not gonna hide behind your keyboard.
Thing about me, you have 2 black people working for you, 2 employees, and they are spewing the monkey, the this, the that, all the racist comments. And you got 2, like you got a black man protecting your lawyer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your cameraman.
What is Flacco gonna say to this? Because Jess is talking about how N3on is letting racist shit fly in his chat while having black people work for him. I wonder how he finna spin this.
Black. You feel me? They ain't got to know me. I don't give a f.
Yeah.
But these people are obviously close to you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You gotta love them.
They got time to talk in the comments, but they don't want to
yourself.
come on
You
stream.
have to have a team.
And I say I plan around you. We could schedule a time. I don't just be like, yeah, hop on stream tomorrow at 5 p.m. I don't do that. I be like, we could set up a time to talk, but they never do it.
It's black. A lot of them.
I think my entire team's black.
You know what I mean?
Publicist.
So it's like,
shout out to Brandy.
Right. So you might want to.
Yeah, you got to tell them. But I mean, you can't control.
I mean, I told him to chill 3.
You can't control that.
He can't. But if they love him and they're following him, and it's like he got to still be the representation.
Well, of course you can tell him to chill, but at the end of the day, it's the internet. Like the internet can say, like just like when I was at home, I could say whatever I want. Like there's no like stopping what a live chat says. Like if this was streamed, like there's literally nothing.
That's why when you catch
Never
one
said
of them,
stop him. Just
somebody said the monkey club.
Okay, I was going to say a cracker, dumb as shit. I'm telling you,
The watermelon emoji.
All right, wait, we can't.
Aiden Ross was watching, and this is when he had enough, so he began to comment. Now, these people, they're literally on their phones reading N3on's chat.
Why is he acting like that's just so out of bounds for their... probably the first big streamer they've had on there, right? Kai hasn't been on there. Speed hasn't been on there. XQC hasn't been on there. Aiden hasn't been on there. Who am I for? Who? This is the first. Correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. Isn't this the first big streamer they've ever had on their platform where that's their career? Like, why are you making a big deal out of them checking his chat after they allowed him to live stream it? They didn't have to. They didn't have to let him stream his interview right then and there. That was to his benefit and his benefit only. They don't do that. Imagine if every rapper got to get on there and record their interview in real time and they didn't have to go back and edit it. Can y'all imagine if everybody they interview was allowed that opportunity? He got afforded something that nobody gets. You know what I'm saying? Now, the Breakfast Club, to my understanding, they always say that they turn away people that have restrictions. This didn't seem like a restriction. This was a privilege. This was a privilege. Because N3on knew this is a new audience, and they knew there was a new audience. It was mutually beneficial. So they said, we could let him stream in real time because this is his shit. He's on here because he's a streamer. So now, if Kai comes on here, Kai's probably going to get to stream. He's definitely going to get to stream his interview if Kai comes. Speed, like, they're going to get to stream their shit. If they let fucking N3on do it, they're definitely going to be able to stream their shit if they get that opportunity. So why is he acting like this is so out of line or is so unprofessional when this is them stepping into a realm that they're not even familiar with? Flacco, you so full of shit, bro.
Conducting the interview. So they seen like Aiden Ross in the chat cussing their behinds out because at this point you badgering, bro. You brought up.
It don't matter. Even if they are badgering, that doesn't. If N3on's giving off the impression that he's changed and letting this behavior continue in this fucking manner, he's not changed much. And not as much as he's saying. He shouldn't allow his audience to be able to be racist in his chat, talking about he changed.
up like the racist stuff a couple of times, the Kai stuff a couple of times. Then you bring up
downplay the racism, downplay it.
This kid's chat as if he could control what 32.
Yeah, there ain't no control. There's no way that I would let y'all talk crazy in a setting that I'm not in. Like, and I know it wouldn't happen, but I'm just saying there's no way that you let your community act a certain way because there's something you could do about it, especially as long as N3on been doing it. Stop it. Miss me with that bullshit.
2,000 people on the internet is saying in his chat. So Adin Ross.
Tron, hey, you some steps ahead, bro. You're right, because I couldn't believe N3on got on before Kai and Speed, especially with Kai being from New York.
Finally went off, and then that created a combative situation with Just Hilarious and everybody at the Breakfast Club and Adin Ross.
One of the biggest.
Wait, let's get into the chat because Adin Ross, there's a comment pinned in here. He just commented and said, N3on, I promise you they trying to belittle you and disrespect you. You shitting on all of them. They are weird as fuck.
Talking about who?
Talking about who?
He's shitting on them.
Anyway, go ahead.
That's what Adin
This is not Adin Ross's interview, so fuck him too.
Wait, hold on. We're all friends, okay? You know, I think.
The comment is pinned in the
Look
chat.
how much you want to defend Adin.
I think.
I'm in the chat with the W.
You feel like we trying to belittle you, N3on?
I think, you know, as you know, we should all come together and I'll just spread.
Fuck that kumbaya shit. Adin.
No, wait, all right, come on, that's my guy.
Adin. I don't know if y'all heard it. She said, fuck all that kumbaya shit. Fuck Adin.
I don't give a fuck. Listen, Harriet Tubman, my aunt, nigga. You think I give a fuck? I don't give a fuck.
Because he made fun of Harriet Tubman and Just Hilarious be saying Harriet Tubman her aunt. I don't know how true that is, but she be saying Harriet Tubman her auntie.
You're comparing something now to like.
I'm not gonna lie, your chat is wild racist.
Yo, they right there.
He said, I'm not gonna lie, your chat is wild racist.
Black dick, monkey, watermelon, emoji.
I'm literally looking and I don't see any of that.
What? They race baiting. This fucking short hair monkey. They race baiting. Fucking.
Moving too fast. Yeah, whoa.
Fuckers was here.
Yeah, so that gave me when I saw that gave me the impression N3on's what he sees is so different than everybody else. He's probably seeing his chat in real time versus Twitch or Kick holding it for people that's watching it that's not his shit. His shit is going. That's Lauren's like, whoa. But when she had her own phone, she didn't feel that way. So as the person is doing it, your shit probably looks so different.
Wouldn't say it at all. That's another thing about streaming and just being behind.
You also have to understand this isn't this is the internet. This is not.
And look how he's defending it. He's not disavowing their behavior. He's like, this is the internet. They can say what the fuck they want. There's no part of me that would see my chat. If I went somewhere like this and my chat is like, you racist bitch. Like I can't sit. I'm like, no. Whoever the fuck that is, that's not my community. I don't allow this. This person probably never spoke in my chat before and they watch from the back and they a fucking stan and now they're feeling emboldened to talk because I'm getting pressed for the first time. That ain't the shit I condone in my community. So fuck you and I'll say their name. Well, that may be bad. But you get y'all get the point. I would, depending on the circumstance. So, but if you don't want it to happen, you do something about it. That's the point.
Just my chat, my community, right? This is the internet. The internet, just like me back then, would say whatever they want.
And that too, Chris, it's kind of like, bro, you a grown ass. They young, but you know, I don't know how grown I felt at like 22. But yes, you don't let another man make you feel like a different way than you was feeling before.
So this isn't like a representation of me, obviously.
But it's funny though.
This isn't a representation of me. They wouldn't do it if it wasn't a representation of what you allow.
I know this is a bunch of kids in here who don't know no better. But if we were really assholes, we wouldn't have had you up here. And as soon as I heard about the Kai and I thing, we'd have told you get the fuck. I mean, you know, disrespecting somebody's mom and then saying that shit about Harriet Tubman. If we were really being assholes.
Yeah, Ali, and that's the thing. If you're claiming to change, you have to be able to regulate this type of behavior. If you're claiming that you're changing.
I understand that, man. I just feel like at the end of the day, you can't hold something against someone if they're changing and becoming a better person and understand.
Yeah, but you're not.
You know you're changing, and how?
Well, you don't
to really believe you when you build your whole.
I understand it.
On being a liar.
Of course, and no one has to believe me. At the end of the day, if you don't want to believe me, you don't have to believe me. But if you actually sit down and watch my streams and understand the growth, then you see. And if you don't, it's fucked. It's like at the end of the day, I'm not here to prove anything to people. I can do it the best I can. People can judge me. I don't care.
Because of what went on during the interview, like they essentially turned what I believe could have been a positive interview, kind of like a crossover. The streaming world is going into mainstream. They've made the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club is really transcending all their competitors. They're bringing on streamers now. It could have been positive, but
they can still bring on streamers, you fuckhead. Kai and Speed don't have a history like N3on. So their interviews are going to be very different. Clearly, it's going to be different. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Instead, we now have N3on and Aiden Ross fans doing things like this. Where now
Flacco, oh my
now they're
God.
trying to expose the Breakfast Club and their allegations because they attempted to expose N3on. All right, and they brought up these
and look, oh my God. Flacco, y'all, I'm so sorry I don't have that I keep saying montage. I don't think that's the correct word. Compilation of all the crazy shit N3on said. I don't want to misquote him, so I can't say it, but it was foul. It was super racist. It was super racist, and it was damn near a bunch of, I'm not saying he only targeted black people, but that compilation was mostly geared towards black people. And he ain't gonna play that. But now he's finna bring up all the bullshit Jess, Envy, and Charlemagne been put in. While Charlemagne has owned up to all of his bullshit. Now this one, I believe is not true not because I like Charlemagne, but because the evidence isn't strong enough for me to believe that Charlemagne did the shit that he was accused of. So he's finna bring that up. He's probably finna bring up Envy's accusation of scamming, which he also has been not found a part of, apparently. Jess has just terrible opinions and takes about shit. I think she's funny, but Jess is kind of lost. So you can bring up all that shit, but you're not gonna bring up N3on being super fucking racist. You're gonna bring up all their bullshit that they actually addressed and atoned for. That's funny.
Allegations here by Charlemagne the God, where apparently there's an article about a woman who alleged that Charlemagne the God raped her when she was 15. And they brought up DJ Envy scamming. They brought up Jess Hilarious, and all the insensitive things that she has done.
And the funny part is Charlemagne was the most transparent person. He was like, I've done the troll shit. I've done all this bullshit. I don't want you to fall victim to that like I was.
Like make fun of Chadwick Boseman when he had cancer and he passed away shortly after. Her going on Instagram and bragging about how she got 4 Muslims kicked off a plane. So we all have done terrible things in our past, right? If you ask some people on YouTube...
Notice Flacco's not addressing the fact that Charlemagne admitted to his terrible past behavior about 3 to 4 times in this interview. Charlemagne was not mincing his words about his terrible past in this interview. Flacco didn't address that. Envy, I think the worst he's done is cheated, which is unrelated to this. The scamming thing, I never believed Envy was part of the scam. I feel like Envy was almost like a Tim Pool. Like you just kind of fell into some bullshit and unknowingly. I do believe Envy fell into some bullshit unknowingly. Jess Hilarious just has terrible opinions. Jess Hilarious she's not knowledgeable enough to know that what she says is stupid, which is kind of different. So you bring up you're pointing that out, not acknowledging that N3on has called people monkeys. He's called people slaves and all that bullshit. You're not acknowledging any of that and talking about something. Yeah, if you're gonna chastise somebody for their past, then you got this past. Why are you pretending like Envy and Charlemagne haven't atoned for their past? They have,
bro. When I was a new YouTuber, some would say I'm a menace. Like someone would have called me a menace.
You're not a menace. You're just fucking stupid.
Menace, bro. Right? Yo, some people accuse me of doxing when I ain't really even know what doxing was at the time, to be honest with you. Right? Like people just pissed me off, so you feel me? But we all did things online in our past as content creators that we all probably regret and will take back. Right? Bro, I was beefing like online for like 12 hours a day. I'm talking about, bro, it got my job called. I almost lost my job because of YouTube beefing, right? And it was toxic, and but we grow and we learn, and things that we thought was acceptable, because for me, this was like 5 years ago. So things that we thought was acceptable 5 years ago when we were really young, we probably don't feel like it's acceptable right now, right? But we got to do better, man, at just allowing each other to grow. But I feel like when we
so you are a
doxer, when we invite somebody to our space,
right? He's like, I was doxing, but I didn't know I was doxing. I mean, I was just mad. Like, bro, so you doxed them.
It has to be in good faith. You have to know about this person, care about this person, care to learn this person. But if your entire research team stops at all the horrible things they've done and you don't know nothing else, then you probably ain't do your research. But let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? Do y'all believe they was fair?
Bro.
I don't feel like they were.
Okay. I just want to listen. This is the teaser. I'm just gonna show you. You kind of gotta gauge at this point. You gotta gauge at this point. I'm just gonna show y'all how dishonest he is as a person in my video. I'm not gonna play the whole video. I just want y'all to see how dishonest he is. I just want to show y'all how dishonest this nigga is.
Is gonna prove is a murder very soon at the time of her death. Not 20 years later, at the time of her death. The thing is a murder. Internet conspiracy theories and the TikTokers and the YouTubers and the grifters, there were people who we believe as the general public are credible, family and friends of Aaliyah, who came out and stated, yo, this Aaliyah thing is a murder. And the information is gonna come out and is gonna prove is a murder very soon at the time of her death. Not 20 years later, at the time of her death, this was being said.
I just know that was a murder. You know what I'm saying? That was a spiritual murder, whether people know it or not. Because God don't kill people. You know what I'm saying? Whether people know it or not. And I could go deep, but a lot of people I would have to really bring proof. You know what I'm saying? For what I learned. And she just was cut down in the prime of her life. And it's so unfair. And it wasn't time. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't, I believe it wasn't her time to go because from what I know, it ain't supposed to go down like that.
Mary J. Blige is speaking with conviction, as if she knows with 100% certitude Aaliyah was murdered. And she says, yo, I can't really say too much right now unless I'm willing to come forward and bring proof. She wasn't willing to come forward and bring proof because we haven't heard her speak about it since. And if you watch her speak, it's as if she's speaking with conviction, but she's also speaking in code as if the other person she's speaking to on 106 in Park, as if they understand what she's talking about, but the audience doesn't.
Oh, Flacco, you do not know how easy you're going to make this. Of course, he's going to lean on Mary J. Blige speaking in an interview candidly after her death, and she was emotional, and she used the word spiritual murder. That can be interpreted in many ways. I think if you are this nigga's so full of shit. Watch this. Spiritual and maybe religious person, you may see that as an unjust taking of a life, which that can be said. Now, does that necessarily mean that she meant that people tried to take out Aaliyah? Maybe, maybe not. I think that's up to your own personal interpretation. If you believe that this is a conspiracy, you're going to run with that full-hearted. But let's show the context that Flacco seemed to leave out for some strange reason.
Because from what I know, it ain't supposed to go down like that. And just simple obedience, like, you know, your gut always won you. That's like your gut never lies to you. And something like luggage and clothes and jewelry and all this madness that we worship is called false idols. We need to really look at the bigger picture right now and look at how Honey could be here right now.
I think it's quite funny that he cut the clip off right before Mary J. Blige further elaborated on what she meant. Now, you can interpret this however you want. If you think it's a conspiracy, you probably will continue to. But if you take all of what she said in context, she was saying that us worshiping and maybe prioritizing things like jewelry and clothes and physical things on this earth is what cost Aaliyah her life. The story as it's told right now and how it seems to make the most sense is that they tried to rush and leave in a short amount of time, and they had to take all their things, or chose to take all of their things, and the plane was over 700 pounds heavier than it should have been, which is what caused the plane to go down, which kind of is not an unreasonable thing to believe considering the way it happened. When you put all these things together, as people planned for this to happen, they would have to know that they got a plane that was gonna not supply the weight and that they were gonna choose to still go even though it was overweight. It's just too many questions that doesn't make sense. And if you're gonna just run with Flacco saying, Mary J. Blige saying it was a spiritual murder, but you cut out the part where she explained how everything that caused the death was avoidable, then why are you being dishonest about what Mary J. said? Let the clip play out in full. That part was very important for the context of what she was saying. And I think that just sets the tone of what the rest of this video is gonna be like. Yeah. So that's how you know this nigga's full of shit. I played his video. I played what he said before, and I played what he said after. He cut out the part where Aaliyah was like, you know, if you worship at things like luggage and clothes and stuff, you know, Shorty could still be here right now, you know? And you left that out because it doesn't fit your narrative, and it makes me realize, oh, damn. So she was just saying, like, the way the plane was overloaded. Like, honestly, that leads you to believe, like, the plane was overloaded. So that's what happened. And he cut it out. Like, that's one of the most dishonest things I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's just so fucking crazy that he did that. I'm like, bro, it's so shameless. It's so shameless. And it's not like that clip, y'all, that clip wasn't even hard to find. I put in Mary J. Blige 106 in Park. It came right up. Like, it takes nothing. Casey, no, that wasn't stupid. That was dishonest. That was dishonest. stupid is letting the clip play out and still saying that Mary J. Blige admitted that it was somebody trying to take her out. She said it was a spiritual murder. That's stupid. Dishonest is cutting it at the moment she's finna explain what she meant. She was saying her spirit isn't intact because she let physical things keep her from being safe. Yeah, exactly, Allie. Like, you gotta, if you kept that clip in context, that's stupidity. Dishonesty is cutting it at the moment where she explained what she meant. That's just dishonest. Yeah, that's just crazy. It's crazy to me. Y'all rocking with me though, man. It's late. Yeah, Watts was right, man. I need to stream more at night, man. Y'all been in here rocking with me the whole time, man. Sticking around. We're gonna do this Joy Reid Piers interview. This is the first time Joy Reid has been on Piers Morgan, and it's probably gonna be spicy because I know they probably disagree vehemently on a lot of things. Piers tries to pretend like he's a liberal. Don't agree. Allie, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I love that you're here. And I know Tom is streaming right now, and I know you fuck with Tom, and you only know me through Tom's community, and you've been here the whole time. You might have both of us up. You may just be over here, but, you know, I rock with Tom, and I appreciate you sticking in here in this stream. That's crazy. Is he still live? Is he still debating on TikTok? What's happening on TikTok? Let's see what's going on TikTok. Cause you bop around. Yeah, Chris, are you from the UK or no? But regardless, that's not the first time I heard that. I heard that a lot of people in the UK do not like Chris. She's still live. Oh my God. Wait, or was that fake? Oh my gosh, she's been live for 8 hours. Excuse me. Mercedes, what? Yeah, yeah. Ali, coming from, that's why I didn't even want to use TikTok. But I just had to because this is just another avenue for exposure. So I just bit the bullet and started using TikTok. But you're right. It's just I don't like the way TikTok operates. Tom is still on here. Fuck. Mojo and Tashika.
Let me see.
Wait, Mercedes, are you on your phone or on your PC?
I'm on my phone.
Can't you restart the live? Not like end the live, but it restarts the live in the live. Like it doesn't turn it off.
You can try that in your settings. If you go down to your settings at the bottom right and then go into there's something inside.
Do I click the more button?
Click the more.
Damn, they still live. Okay. All right. But the meta not. Yeah. It'd be a lot of meta shit. It'd be so much meta. It's so much. And it'd be like, bro, get to the real convo, bro. Get to the real convo. All right. We're going to do the. Wait. I want to make sure because it's going to slow me down if that's up there. Okay. Yeah. The convos about the convos is annoying. I don't be wanting to do Pierce's his hook in the beginning. We're gonna get straight to it.
Respond to that because Joy Reid, who hosts the Joy Reid Show on YouTube, joins me now. Joy Reid, welcome to Uncensored.
Pierce, thank you for having me.
Well, we've never met, I don't think. We've never spoken to each other. I think we've locked horns a little bit on social media in the past. I think I'm blocked by you on X. I can't remember what crime I committed, but probably Trump-related. Just first of all, what Barack Obama has said and what Chris Cuomo said there, has that given you pause for thought about what the Democrats should now do? Because it's...
For those that don't know, I don't know what Chris said exactly, but I know Barack was saying Democrats need to toughen up and stop crying and pitying themselves and toughen up to fight Republicans in the right.
All very well just shrieking constantly about how evil Trump is, but it clearly hasn't worked now twice. You know, the fact that...
Post your TikTok and promote yourself. Post it.
The guy went away for 4 years and then came back and won again was an utter repudiation of the tactics to beat him. wasn't it?
Casey, I don't know much about
Well, first of all,
Joy.
I'll say I have not.
I know her
walked you on
politics. I just don't know if she's extreme or anything like that.
X Twitter because I haven't been on X Twitter since Elon Musk acquired it. I actually left the platform, so there might be someone posing as me who's blocked you. So,
But I know I'm probably going to agree with her more than Piers.
It was prior to Elon's purchase.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, so this is an interesting conversation because there is no one who is more obsessed with racial identity politics than Donald Trump. He ran the most racial identity politics laden campaign that I've seen in my lifetime. And I've been following politics since I was 12. The point of his campaign was, if I was to sum it up, that immigrants whom he identified as gang members from Venezuela, as people from S-hole countries, as essentially any non-white migrant or immigrant in the country, were vermin who were poisoning.
Well,
the
he was
blood of our
talking about
country,
criminal
were
illegal
eating
immigrants.
dogs.
He was
No,
talking. Well, hang on. He was talking.
Piers, you full of shit. He said illegals, but he really wanted to get everybody out. He was never fully unequivocating on criminals. He integrated criminals in what he said. He mostly was just talking about people that's not from America legally. And that you can technically call them a criminal for violating the law of crossing the border illegally and undocumented. But he wasn't just solely focused on people that was doing heinous crimes. He was talking about anybody that wasn't here, that was here without papers. I understood that. Maybe I was listening with my actual ears and actual brain operating at full capacity, that I understood that he wasn't just talking about people that's killing people. The way these people rallied about what he wanted, they wanted anybody that was here they wanted anybody that was here without papers to go, whether or not you was a criminal. And that's what people heard. So you're not going to sit here and act like he was saying, oh, the criminals. Bro, nobody's fighting about getting criminals out of here. Not to say it doesn't matter, but all y'all say is Laken Riley. That is one person. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but we're not going to act like there's this rampant influx of illegal, undocumented people here killing people. That's not what we're going to act like.
You can't misquote him off the top. This is my point, though.
He was hurt by that. Because why you... Bro.
Let me just say something, Joy. I remember when he won in 2016. I was at the New York Knicks the next day with my eldest son. Chris Rock was there at the next table. We got talking. I said, why do you think Trump won? And he said, you know why? He said, if someone's murdered 8 people, stop going around saying he's murdered 9. And he didn't mean Trump had actually murdered anyone. What he meant was, there's plenty to criticize Trump about. I've done it myself many times. But there's also a lot of stuff that resonates with people. And I think it's the over-exaggeration, the over-demonization of Trump is part of the problem. And your characterization of his depiction of immigrants, you said the word immigrants. Actually, what he was talking about repeatedly on his stump in his rallies was specifically illegal immigrants who come in illegally, who are criminals, who are already convicted criminals, who've come into America across the southern border in huge numbers, who are criminals. He wasn't talking about non-criminal immigrants, as you tried to put it there. So there is a difference.
False. No, first of all, it's absolutely false. Let's talk about, for one example, the Haitian immigrants in Ohio. These are people who were in the country on a legitimate visa, who are actually improving that community by taking jobs desperately, where people desperately needed to hire and did not have any, enough American-born employees, and they were hiring these folks. They were taking badly needed jobs. They were improving the community economically. He accused them of eating people's cats and dogs. He characterized them as if they were animals. These are people who his own administration had allowed into the country on a legitimate visa.
But I agree with you.
First of all, I'll stop. Let me just
I agree with you.
So his all-encompassing term about immigrants being vermin and poisoning the blood of the country was all-encompassing because it included them. And in his mind, it included anyone who he said came from an S-hole country, meaning if you came from Nigeria, if you came from the Gabon, if you came from any country in Africa. He in a blanketed way depicted immigrants, again, with Nazi terminology, vermin.
Well, let's leave Nazis out of it. You know what? Whenever people...
let me
but Joy, whenever it's taken you what? It's taken you 4 minutes and you've called him a Nazi already. Come on.
See, this motherfucker's full of shit. Because I heard him say the word Nazi. He said, she said Nazi terminology or whatever. And he's like, it took you 4 minutes and you already called him a Nazi. She didn't call him a Nazi. She did not call him a Nazi. And now he's trying to cut her off. She did not call him a Nazi. It is so different to say you're using Nazi terminology to saying he's a Nazi. And Joy, that wasn't on accident. She knows what she's saying. That wasn't by accident. And right, Allie, it's fucking true. It's true. It is Nazi terminology. That's where we can trace that language back to, bro. And you're ignoring that context.
But and now what we're seeing are masked federal agents sweeping up cooks, abuelas, people who work on farms, picking up dishwashers, any brown.
And right, JD Vance is the only person of status and power that has called him an outright Hitler. They keep trying to say the left is calling him Hitler. Now, I'm not saying nobody on the left has called him Hitler, but I don't know of any like lawmaker or politician that has called him Hitler. If I'm wrong, I will stand corrected. I can't think of anybody that's called him this is Hitler besides JD Vance.
Person, and Tom Homan said, based on one criteria being their appearance, it's overwhelmingly brown and some black people. We're not seeing them sweeping up white folks on the street.
I've heard that Joy is extreme. I've heard that Joy can go too far with her point of view. That's why I'm not finna act like I know Joy's rhetoric. I don't. I really don't. I just know of her. I don't know what she says.
Racial identity campaign. And yeah, this is America. That is appealing to, unfortunately, a lot of Americans.
Well, actually, it would turn out to be very appealing to Latino Americans who voted for him in record numbers.
Shut up.
More Latino.
Why is he acting like because Latinos voted for him, therefore he's correct? Half of America voted for stupidity. So just pointing out the Latinos that voted for him more don't really do shit. I don't really care. A lot of people voted because they were misinformed. And I stand by that. I think half of America is misinformed and ignorant. I stand by that. I will argue that to the death. I don't care. I will argue that to no ends that half of the country, half of the voting bloc was missing. Well, I can't even say that because if you didn't vote because you knew that Kamala is not perfect and Trump is not good and you just sat back, I think that's problematic too. So if you knew and just chose to not vote, I blame you too. So half the country, if not more than half, all of the people that lean left that didn't vote, I blame all y'all for being ignorant.
Latinos voted for him than voted for Kamala Harris, the non-white candidate.
I understand that you may want to disengage in politics because Trump has made it super overwhelming to even engage in it. And then if you weren't enthused by Kamala, which is fair, but she was dealt a terrible hand, it's fair that you weren't enthused by Kamala. But to sit back and not do shit is only to your detriment in this circumstance in particular. Because if you paid any attention and you chose to not engage, you're complicit.
More Black Americans, African Americans voted for Trump this time round than first time round. So for
Not
this,
true.
for this,
Statistically, it was the same. The same number of Black Republicans voted for him that always
more
do.
Black
No,
Americans
same.
voted for Trump
Google
this time than last time.
It was the same. And by the way, this is the other challenge. There is a phenomenon, and my family are immigrants. And there is a phenomenon among immigrants of slamming the door behind themselves. And and by the way, more Latinas, women in the Latino community voted for Harris. But there is a phenomenon. If you talk to people who actually are in the community and study this and spend a lot of time on it, journalists who studied it, there are a lot of Latinos who want so badly to identify with Americanness that they identify against fellow immigrants. That is not a new thing.
No, but maybe they weren't identifying. Maybe they weren't identifying. But Joy,
that's not new.
Maybe they were just
blackness. And racism
let me respond to
the
that.
Latino community is not new. It's
let me respond to that.
Exists.
Maybe they were just sick and tired of people like you, and I say this respectfully, but people like you constantly calling Trump a Nazi. Maybe they thought it was
pull up Joy calling him a Nazi. I don't know if she did or didn't, but don't just say that.
Ridiculous.
Maybe don't call people vermin and say they're poisoning the blood of our country. That's not the terminology. Don't use it.
You have repeatedly over the last few years called Trump a Nazi. Now the Nazis were the
Did you do that, Joy?
most despicable, awful human beings we've seen in 1,000 years. They murdered 12 million people.
Now I'm getting this. I'm gonna be honest. I got this from Destiny, which I thought about, which is a valid argument. He was like, why do people pretend like the only thing that the Nazis and Hitler did was the Holocaust? That was it. They like that's where it starts and stops. They'd be like the Holocaust, and I was like, that's true. Like the Holocaust wasn't day one of what the Nazis did. It was not the first day and the last day of everything that they did was kill all those people. Like there was steps to this process, and to just shy away from the beginning of it is disingenuous to what we're experiencing, because Hitler didn't come out day one and say like, yeah, put all these people in the ovens. That's not what happened. You know, like he had to galvanize. He had to make people feel something that was untrue. And I feel like that's what happened. All this scapegoating of undocumented immigrants as acting like they're causing everything that's wrong with you in life is just untrue and dangerous, because that's exactly why we end up with people getting deported that shouldn't be, people getting sent to countries even if you should be deported, sent to countries you have no affiliations to, because deportation should not be a punishment, just a result. Apparently you got 15-year-olds sent to alligator Alcatraz. You know what I'm saying? You got people, you're violating American citizens' rights. All of this is happening because you're trying to, my thought process, my guess is you're trying to pretend like you're getting rid of the immigration problem or the undocumented immigrant problem, and you're trying to match numbers that Biden and Barack had, but all they did was a lot of that shit was turning people away at the border. But you don't want to do that. You want to make it look like you want America to be white. I don't even know if Trump is smart enough to realize that a lot of this is about the great replacement theory that a lot of white people don't. They're saying that America is a very non-homogeneous country. They want America to be white, and it's just not what America is or should be necessarily. And they don't like it, so they want to get rid of. They're not rounding up people that's white to get them out of here. They're not. It's easy to catch celebrities. They caught the old girl from American Pie that overstayed her visa and sent her back. That's easy. That's easy to catch. So they're not rounding up white people on the streets. They're violating people's rights on the streets, but it's not going to be white people.
6 million Jews in the Holocaust. Trump is not a Nazi. So when you do that, you thought it. Let me finish.
Yeah, the Stephen Colbert shit is crazy too. That's fucking crazy. A show's getting canceled that Trump is suing. Coinkydink, I think not.
He's done what you normally do. I have said he uses Nazi terminology, and that's a fact.
Right.
Saying people are poisoning the blood of our country, that is Nazi talk. That is what I've said about Trump. I will stand by it, because if you're calling people vermin and saying that they're poisoning the blood of our country, you are lifting language out of the Nazi playbook. That is very different from saying that Donald Trump is perpetrating a Holocaust such as in the 1930s.
Right.
But what he is doing is straight fascism. That's not me saying it. Mark Milley, his former Joint Chiefs of Staff chair, said that he is a fascist to the core. His former Chief of Staff says he's a fascist. And the things he's doing, masked men snatching people off the street, not even showing any identification as law enforcement.
Let me ask you a question.
Men dragging women,
Let me ask you a question.
children into vans, fascism.
You've made this
Straight
point.
up. I will stand by that any day.
Let me ask you a question about immigration. It's a very interesting topic at the moment, as you rightly observe. What are the fruit you eat?
Pierre's getting too much money
to stay healthy. It's actually making
you
fat.
If you're interested in MCT oil, scan that QR code. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Look it up. Pierce, you getting a lot of money out here. I'm sorry, it's late. I appreciate you giving me this content, Pierce Morgan. I'm leaving your QR code for people to scan if they're interested in any MCT oil by Dr. Gundry. Visit thehealthyfat.com/Morgan. But, sir,
a problem with the it's the United States, but for what it's worth, at .com/Morgan to find out how. So my view, for what it's worth, as somebody who is an exceptional alien, is how it's described on my visa to the United States, but I have a home in Los Angeles.
Exactly,
I love America.
Albert, yes.
I've lived and worked there for 20 years. My view is that most Americans, I think instinctively, do not have a problem with the principle of deporting undocumented workers who commit crimes in the United States. Would you have a problem with that as a policy?
as a policy, if people get a hearing and they go through a process, sure. But
Okay.
that is not what's happening.
No, I'm going to come to the next bit.
Hold on, that is not what's
Joy,
happening.
I'm going to finish my point.
It's not
I
what's
wanted to
happening.
see what you were prepared to agree with me about, because I think it's healthy to the debate, right? So we both agree about it.
Piers always cuts people off when they knows he's not going to win the argument at hand.
Which is good. Now, I don't think that they should have pressed the button on deporting as many illegal immigrants who are there undocumented, but who've not committed crimes in the way that they're currently doing. That they should have sorted, first of all, people who are in the country illegally who commit crimes and deported them. Everyone would agree with it. But I agree with you. The wholesale pulling of people off the street who may have been in America for many years, got families in America who pay taxes in America. You know, you only have to talk to farmers to understand the devastating impact this may have. So on that, I would agree with you. But I also think that, and I hope you would agree, that Donald Trump has pretty much stopped completely the number of people coming over the southern border illegally. And under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, over a 4-year period, as many as 10 million people are believed to have come over the southern border illegally. Now, you must surely think that the Trump way of securing the southern border is better for the United States than the Biden way.
First of all, if those are Donald Trump's numbers about how many people came in over the southern border, I don't buy them at all.
What
I don't
numbers do
trust
you buy?
anything Donald Trump said.
What numbers do you
what
buy?
and let me go on.
Well, how many do you think it was?
Let's just say it was.
Well, Joy, how many do you think it was?
No, let's just say I'm going to stipulate to you. Let's just say it was 10 million people. Are you asking your viewers to believe that 10 million people were in the country raping and robbing rather than working on farms, working on construction sites?
No, I didn't say that.
We have to recall that so again, being in the United States without documents is a civil offense.
Ali,
it is
right.
not a felony.
He has to show undying loyalty because I didn't watch The Apprentice, but did Piers win? Did Piers win a season? Did he win? I'm guessing he did.
And so the reality is, if it was 10 million people, we have to ask ourselves, what is the pull? America has always run from the time that people who looked like me were enslaved on cheap labor, on free labor to start itself as an empire, and then on a constant pull of cheaper and cheaper labor. That is a pull that is pulling people over. And then, of course, there's the push of the destabilization in Central and South American countries. That is the push. That push-pull is a fact of life. And it was a fact of life when Donald Trump was president the first time.
What's that got to do with how many come over the southern border illegally?
The difference is now, if you let's say where you end all undocumented migration to the United States, all that would do is put a burden on the pull part of it, because you have industries that desperately rely on farm labor, on construction labor.
But why shouldn't you have a system? But Joy, why
raising it to zero does nothing to change my life.
Joy, why shouldn't people?
But what it's done is
why shouldn't people? Let me just ask you, why shouldn't people do what I had to do when I wanted to live and work in America? I mean, just go through a proper process and get accepted to be allowed to come into the United States. That is how a normal, well-controlled border works.
I just love how Piers is saying, why can't people do what I do, as if he wasn't fucking rich, wasn't fucking known, didn't have money, versus people that's trying to just live with some dignity to make some money and will do, I won't say anything, but will do the bare minimum to try to survive in better conditions. Sorry that they want that. I'm sorry, Piers. Everybody doesn't have money to be able to just come to America. My dad came to America. My dad came to America in his 20s. He ain't rich, but he came to America. I asked him a while ago, a few years ago, how long did it take you to, once I saw this conversation, how long did it take you to be a citizen? He said it took him 8 years to be a citizen. And he's from Africa. He ain't from Europe. You know what I'm saying? He ain't from Asia. He's from Africa. It took my dad 8 years to become a citizen of the U.S. So, miss me with this shit, because he's definitely not a Piers Morgan. So, Piers, I'm sorry to tell you, and this is not even coming from somebody that believes everybody this white has privilege, but this is your privilege speaking. So, I'm sorry to tell you, you can't just do the thing that you did and just come in America the right way and just become a citizen or get a visa or whatever the fuck you're talking about. Some people just want to live respectably. They don't have to be a Piers Morgan, but they just want to live in decent conditions. And you just think it's just that sweet because you got a sweet deal. Bitch, that just pissed me off, man.
So what you seem to be suggesting is that because America's economy needs a lot of workers, we should simply have a system where anyone can come in. And if that's not your belief, then how would you regulate the southern border?
I'm going to say to you that if the policy were applied the same across the board, that would be one thing. It's not. Marco Rubio's grandfather didn't do it the right way. He overstayed an order of deportation, stayed anyway, and was allowed to remain in the country. Elon Musk's brother says, and Elon Musk disputes it, but Elon Musk's brother said they overstayed their student visa, started a business.
Thank you. I have somebody else in here that can attest. Allie, like, it took my grandpa applying for a sponsorship years to get approved, and he applied to work his butt off. That's what I'm saying. My dad been working his fucking ass off since he's been in this country, like no other. So it's just like, Pierce, stop it. We need to fix our shit. It's not like it's your fault, or even though it's everybody's fault in Congress and the presidents. It's just this is an ongoing issue.
Been illegal for someone on a student visa. We're allowed to stay. They are white migrants, and somehow that was okay. What we're seeing is a selective enforcement of this outrage. If the person is brown, they need to be rounded up and put into quote-unquote alligator Alcatraz, a concentration camp in Florida. If the person is white, we let them start a business and become Elon Musk. What's happening is that Stephen Miller has said he wants 3,000 people a day rounded up, and he has said he doesn't care where they have to get them. He wants ICE going into Home Depot. He wants them going on construction sites, going on to farms, and dragging brown people into detention. They're putting people in private prisons that are unregulated by the federal government. We've heard stories of people eating rotten food, having to use the same water. You still haven't told me what you would do for the restroom. And so the reality is, what we have right now is we have a system of literal terrorism against brown migrants simply because Stephen Miller does not want them in the country.
As you know, they're not all brown, as you know.
Well, the vast majority are.
Well, but you haven't answered my question also. If you were running the southern border, if you were in charge, if you were the border czar,
Chris, exactly.
What would you do? Would you let them all in, or would you stop some of them coming in?
The first thing that I would do is to look at some of the actual legislation that's been put on the table before. You have a very small number of immigration judges who deal with people who are presenting themselves.
It is crazy too, Allison, because immigrants that do come over here to pursue the American dream and feel like they're in a decent spot, and it's not because you're the richest person in the country, but you just know that you're afforded more than where your home country is, maybe. It's just like they are the most patriotic. They care the most. They're politically informed. It's not that you have to run for office, but you want to stay informed. You're trying to make the best for yourself and the family. And these people are just so anti-immigrants, all just off rip, because they think that they want to turn America into Mexico. Why would they want to turn America into Mexico if they left Mexico to be in America? That doesn't even make fucking sense. These people are so stupid they can't even understand themselves.
Asylum, which, by the way, is perfectly legal. It is legal to present yourself for asylum, but there are scarcely any judges doing that work.
Chris,
multiple times, bipartisan, members of Congress, the House and Senate, have tried to pass legislation that would increase the number of those judges. If you actually had enough people to adjudicate asylum cases at the border, it would make that easier. I've actually been to the southern border and looked at the process and looked at the previous version of detention that Donald Trump did in his first term. First of all, it was horrific, and it was abusive even then to children.
And were you as outraged by Barack Obama's deportation program of over three?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that Barack Obama made some compromises that I do not think were morally sound in order to try to lure Republicans into doing the immigration reform.
Do you know how many people he deported?
Since Marco Rubio joined the Gang of Eight.
Do you know how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, why don't you guess?
I don't know and don't care.
Well, hang on. You don't know and you don't care. You've just given me...
Because it's not the issue.
Hang on,
you're trying to make the issue the southern border.
Joy. You've just given me... Joy. Joy.
The point is,
Joy.
Barack Obama was not dragging women and
let me finish.
Nursing babies apart and taking...
Joy. You've just given me...
You can't stand this nigga. Pierce thinks he's winning. Pierce thinks this is a dub because... he wants to focus. Joy. He will not let her talk because nothing Joy has said matters about how many people got deported. She never said, like, he's deported 5 million. He's deported 5,000. She does not care about how many. The only thing Joy has spoke about is the manner of which Donald Trump has been going about these deportations. And Pierce thinks he always has this fantastical dub of, do you know that how many people Barack Obama has deported during his presidency? Bro, it don't fucking matter because for the I'm not gonna say completely. He tries to do it the right way. He tries to do it the right way. Trump has gone into this doing it the wrong way. Like from the jump, he went into it doing it the wrong way. The way that clearly most people say they didn't even want it to happen. And he just always pulls out this Obama shit as if people's issue is the number. The issue ain't the number. The issue is the manner. And you're just ignoring it.
Oh, I'm sure going to tell me it's your main issue.
You've just given me
but it's not my main issue.
Look how he's talking about how she doesn't know it instead of just like, you won't even. It may be not useful as far as the programming to let her ramble. You could cut her off, but what you're saying isn't to like, let me explain or something like that. He just keeps trying to like condescend her. She doesn't know the number.
Is that what we're seeing?
I'm trying to finish my sentence. You've just given me a lengthy monologue attacking Donald Trump's aggressive deportation policy. And I've simply said to you, there was a Democrat, a black Democrat president.
Why are you bringing up him being black? Why are you pretending like that's the main issue? If Trump was black, I would hate him the same. Like, I don't know where this notion comes from that Trump is. If Trump was Trump but black, I would hate him the same. There's this issue, this idea that because Trump is white, everything he's doing is even worse. I don't give a fuck. I don't like Eric Adams, not in the slightest. He's black. I don't fucking like him. He's a bad person, in my opinion. He's not as egregious as Trump, but my point is, I don't give a fuck if you're a left-leaning, but you're black, so I agree with you. That has nothing to do with it. Obama's not perfect. I don't think we can name a president that's perfect. There's nobody that's a perfect human being. Every president has faults you can attribute to them. That's not the issue. Trump is actively going out of his way to make shit worse for every fucking body. Not just immigrants, not just Americans, not just black people. He's making shit worse for white people. They just don't understand it.
Policy. And I've simply said to you, there was a Democrat, a black Democrat president of the United States for 8 years. I'm simply asking, given that you're obviously all over every detail of the Trump deportation policy, and given you were on the airwaves in America on a daily basis through Obama's tenure, how many people did he deport in 8 years?
I do not know. You'll tell me, I'm sure.
Have a guess.
But it's probably more than 1 million people.
Why you keep saying have a guess? She keeps telling you she don't know. Why you keep saying have a guess? Why are you asking her to guess? She doesn't know. She does not know. She says she doesn't know. Stop asking her to guess.
I'm quite certain.
Have a
because
guess.
I think each 2 million.
It was 3 million.
See, like, what the fuck? What did you gain from that? She didn't pretend like she knew. If somebody as big as Joy Reid, for her to humble herself and say, I don't know how many people he deported, why are you pressing her to guess? Stop. He wants to embarrass her because he probably thought she was going to be like 400,000 and it was 3 million and she said 2 and she was close. And it's like, your shit ain't finna hit the way, your shit ain't finna hit. I said didn't because I heard his tone. He probably expected her to say something like 100.
Okay, and your point?
He probably expected her to say something crazy that was unreasonable, but she didn't.
I do not know. You'll tell me, I'm sure.
Have a guess.
Allie, like, we get it, Piers. We get it. We got you. It's your number one. That's your statistic that we know you're always going to come in handy.
Probably more than 1 million people. I'm quite certain.
Have a
because
guess.
I think each 2 million.
It was 3 million.
Okay, and your point being...
That shit didn't slap, bro. It didn't slap. I don't care. It didn't slap. Everybody knows this is your shit. And you're pretending as if everybody cares about the number of deportations when that's never been the issue. The issue has never been the number.
What?
My point being, are you as shocked by that as you are claiming to be by Trump?
Nobody's shocked, you fuckhead. Bitch, you ain't finna put an ad right here.
Have you watched, bro?
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I hit a button. That's my bad. I hit a button. Fuck. Sorry, y'all. Okay.
Economically, he accused them of eating.
Does anybody know what time I was at? Fuck. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. See, like, what the fuck? What did you gain from that? She didn't pretend like she knew. I don't know what fucking time I was at, bro. Shit. I don't know what time I was at, y'all. It's Trump's deportation. Damn.
Are you asking your viewers to believe that 10 million people were in the
about that, which is good. Now, I don't prepared to agree with me about because
hold on, that is not what's
Joy, I'm
happening
going to finish
here.
my states, but I have a home in Los Angeles, and I love America.
Law enforcement.
Let me ask you a
Masked
question.
men dragging women.
Let me ask you a question.
Children into
Where
vans,
was I?
fascism.
You've made this
Straight
point.
up. I will stand by that any
Damn
day.
Let me
it.
ask you a question about
I don't know
immigration.
where
It's
I
a very
was,
interesting
y'all.
topic.
There
Maybe
is a
they weren't
Latino who's the
identifying.
head
Maybe
of
they
the
weren't
Proud
identifying.
Boys.
But Joy,
That's not
Joy,
new.
maybe they were just
Anti-blackness and
maybe
racism
let me
inside
respond
the
to that.
Latino blood of the country was all encompassing because it included them and visa who are actually improving that community by taking jobs desperately where people desperately needed to
Y'all,
hire.
I don't know how it was. Holy shit.
Let me
Off the
finish my
top. This is my point, though. This is my point.
Let
You
me
know, I
finish my
remember.
thought.
Let me just say something, Joy. I remember when he won in 2016. I was at the New York Knicks the next day with my eldest son, and Chris Rock was there at the next table. We got talking.
What the fuck? Wait a minute. Am I tripping? I didn't hear none of this. That was the intro. I don't.
There. So there is a difference.
False. No, first of all, it's absolutely false. Let's talk about, for one example, the Haitian immigrants in Ohio. These are people who were in the country, out into evicted immigrants. Again, with Nazi terminology, vermin.
Well, let's
They're
leave Nazis
poisoning
out
the
of
blood
it.
of our
You
country.
know
I'm
what?
sorry.
Whenever
And
people
now, dishwashers, any brown person, and Tom Homan said,
we got past
based
the
on one
NTC
criteria
oil.
being their appearance, it's overwhelming. You're asking your viewers to believe that 10 million people
in America who pay taxes in America, you know, you to the debate, right? So we both agree about that, which is good. Of deporting undocumented workers who commit exceptional alien is how it's described on my visa to the United States, but I have a viral video that's already been viewed in the United States. Would you have a problem with that as a policy?
as a policy, if people get a hearing and they go through a process.
Okay, we passed
not
that.
what's happening.
I wanted to see what you were prepared to agree with me about, because who may have been in America for many years, that Donald Trump has pretty much stopped completely the number of people coming over the support of them. Everyone would agree with this. But I agree with you. The wholesale pulling of people be about, because I think it's healthy to the debate, right? Would you have a problem with that? Yes, but I have a home in Los Angeles, and /more America.
Oh, we was past that.
Yes, over a 4-year period, as many as 10 million people are believed to have come over the southern border illegally. Now, you must surely think that the Trump way of securing the southern border is better for the United States than the Biden
Did we
way.
hear this conversation about the 10 million people?
First of all, if those are Donald Trump's numbers about how many people came in over the southern border, I don't buy them at all.
What
I don't
numbers do
trust
you buy?
anything Donald Trump said.
What numbers do
And
you buy?
And let me go on.
Well, how many do you think it was?
Let's just say it was.
Well, Joy, how many do you think it was?
Kidnapping and robbing. So the reality is,
people do you think it was?
from the time that people who looked like me were enslaved on cheap labor, on free labor to start itself as an empire, and then on a constant pull of the destabilization of life. When if you let's burden on the labor.
But why
et cetera.
shouldn't you
So
have
I
a
think that's
system?
not an right,
Okay,
for
but
me,
why? Okay, but Joy, why
raising
should
it to zero does nothing to change my
But
life.
Joy,
for better.
why shouldn't
but
people?
What it's done is
Why shouldn't
having
people? Let me just ask you. Why shouldn't people?
1951? You
Or
sure?
would you stop some of them coming in?
Sound.
Stressed about back taxes, miss the April deadline.
Oh,
claiming
yeah,
to be
yeah,
by
I hit the ad and then,
Trump.
yeah. Okay.
If you're stressed about back taxes, miss the April. They say no. The next
itself.
Your taxes.
It is not deportation
Many of them were
themselves that are
brown.
shocking. Wait a minute. Can I answer
in
your
fact,
question?
the majority
Hold on.
were brown.
One moment. It is not deportation in and of itself that is what is shocking to people. There are two things that are shocking. Number one, well, I'll do three. One, it is not deportation to render someone to a third-party country they have no connection to.
I agree.
Rendering people
I agree.
to El Salvador
I agree.
is shocking.
Bro, stop, shut the fuck up and let her talk. Why you don't have to keep saying I agree. She heard you the first time. Say I agree. Shut the fuck up. You're trying to he's trying to present himself as this moderate, listening, empathetic person that understands both sides. Shut the fuck up and let her talk, bro. You keep I agree. That shit is annoying. I don't need you to say that every fucking time she speaks.
Third-party country they have no connection to.
I agree.
Rendering people to El Salvador
I agree.
is shocking.
And that's why he's coming back.
That was not done by Biden.
That's why that
It
guy's
was
come
not done
back.
by George W. Bush. All right. So
Why are you talking over her when she's trying to explain herself?
Right, so that is shocking.
Yeah.
Number two,
That's why he came
deporting
back.
people with deporting. Well, that's only one person. They deported more than 200
case you're talking
people
about, he's come back.
to that gulag. Yes, they deported more than 200 people. 70% of whom CBS has determined had no criminal record.
But why
whatsoever.
are you changing the subject from
that's
Obama's
number one.
deportation
No,
policy?
I'm telling you, the three things that are shocking are not deportations.
Bro, oh my God, bro. This motherfucker is just like, Pierce, for you to always hate people talking over people, you have no reason to keep talking over her if you agree. If you agree so hard and so bad and so full-throatedly, why the fuck do you keep talking over her if you agree so much? This is an agreement for optics. You don't really fucking agree. Fuck. Oh my God. Let her talk. If you agree, I cannot fathom agreeing with somebody. When me and Bunny was talking and I was agreeing with her, I was just nodding my head. That's how, if you're on camera, that's how you show you agree. And if you're not on camera, you just say when you agree and you let them talk. And then maybe if you disagree, maybe you could try to interject without doing it in an abrasive or rude way. You can interject if you disagree with something later on. But when me and Bunny was talking and we was agreeing, I didn't keep saying, I agree. Oh my God.
But why are you changing the subject from Obama's deportation
No,
policy?
I'm telling you, the three things that are shocking are not deportations themselves. It's deporting people, number one, to third-party countries like the Sudan, where they have no ties whatsoever, simply for the cruelty of doing it, essentially paying third-party countries.
I asked you about your response to Obama. Obama deported more people than any president in American history.
You're just willfully not listening to what she's saying. Like, you're not even trying.
Piers, my family are immigrants. If there's a deportation process, at the end of that adjudication, you are deemed to be deportable and need to be deported.
But you're missing my point, Joy. Boy, I'm trying to politely ask you, do you condemn?
Different from what we're seeing now.
Here's my point. In the interest of fairness, do you condemn Barack Obama's deportation policy, given that he deported more people? Let me finish. More people than any American president in history in his 8 years.
What an absolutely disingenuous argument, Piers, because what people are
exactly, because why the fuck are you talking about the numbers still? When it's clear that's not the issue, and you're not listening to anything she said because she's never addressed the numbers being her issue.
No, I'm gonna explain if you'll allow me.
You didn't even know how many he deported.
It don't fucking matter because that's not her problem. She doesn't have to know the number of people Barack Obama deported because the number is not the problem.
Because I just said that, first of all, I think it was a moral compromise that I disagree with vehemently.
A moral compromise.
And then to add insult to injury, she actually does disagree with some of the ways he went about it, which is consistent with her ideology, is that she doesn't like the way people are going about deportation. She never said, he's just deporting a bunch of people. This number is ridiculous. And you keep talking about the number. That's not her issue. She sounds consistent. She's saying she disagrees morally with how Obama went about his deportations, and this is the same argument she's making about Trump, the way you're going about it.
Made to try to lure Republicans who were never going to really come to the table for immigration reform. I disagree with what he did. But if there's a process for deportation, that's one thing.
Okay.
If you are rendering people with no process, if you are rendering them to third parties, and if you are kidnapping them off the street, as if this is 1930s Germany or South Africa in the 1980s, that is what I find objectionable and I find fundamentally fascist and will stand by that every day. What Donald Trump is doing is a moral horror.
I hear you.
And if you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you.
I hear you. All I tell you is that Obama deported a hell of a lot more people than Trump,
the issue. The
and
issue
most
is,
of them were brown. And last time I checked, Barack
deportation.
Obama isn't white, so may not be
And
a
what does
race
that have
thing.
to do with-
Who was talking about anybody's skin color? What the fuck? Who said anybody about the person that's deporting skin color? What the fuck is happening? What? Oh my God. When did she say the white man is deporting the black people? The black man never deported black. Like, when did she say anything of this sort?
Last time I tell you is that Obama deported a
horror.
I hear
and
you.
if you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you.
I hear you. All I tell you is that Obama deported a hell of a lot more people
But that
than
isn't
Trump,
the issue. The
and
issue
most
is,
of them were
was there a
brown. And
process
last time
for
I checked, Barack
deportation?
Obama isn't white. So it's may not be
And
a
what does
race
that have
thing
to
in the
do with
way
Barack
you're
Obama being black?
telling
Now
me.
you're the one obsessed with race. You want to make this a racial argument. The argument is that the Obama administration,
You made it a racial
the Biden
argument.
administration, Because Donald Trump fixates
You said
on attacking
Trump
black
is
people,
deporting
attacking
people based
brown
on their
people,
skin color.
Wait a minute. If Obama was deporting people based on their skin color, then it would be the same argument whether he's black or white. Same goes for Trump. She's saying that Trump is deporting people based on their skin color. She's not saying because he's white, it's because he's deporting people based on their skin color. She didn't say the white man is deporting them. And you're bringing up the fact that because Trump is white, you're blaming him. And because Obama's black, then he's deporting them. That's not the argument. The argument isn't Trump is white and deporting people that's non-white. The argument is the president is deporting non-white people. And a black president can do the exact same fucking thing. You fucking idiot. And I'm so torn between how successful Piers is to know if he does this type of shit on purpose or is he this fucking stupid for real.
Well, it is what he does. He
Right,
plays
so
racial
did
politics
Obama.
as a matter of course.
Obama didn't deport people because of their race. He didn't pull people off the street with masked men, pulling them off the street based off their skin color. They were turning people away at the border. They were going through and deporting people that were illegally here for crimes for the most part. And there were people that probably overstayed their visas as well. Trump is just going after the people that overstayed their visas, who are just non-white, and then the criminals. That seems like the prioritization, because it's not even, I don't even know if it's, I'm not going to speak on my ass. But what I do recall is the percentage of people that's non-criminal is way too high. It's way too high. I believe it's over 30% of people being detained and deported that's non-criminals.
Politics are about.
Only worse.
It's what his politics were all about.
Okay.
His politics are about removing as many non-white people clearly from the country as they can, 3,000 a
And
day.
that's what
That
Obama's
is
policy was too.
apparently the policy here.
That's what Obama's
apparently
policy
the
was too.
policy. No,
Only-
it was not. And there was
as we sit
no
here-
rendering of
as
people.
we sit
There was
here-
a process for deportation. And you know that it's materially
As we
different.
sit here, Obama deported more people pro rata per year than Trump has
How
ever
many
done.
did he
And
render
Trump
to
has
a
ever
third
done.
party?
Trump has
How
ever
many
done.
did he render to a third party? Because what he's also
That's
doing.
important too. She said that too from the jump before you even brought up Obama. She don't like the fact that he's sending people to countries they have no affiliation to.
You're outraged by Trump.
75% CBS found were not criminals that were sent to. See, I was underselling it. If that's true, CBS found that 75% of people were not criminals that were sent to CCOT.
But you're not outraged by Obama.
I'm absolutely outraged by fashion.
Yeah, right, Chris. The main issue is the due process part. Like you're, and they're like, oh, we don't have time to process all these people. Get more fucking judges, which is what they tried to do in the bill, the fucking border bill. Get more fucking judges. Do legislation. That's what you get voted for. It's for legislation, not to do what the fuck you want with free reign.
And by snatching
but
people
Obama
off the
wasn't a
streets,
fascist
no
because
process,
he's
and
not.
absolutely, I'm
Because
outraged by it.
Obama's got brown skin, he's not.
Don't put it in the lounge because it's gonna be too much. Put it in the politics section.
Are fascist? Is that your policy?
Well, that's your simplistic, racialized way of looking
Actually,
at it.
it's
because
yours
that is
about
what you're
Trump.
doing on the show.
It's yours
of
about
course
Trump.
it is. No,
But
mine is
let's
about
move on.
fascism.
I want to move on.
Donald Trump is acting
I don't
like
want to
Idi
spend the
Amin.
whole
I'll
time
give you a
talking about
black
this.
person that behaves the way he does, trying to take people's citizenship away, denaturalizing. That's Idi Amin behavior. There's
Okay.
a black fascist that you can compare it to.
Right. She don't give a fuck about race. She cares about the behavior, and that was great. I'm glad she added that. Idi Amin. It's about the behavior. It's not about who the fucking race is. And Pierce, of course, isn't going to address it, right?
Let's move on to. I want to just play a clip of
You don't give a fuck.
when you lost your
You don't
job at
really give a fuck.
MSNBC. Let's watch this.
My show had value, and that that what I was doing had value, and in the end, I try not to cry on TV. Whether it's talking about any of these issues, and yes, whether it's talking about Gaza and the fact that we as the American people have a right to object, to little babies being bombed. And I am not sorry that I stood up for those things, because those things are of God. And you know, I'm a church girl too, and those are the things that I was taught were of God. And so I'm not sorry. I'm just proud of my show.
Now, look, you're perfectly entitled to be proud of your show. Many people enjoyed your show for many years. a lot of people at NBC were briefing that the reason was declining ratings post the election, a 47% decrease in your election, in ratings from pre-election. But you told Mark Lamont Hill on his show this.
After I said on my show that the reason Americans could relate to Ukrainians in a way that they didn't relate to Palestinians, that Ukrainians are white. And so watching white people get their schools bombed was, hit different. That hit our ratings. I mean, it definitely, we could see the loss of white viewers from that moment that I said that. So they were like, we don't like the name calling. And also I'm a black woman. So, I mean, I'm sure it makes him angrier, when I say things. Maybe because I am a global South person myself, I mean, as a black person, we have a different empathy toward other global South people when they are suffering. And so we're going to come at that story from a different angle and in a different way and with different kinds of empathies. And I think that's not always received very well in the news business.
Now, Joy, I mean, look, let's be honest. I don't think you were fired after all those years because of your skin colour or because you're a black woman. I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversations with me, Piers. I find it actually quite charming.
You racialize more conversations
in
your tenure at MSNBC.
It's so funny when, again, y'all know me. I don't like racializing every conversation. But he doesn't understand the difference between, and I don't want to attribute it to him just because he's white, but he's not understanding the difference between bringing up race as playing a part in certain things versus like race baiting. Like I don't watch her enough, so I cannot speak to her show. But there's a world where her being black and saying what she says could have played a role in it being canceled, or it just could literally just be people moving away from the left and not watching her content, regardless if she was black or white, to being canceled. I don't know, so I can't say one way or another. But there's a world where both of those things could be true.
Any host in history.
All right, Mark. All right, Piers. And the bottom line is you take an entire conversation that I had with Mark Lamont Hill and pick the bits that you can racialize.
Yeah, and I agree, Casey. In this convo, Piers has made things about race that ain't about race.
This is your shtick, and I get that this is your
shtick.
You
racialized everything, Joy. Come on.
I get it. I understand this is your shtick, Piers. And listen, game recognized game. I get this is
it's
your
not my shtick.
The bottom line,
it is your
shtick, and everyone knows
your
that it
shtick.
is.
No,
Piers,
it's your
we
shtick.
People got bored with it.
And it is so interesting to me
shtick.
that you yourself,
trying to say that every time you this is what peers do. You bring on a black person, and simply because they address race at times in their content, you say that they racialize everything because they talk about race. And then you bring them on, and then you racialize things they may not have necessarily racialized and put it into every fucking thing and say you racialize everything and bring up everything that may not even have nothing to do with race in their politics, which is her argument about Trump's behavior. You brought up Obama because thinking she would just suck him off and condemn Trump for the same behavior. You thought she was going to do that, which she would not. And you made it about race when it's about the behavior. You're the one you racializing everything, and it is your stick. Every time a black person is on, you try to make them cop to everything another black person do. I've noticed that, Pierce. I cover you very extensively. You only bring up race heavily when you have on a black person and think they're just like Mark Lamont Hill. You be thinking, Obama. Mark Lamont Hill said, Obama bad. I don't give a fuck. I'm not finna defend Obama. You think every black person is just gonna defend a black person, you stupid fuck.
White European find that when people of color talk about race, that you believe is racializing conversations. But when people like you fixate on, well, Barack Obama was a black president, why don't you object to that? That is racializing a conversation about the former president of the United States. Exactly. But you can't put, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find it hilarious because you're the one.
You're laughing because you don't even realize how she just exposed you. You think it's funny, like, you think that it's ironic that she's saying this when she hasn't brought up race in the context of black people should be treated different than white. She's brought up race in the context of Trump seems to have an agenda to get rid of people that are not white. And there's some merit to the argument, but you can't engage in that because I don't think you have the intellect to do so.
States, but you can't put you, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find
you
it hilarious because you're the one. You're the one who said. You're the one who said Donald Trump.
You and your friend Donald Trump.
You said Donald Trump is a white fascist.
Are so. He is. Well, I agree
and
with
yet
Mark
when Obama
Milley,
did the same
last
thing,
time I checked, is
I'm not allowed
black.
to mention his skin
I agree
color.
with his former chief of staff, who last I checked was not black and said he's fascist. And Mark Milley said he's fascist to the core. So I happen to agree, and I know this is what it's important to you, with two very white gentlemen about Donald Trump's fascist tendencies. If that makes you sad and uncomfortable, I can't help you.
No,
Pierce.
it doesn't
There's
make me
nothing
sad and
I can do about
uncomfortable.
it.
I think it makes you a little bit of a hypocrite, but that's different. Now, President Trump reacted to your departure by saying, low-life chairman of Comcast, Brian Roberts, the owner of ratings-challenged NBC and MSNBC, has finally gotten the nerve up to fire one of the least talented people in television, the mentally obnoxious racist Joy Reid, based on her ratings, which were virtually non-existent, should have been canned long ago, along with everyone else who works there. What's your response to that? Many of us carry around bulky, worn-out wallets that are uncomfortable and full of junk. The big question...
Rich wallet.
If you are, I mean, it's fascinating to me that you think it's important that I care what Donald Trump says about me. It's a badge of honor. If he dislikes me, then I think I'm doing something right. I have zero respect for Donald Trump, and therefore, if he feels the same way about me, then the feelings are quite mutual, and I'm very, very proud of that and happy with it.
Okay, I want to play a clip. This is you talking about, you attacking parents. You spoke out about their concerns about gay and paedophilia pornography books being placed in school libraries.
The question I'm asking is, what is the expertise that you have and other Moms for Liberty advocates have to decide that a book, an award-winning book like All Boys Aren't Blue, isn't appropriate for students to read? What is your expertise?
What a tragic story of a young man who's anally raped by his adult family member. So you have incest, rape, pedophilia. Joy, you said you'd let me answer.
Oh, that's a fact, Casey. Yeah, don't use Pierce code.
I'm going to answer for you.
Use AbaNPreach code if they both sponsor it. It's petty as fuck. But hey, they put them on both their channels for a reason.
In what context is a strap-on dildo acceptable for public school? I mean, that's my question to you. Tell me what the context around the strap-on dildo or the rape of a minor child by a teacher.
Hold on a second.
No, wait, we're talking about public school.
One moment.
All right.
I don't know anything about this book, but you let that woman talk more than Joy. Why didn't you let Joy explain her position in that clip? It's just like this shit is so dishonest.
There's also a second clip. This is you talking about Republicans exploiting concerns.
Joy didn't even talk in that clip.
By minors who identify as transgender. And you said this was an old age tradition which Nazi Germany did. Let's take a look.
In fact, there are more kids who have been exposed to gun violence, estimated at 3 million, than there are transgender Americans of all ages in total. Targeting trans people isn't new. It is an age-old tradition, which Nazi Germany did with brutally violent ends in the 1930s.
Now, the confusing part of all...
Again, cutting shit off.
All this, Joy, is what you really think about the LGBTQ+, whatever it now is, community, right? Because as you know...
It sounds like he didn't... For that second one, it sounds like there's no dispute on the facts of the matter. Are you going to argue that, or are you just going to say you're defending the LGBTQ community? Like, is that what this finna be? Are you finna just like scold her for defending LGBTQ people? Like, is that this line of attack?
Oh, when you started commentating about this, appearing to be a big ally, a lot of stuff emerged which came from posts that you had purportedly put up in a blog between 2007 and 2009, one of which said, most straight people cringe at the sight of two men kissing. Another said, I don't want to watch the two male characters in Brokeback Mountain. You were talking about having sex. Does that make me homophobic? Probably. You referred to the then Florida governor as Miss Charlie and featured the tag gay politicians. Now, you said at the time when all this emerged, I genuinely don't believe I wrote those hateful things because they're completely alien to me. I hired cybersecurity experts to see if somebody manipulated my words on my former blog. And the reality is they've not been able to prove it. Now you're not at MSNBC. Now you're on your own, doing your own thing, and you don't have to worry about repercussions and stuff. Are you prepared to finally come clean and just admit that was your blog and you did say those things?
You know, Pierce, I might have known that you would use this opportunity and interview and that this was your purpose, right? This is your purpose. And that's fine. This is your show and you can do whatever you like. You know, I could sit here and go on and fight with you about your strange, weird obsession with Meghan Markle, but I won't do that because that would be rude. But what I will say is...
That was so detached from what's going on in Petty, which I feel like she felt so attacked she had to find something to bring up. But I feel like she could have attacked him just because everything he just said, he just accused her of a lot, which could be overwhelming, so she's probably pissed. And I can understand that she's probably pissed and tried to rebuttal in the best way she could, but the Meghan Markle thing just felt so detached from what was going on that she probably should have. It was probably hard to come up with something to say back to him, but that was so detached from what happened. But regardless, Pierce sounds like he's like all that shit he just said. It was like you could have just fucking separated a lot of that. That was a lot to have to respond to, and it'll be hard to coherently respond to all of that shit in one breath, especially with Pierce. If you say something that debunks him or he doesn't like or understand, he's going to cut you off.
We can do that as well. Sure. But the point being that I was very open with my employer at the time about what happened with that old site, which I stopped writing in, before I even came back into the NBC family. And what I have not really talked about publicly, but what I can tell you is that I had a very legitimate reason for being concerned about it because I was also on the radio at that time. And the things that I was literally talking about on the radio were quite the opposite of the things that were in that site. That is the reason that we began investigating what was going on with that site. And there was also someone who I do not know, who I still do not know, who had login access to my site for years that we did not even discover because I hadn't looked at the site for years. I don't know who that is. I don't know why they had access to the site, but had I not been open about that, I would have been definitely fired or there would have been some repercussions. I was open with my company about that. I've been very open. Everyone who knows me knows about it. And so if you want to argue with me about an old blog site, that's fine. And I'll take responsibility. I just asked you if you did write it. And hold on. And I'm willing to take responsibility for anything that was on that site.
Did you say that?
For you,
did you say those things?
I'm not gonna lie. She's saying a lot of shit to not own up to what the fuck she said. She's saying a lot. I don't even know what the fuck this situation necessarily means, but it sounds like she said some homophobic shit on her own blog, and she's doing a lot of talking without sounding like she's owning up to whatever she said. That's what it sounds like.
Listen, what I'm going to say is very simply.
You said him.
What I'm going to say is very simply this. Here's the point that you're attempting to make.
You just spun me an absolute load of old flannel.
She don't want to address it. It do. Yeah, Allie, I don't know nothing about this, but she sounds very evasive. It sounds very evasive. It sounds like she wrote some homophobic stuff on her blog, and he's saying, did you write it? Because I guess maybe it's not fully confirmed if she did, but she's being very evasive to answer. She's saying a lot of shit that it's just, she don't want to cop to it, and it sounds like she probably did, because she doesn't want to address, she's not answering this shit just outright.
The reason that you are trying to go here is that you're trying to defend.
I guess with her image, she can't be homophobic because how far left she leans, she can't be homophobic. But if she was homophobic on her blog and it got found out, she can't just outright admit to it.
And the idea that Moms for Liberty and these other organizations can take books that are not pornography, that are not pornographic.
No, I'm just trying to see whether you like to hold people to account, and I'm just trying to ask you questions about you being held to account.
For everything that was in that site, and I took responsibility for everything that was in that site, and I still take responsibility for everything that was in that site. I find anything that harms the LGBTQ community that was in that site repugnant. I apologize for it. I take full responsibility for it. But the point that I made in my conversation with the woman from Moms for Liberty is that they are making themselves the expert on books, which they are deeming pornographic by using a site called booklooks.com, looking for words in the book that make them uncomfortable, and then attempting to ban books by the hundreds.
Out of interest, but just to be clear,
And so I asked her,
do you think books? All right. Do you think school children at school should have access to books in their library which involve strap-on dildos?
Again, you're taking a book that has multiple subjects, and you're taking this award-winning book and dumbing it down to that.
She don't want to answer. Yeah, she's not comfortable with whatever she sits on this situation. She's not comfortable. I don't know anything about that book. That sounds crazy for a child's book, but I don't know the context behind it. But that sounds insane.
Because you may feel uncomfortable. And the bottom line is, these books that were published by publishers who had an opportunity to say no, looked at these books. These are award-winning books. And I think parents should have the opportunity to opt their children out if they don't feel comfortable reading those books. But that children who are old enough and who are of age and can choose the books they want to read and may feel seen in a book that you might object to ought to have the opportunity to read that book. That shouldn't be your decision. It shouldn't be Moms for Liberty's decision. I think each parent can make the decision for their own children. And I don't think that woman from Moms for Liberty or her organization should make that decision for other people's children. People ought to make decisions for their own children. And by the way, one more thing I'll add is that in the state of Florida, parents can opt their children out of reading books that they don't want to read.
All right, let me ask you.
She could have done that like any other parent.
Have you watched Brokeback Mountain?
No.
Okay. I mean,
and what is the point of that?
Well, because you said I don't want to watch the two male characters in Brokeback Mountain having sex.
Okay, so what does me watching Brokeback Mountain have to do with that book, whether or not it is pornographic?
Nothing to do with the book.
That is a book that people can have the opportunity to read if they so choose.
No, I'm not talking about the book.
I do not understand how an organization can make a decision. It is not about the movie. It is about whether or not Moms for Liberty
I'm not talking about the book.
The organization who should make decisions for other people's children.
I'm not talking about the book.
Whether I watch the movie or not makes absolutely no difference.
I'm talking about you posting on your blog that you wouldn't watch Brokeback Mountain because you don't want to see two male characters having sex. Does that make me homophobic? Probably. Most straight people cringe at the sight of two men kissing. Your words, not mine, Joy.
The thing is, I'm not uncomfortable to openly. She won't admit it, but I'm not uncomfortable to admit that a lot of straight people are uncomfortable with seeing two men kiss. Like that's the truth. Like especially men aren't comfortable watching that. That doesn't make you homophobic. It's just stating something that's probably true. It's nothing wrong with admitting that a lot of men don't like to see straight men kiss. I mean, no, that oxymoron, but don't like to see men kiss. But that doesn't make you homophobic to state it. Now, if you're saying it as a way to say like they shouldn't exist, that's a different conversation. But as a straight man, I'll be like, yeah, I'm not the most comfortable seeing two men kiss, but I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. I don't cover my eyes. I don't say if there's a gay relationship in the show that I don't want to watch it. I don't give a fuck. I see things that are uncomfortable that's not homosexual all the time in film. Have y'all ever seen I Spit on Your Fucking Grave? I was very uncomfortable watching that movie, but it didn't make it not a good movie. It was still good, but you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not trying, that may sound bad because I Spit on Your Grave compared to a homosexual relationship is bad. But the point, what I'm saying is, you can feel uncomfortable watching things, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't exist or you shouldn't allow yourself to be uncomfortable sometimes watching things. And now I'm to the point, and this is why I rally against this type of shit, because I was never that. I was that person. I was that guy that was like, why is these gay stuff in this? Everybody's a conspiracy. Like, I literally was the person that I go against the hardest, and that's why I go hard against it, because I know how stupid it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, the whole I was like, why? I think I was watching The Walking Dead, and when a gay relationship got introduced, I was like, the fuck is this? Why are they doing all this shit? And then I realized, I'm like, why am I mad about this? These people exist. They're going to be in shows because they exist in real life. I've been watching straight people my whole life. Gay people exist. They're going to be in shit. Oh, all right. I guess this is what it is. I love the fucking, if anybody watches the Four Seasons, there's a gay couple in the Four Seasons, but the original Four Seasons didn't have a gay couple. They changed it, which I love this show. The Four Seasons is good. And there's a gay couple now instead of all heterosexual couples. It don't take away anything from the show. It just doesn't. The show is really funny. It's really good. Gay people exist. They have straight friends and they do shit. It's just not that deep. And it probably is because once I started dancing, and as a straight male dancer, you get exposed to a lot of non-straight dancers. And it's just like, these people just exist, bro. Like, get the fuck over it. It's okay. Nobody's going to do anything to you, bro.
Right.
And your point is?
That maybe that makes you a bit of a hypocrite when you're taking the position of being an ally for the LGBTQ community. And actually, the best way to handle it, I would argue, is just to say, you know what? actually, I did write that at the time. They're not my views now. I've learned, I've evolved, I've moved on. Trying to pretend even now that you didn't write it is preposterous. And I think you know
The
that.
bottom line is what I've said, and I will say it again, is that I take full responsibility for everything that was on that site. I'm deeply apologetic for the things that were on that site that hurt people, and I take responsibility for it because it was my site. And that's the end of that. And my views, as you know, and as I've said on television, on air, are...
See, it sounds like she's halfway copping to what happened. It's like she don't want to really, it's like she typed it but don't want to say she typed it, but she's saying that I take responsibility for whatever was posted on my website. But that's not admitting to you doing. It sounds like you like, what was on my website I take responsibility for, which leaves open interpretation to somebody could have posted it that was not you. And I don't like that. You know,
quite different from the views that you just read, and that's the end of that.
That just doesn't sit well with me. You won't cop to it. You won't. We just went from somebody like Charlamagne that admit to completely fucking up, and now you're like, this was on your website, Joy. What happened? Did you post it? And she's like, I take full responsibility for what was on my website, even though, you know, I don't necessarily agree with these types of sentiments today. It's just like, bro, if you typed it, she can't do it because of her positions openly. But that just does not sit well with me, that you just cannot admit to the fact that you probably posted this, because you're not denying it. Like, you have not denied it, but you won't just full on say, yes, I put this up and I regret it. That's better than all this. Whatever was on my website, I'm responsible for it. Like, come on, bro.
Okay. Let's just end with this. Not everyone was upset when you were fired. Plenty of those white conservative men that you like so much seem quite happy. Let's just take a look at this clip.
Joy Reid, probably the nastiest figure on MSN.
Yep, Elbert. It's not unique to Joy. Well, you're saying you don't know if it's just her, but I think a lot of people fall victim to, like, they want to be so open and put all their stances out, and they want to say shit, and it's just like, you don't have to say everything you feel, and you need to, the shit that you know that you hold is controversial. You need, if you're going to be a talking head, you need to know how to word your most controversial takes.
NBC. The most left, the most vicious against conservatives and white people and men and all the rest. She has just been canned, fired, kicked to the side of the road. Her show is over. This saddens me a little bit because I did not yet have the opportunity to go on it. I am celebrating that there is no longer a market for her disgusting product. That's what I'm genuinely happy about. There has been a major shift. Her show and shows like her show no longer have value. And that's not just because of Joy Reid's favorite villains, you know, the evil white man or the Christians or the conservatives. It's because, like, no one watches her show.
So, Joy, I've actually got Michael Knowles waiting in the wings.
Great.
Is there anything you'd like to say to him?
No.
What did you make of his critique of your show?
Well, I mean, the reality is that obviously people watched the show, and obviously that's the reason that the show was on for 4.5, nearly 5 years. So if he didn't like the show, I guess, sorry you didn't enjoy it, but I really am not.
He's a fucking conservative. Of course he didn't like her show.
That interested in his views on it.
Like, why would you ask, like, an atheist why they don't like a religious show? Like, can you please make that make sense, Piers? Why do you think she cares about somebody that is completely opposed to everything she believes in to like her show? Like, if the Daily Wire went under today, I might make a video, but it wouldn't be like, yay, the Daily Wire is canceled because I disagree. It would be like, my video would be what led to them failing. And Michael Knowles is just celebrating that a show that's left is, like, failing. It's like, of course he doesn't care, but, like, the celebratory shit is weird. That's weird. I'm not celebrating. And I'm not saying it's not because, now I would celebrate something, I guess bad is subjective in this sense because I completely disagree. But I mean, if Ben Shapiro's show gets canceled, if whatever, you know, any of this shit on the right, I'm not celebrating for the sake of I disagree. It's like, let's talk. I care about what happened. I care about that. I care more about why something got canceled. I care about why Joy Reid got, and I think I said early in this video, in this stream, why I think that it got canceled. I think people, Fox News is the most popular news station in America. I think that people were disillusioned by the left's rhetoric. I think it's not ideal in this political climate anymore. It's not because she's necessarily wrong, you know, not necessarily. Now, I don't watch Joy Reid, but a lot of people say she's extreme, which can turn people off. So,
okay, well, we've got Michael there. Michael, anything you want to say to Joy?
Yes, wonderful
he
to be
said
here.
He got the ops waiting in the cut. Then he got Nina Turner like.
Joy, very nice to meet you. And I guess I would agree with Joy's take. People watched the show in the past tense, and now there's no longer a market for that absolutely vile content. And I think that's good for the culture broadly.
Vile content is crazy coming from a conservative. Y'all literally spew hate day in and day out. To say Joy Reid is vile.
And now we can all chat on Pierce's show.
Joy?
The reality is, Michael, the content that you and peers like to trade in is
she was caught so off guard. Do y'all see how she was all the way to the right? She was sitting so lax, and then she had to straighten up when she saw she was on.
Past tense, and now there's no longer a market for that absolutely vile content, and I think that's good for the culture broadly. And now we can all chat on Pierce's show.
Off guard.
Joy?
The reality is, Michael, the content that you and peers like to trade in is grievance. And the grievance that white Americans have, that they have to deal with
I'm not American.
diversity, that they have to deal with, Americans have, peers like to trade in, is grievance. And the grievance that white Americans have, that they have to deal with
I'm not American.
diversity, that they have to deal with.
This isn't a grievance.
I'm British.
Love America. And by the way, white grievance is very good for your bottom lines. It's very good for your bank accounts. And so having me here to be able to continue to traffic in that is your shtick.
Albert, I wouldn't be sad. I would be happy if Ben Shapiro's show got canceled. I would be, but I don't think if I made a video, it wouldn't be that. That's what I'm saying. And I don't even know if Michael Knowles necessarily did that, but my video addressing it wouldn't be like, yay. It would just be like, let's look at chronologically what led to Ben Shapiro's show being canceled. That's what I'm saying. Internally, I'm like, fuck that nigga, yeah.
That is what you do. That's what you do, Piers. And so it's great. And I'm sure you find it delightful and fun to say it. But the reality is, Piers, that is what you all traffic in.
I have to correct you.
Well, first of all, I'm not a white American. I think as my accent may reveal.
Well, I know that you're European.
I'm British. And secondly, I don't think anyone. Michael, I will let you respond, but I don't think any host in the history of cable news has waged more grievance than Joy Reid. So the idea that you're now hectoring us about feeling aggrieved about things, you spent years being aggrieved about absolutely everything.
Excuse me, but your favorite president, the president who you completely support, is nothing but
my
grievance.
favorite president was Abraham Lincoln.
Was grievance. His entire campaign was grievance. Well, your former boss on the
I'm not Donald
whatever
Trump.
you want to call him, your friend. The bottom line is that Donald Trump's entire campaign was about grievance. It was about white America feeling they'd lost their country and they need to take it back. It was about white America feeling that diversity was a threat to their children being able to go to Harvard. Their
and you know what, Joy? In the end,
and that is the reason that you all glom onto him and use him to further your own.
Actually, in the end, most Americans, as you know, most Americans, having voted for him in 2016, and after Trump spent 4 years in the wilderness, and we watched the Democrats run the United States of America, people took a look at that in America, and then they voted for Trump second time round in bigger numbers, including a record number of Latinos, who last time I checked were not white. Anyway, Joy Reid, I'm going to leave it with you. Thank you for coming on Uncensored. Next time, I'm sure we can move on from the stuff we've talked about today and have a more current debate, perhaps, about other issues. But I appreciate you coming on and facing the music, and it's good to see you. Thank you very much. Well, let me come. I've got Michael and Nina Turner. Nina, you were, well, fair to say, looking quite aggressive.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to sit through that. Yeah. He did her dirty. But I don't know. It seems like a lot of y'all say Joy is extreme, and this isn't the first time I've heard that. I've heard that Joy Reid can be very extreme on her platform. And that may be true. But I know that I think that I don't like that she didn't cop to the homophobic stuff that she apparently was on her blog, that she wouldn't just cop to it and just say, like, I did that shit and I apologize, whatever, or say how you really feel. Excuse me. I think it's when she is in the position that she was in, that's tough. But I think she put Pierce's feet to the fire because he was so full of shit. He's steady trying to talk about how many people Obama deported when the issue nobody ever had was the number of people Obama deported, but simply because of the way Trump is going about the deportations is the problem, because he's probably not going to match the number that Obama did, because Obama did the most ever, and Biden did the second. So you got two Democrat presidents that have did the most deportations, and meanwhile Trump is trying to act like the left just has an open border to let people in, and it's just not true. But regardless, man, it's late. This is the latest I've ever done, but this is telling me that I do need to do more streams later in the day, because y'all been rocking with. I haven't dropped below 9 viewers. And for my channel, that's really good. So yes, y'all been rocking with me the whole time. So I'm going to try to incorporate more later streams in the day, because I think, well, could be because it's Friday too. But regardless, I think more people is free during the evening. Appreciate you, Star Fox. Yeah, I'm going to try to do this more often when I can. It's just hard with my work and home schedule to do later streams. But I'm going to do them when I can, yo. Appreciate y'all, man. If you made it to support the stream, man, make sure you leave a like, comment, sub. If not 1, then all 3. And I'm going to catch y'all in the next one, man. Peace.